morning, everyone, and welcome to the International GovTech Baltic Leaders 2021 conference. My name is Ruta. I'm a communications manager at GovTech Lab Lithuania, and today I have the pleasure to present you two tracks of our conference, Enable and Grow. The first track is Enable. In this track, we will talk about the different frameworks of the public sector, as well as the role of international organizations in empowering GovTech innovation. The second track is Grow. Here we will discuss all things startups, from scaling to investing to discussing specific opportunities and how startups can get contracts with Lithuania's public sector. The last discussion of the conference will summarize the potential for a GovTech unicorn. On the other stage, my colleague Lucas is parallelly hosting two other tracks, Change and Fail. You can switch between two stages on your platform at any time. You can choose it on your right on the Live Now section or go to the agenda on the left and join the other stage there. I would also like to remind you that you can listen to the conference in Lithuanian. Taip, konferencijos galite klausytis ir lietuviškai. If you wish to do that, you can use our partners, one of the greatest Lithuanian startups, Interactive app. Download Interactive app on your phone and add code GovTech 2021 and choose which track you want to listen to. We will share the code and instructions in the chat as well. You can also find the instructions on the navigation panel on your left under a tiny loudspeaker icon. But without a further ado, I would like to present the first panel discussion of the Enable track, how to create processes and structure that enables experimentation and allows failure in the public sector. Experimenting is much easier when it is a part of your daily routine. Some of the most innovative public sector organizations not only encourage experimentation in their communication, but also provide specific processes and budgets for innovation. How can the public sector organizations create a space for structured experimentation? How can they set up processes that allow failure? How to provide enough resources for internal innovators to ensure some degree of success, yet tolerate uncertainty and potential failure? These questions will be addressed during the discussion. Moderated by Alexander Holt, Head of Strategic Partnerships from CIFTAC in Scotland.
Welcome to the GovTech Baltic Leaders Conference 2020. And in this session, we'll be exploring around the budgets and processes required for experimentation and innovation in organizations. So I'm joined by some great guests today who will explore the overviews of their programs, what they enable, the funding mechanisms, and also tips for the challenges that they've overcome in getting innovation in their organizations up and running. So we'll do a quick round the table in terms of introductions, and then we'll crack on into the meat of the discussion. So, Aruna.
Hi, my name is Aruna. I'm the manager of the GovTech Lab in Lithuania.
Thank you. Ekaterina.
Hi, first of all, pleasure to be here. It's always nice to be a role model. And today I hope I represent a public sector institutions that is a role model for many public sector institutions here in Lithuania. So yeah, I represent the central bank and currently I'm in charge of supervision of financial market. But back 5 years ago, I was the person who was in charge of internal innovation, setting processes, and so on. I hope to have a chance to speak about that a bit broader.
Excellent. Thanks, Ekaterina. And Mark.
And then you made the mistake of inviting me for some reason. I'm Mark Hobson. I am the acquisition alchemist here at 18F, which is part of the US government's General Services Administration. So lovely to chat with you from the US.
Excellent. Thanks, Mark. And finally, I'm Alexander Holt of the Scottish Government, and I'm delighted to be moderating this session today. So I think the first thing we want to explore is just, we've got three great representations here. Let's explore a bit about the organizations that they are and the role of these teams within those organizations. So again, I'll start, in fact, with Ekaterina. In terms of the Bank of Lithuania, you've mentioned a bit about your background, but where are you guys now in terms of the role of innovation and the importance, and how has that influenced the structure of your organization?
Yeah, thanks for letting me be the first. Yeah, maybe I will start from why we decided that we need more experimentations, more innovation within the Bank of Lithuania. So the reason was actually external one, because our financial market, not only our financial market overall around the globe became transforming in very, very quick pace. So we have this fintech phenomena. You probably have heard about that. So financial companies, they actually transformed radically. And we, as central bank, we are responsible for supervision of this financial market. So meaning that if we are not advanced enough in terms of understanding technologies and in terms of deploying innovative solutions within our internal processes, so we won't be able to supervise this very advanced financial market. So the logic behind our enthusiasm to deploy more innovations and IT solutions, advanced IT solutions, was to make sure that we are corresponding actually our financial market. So back then, what we started from, so we actually established the internal innovation committee. So representatives of different divisions, IT, law, public procurement, etc., are coming together in order to exchange information on what's happening and in order to set policy on how our people within the organization can bring ideas, and not only bring ideas, but implement them in their daily life. So the second step was to set up policy, innovation policy. And there we put a lot of principles. And the main principle is just don't be afraid to failure. Meaning that we allow our people to get some money to experiment on innovation. And if it doesn't work, so that's fine. So there is no requirement to bring something that will be working, because with innovation, it doesn't work in that sense. So when we are now answering your question finally, so now we have all this necessary policy committee, and we do have digital transformation unit within the Bank of Lithuania, which is responsible for collecting different ideas, mapping them, and helping our separate functions to develop and implement them. One example, in our supervisory unit, we have already a robotic process automatization, some solutions where they deploy RPA in their processes, and we experiment with artificial intelligence, where we are trying in small scale just to understand whether it is usable for us and how it works. So in this process, we are learning as well about the technology itself. So yeah, I will stop here. I can go on, but I know that we should have a discussion rather than monologue.
Thank you, Ekaterina. And I think you've teased out some points which we will kind of discuss later. Those around bringing the right people around the table, as you mentioned, IT, legal, procurement, setting up that policy, the whole thing around innovation. You can fail, it's okay, and starting small scale. So Great to hear the insights from the Bank of Lithuania there. There, it sounds like you have an internal team that's set up to do that for that own organization. So let's hear now from Aruna to talk a bit about a team and a function that's been set up to catalyze innovation in other organizations within the public sector. Aruna.
Thanks, Alexander. And yes, as Ekaterina was saying, we around 2.5 years ago, we were seeing that in Lithuania's public sector, we have these few kind of shining stars of innovation in terms of organizations, but many others are just not able to kind of catch up or to actually, look for innovations themselves. And while we have so many interesting challenges and problems in the public sector that innovative technologies can really help solving, and we have so many people that would be keen on solving them, a lot of organizations struggle to kind of match that those challenges that they have and people that would want to create solutions for them. So we look at the example of Bank of Lithuania and other organizations that actually try to build kind of a bit more universal process that other organizations that often don't have internal resources or still not at that level of maturity could then deploy and be more kind of able to actually find innovative solutions despite maybe some lack of internal resources. And actually that's how we built GovTech Lab, and specifically its main process called GovTech Challenge Series, which is aimed at connecting these government challenges with tech startups, companies, and innovators in building the solutions. And Bank of Lithuania was actually our pilot case to maybe even less help them and more help us to learn, how organizations do that, so that we can mirror it and use it for other organizations as well. So so we started this around 2.5 years ago. Now we already on a fourth iteration of GovTech Challenge Series. We started from just a few challenges into actually now 47, started from like outside public procurement framework without any budgets, and now are kind of fully funded as well. So that kind of has been our journey and our focus on trying to bring more universal process that public sector employees can trust and use despite maybe some lack of resources or knowledge within their own organizations.
So that's interesting. So there you got an example of a program that is collaborating with the private sector in terms of early stage startups, technology businesses to help fuel that innovation within the public sector in terms of how they deliver their services. So if we then go across the water to Mark and 18F at the General Services Administration, how does that model reflect how you guys are operating?
Thank you. So 18F is part of a broader umbrella of digital services organizations. And we got stood up right after a small website that you may have heard of even on the other side of the Atlantic called healthcare.gov about 7 years ago, which was at the time the administration's biggest piece of legislation, which was hampered by the fact that nobody could get it to work because the website was down. So we got established along with another organization called the US Digital Services. 18F is a little unique in that we are the only civic tech consultancy within the US government that is comprised entirely of federal employees. And we work with federal agencies, state agencies. So that means the agency, for example, in a state like California or New York or Texas or any of the other 50 states. We also work with local governments. That might mean the individual cities like New York City, or Kansas City, Missouri, where our current administrator is from. And so we try to enable those agencies to focus on implementing agile, user-centered, designed products and services by increasing their usage and awareness of modern practices, whether that is with technology, with DevSecOps, whether that's with acquisitions, where we're changing the nature of the way that they're contracting with the private sector to provide services has changed, or even whether it's how the program thinks and approaches the end user, the people who are getting these government services and products. So we are a fee for service agency, which is a little bit different. We operate by what we call vampire rules. You have to invite us in, and we are only cost recoverable. So in addition to us all being federal employees, so we don't have any conflict of interest, you are paying for our time and our time alone, which means that we are able to offer you advice that folks who may not have those same motivations or have conflicts of interest, no matter what it is, that exists. Industry and government are in a bit of a zero-sum game, unfortunately, where you have buyers and sellers, and that can warp the nature of their interactions if it's not done well. And that rests with both the government and with industry. So we kind of act as an intermediary between them. A lot of the folks who have joined 18F are new to government. They come from industry itself. A lot of folks come from startups or large tech companies or other government agencies. We have all kinds of folks come in, and we try to help those agencies adopt these more modern practices and escape the status quo that leads to, depending on who you ask, I think the Standish Group's chaos report hovers around maybe 10 to 6% of government IT projects over $6 million are successful in terms of cost, schedule, performance. That is not unique to the United States. That is true of every government around the world, whether you are in Europe, whether you are in Asia, whether you are anywhere on earth with a government. If you are spending more than $10 million on a government IT project, you got about a 90% failure rate. So our methods are designed specifically to counteract that statistic.
Mark, that's great. Thank you. So what we've got here is 3 examples. We have an internal focused on one organization, Bank of Lithuania. We have Aruni's GovTech team collaborating with startups to help facilitate innovation within other public sector organizations within Lithuania. And then we've got Mark's 18F program, which is a federal owned and operated model helping others. So it's a nice spread of different types of organizations. And for those watching, you might well be falling into one of those categories in terms of the types of programs you're either in currently or looking to set up. So with that overview of the programs, where does the money come from? And then how do you need to spend it? So can we just talk through about how you set up, about setting the budgets up for this? What were the business cases, the rationales that you had to put together in order to fund this? Yekaterina.
Yeah, so we do have a separate budget for experimentation, meaning that our board decided to allocate a specific amount of money. It's not huge, but still, and it can be split in pieces. Yes, meaning practically speaking, so if a group of people or one person within the Bank of Lithuania has an idea, for example, to experiment with a chatbot, he can come to the committee, innovation committee, and present the idea, and this money will be allocated to this experimentation project. So with this money, he can go to the market, get some ideas, and then try to build some prototype solution. Yes, if it is successful enough, so it would be a small-scale project, prototype solution. So if it is good enough, yes, if the organization decides to deploy it on a wider scale, so then we move to the project process. So meaning that it is project, so you calculate how much money it will cost for organization to deploy this solution, and then it is like normal project. But for this experimentation, because usually you don't know what to buy. Yes, usually you don't know whether it would work as you expected to work. So we allow people, again, to experiment, to fail, and to learn something. So it doesn't cost a huge amount of money to go through that. Yeah. So
Brilliant, thank you. And in Scotland with our CivTech program, when we set up 5 years ago, we had the mantra, how do you procure what you don't know exists? And so that very much thing of going to the market in a different way, inviting collaborators and innovators in to solve that very issue, because you don't necessarily know what's out there. So that's interesting. So you've got a separate budget, and people then can apply to that, and then you've got an incremental scale in investment in that solution, depending on how it's worked. So that's something as a methodology we might just come back to. And Aruna, how does it work in GovTech, your budgets? Where does the money come from, and what obligations do you have around the spending of it?
Yeah, actually, GovTech Lab was set up partly because of your mantra as well, and it definitely inspired us. How to think about how to buy things that you don't really know exist. And so I'll quickly talk through maybe through two different parts. So one is how we as a GovTech Lab, how we're set up, and then how the organizations that we work with that want to look for solutions about their budgets or issues around finding budgets there. And so in terms of GovTech Lab itself, which I think might be useful for other countries that want to set up different teams. So we, of course, there was no funding line in the budget that says this is to create a GovTech Lab or any lab at all. So we were looking for ways how to find the budget that would allow for at least a team of people, to exist that could talk about GovTech as much as possible to make sure that other people are aware of the term, of the benefits, and so on. So that's why the GovTech Lab was set up from the kind of one of the EU structural funds, and with the primary goals of just kind of making sure that the GovTech as an industry is popular in Lithuania and that we can help the companies, which is quite ironic in the way that the main process and what we actually think that our main benefit is, it's not necessarily part of what we actually get money for. But I think that's the reality of trying kind of new programs, new like innovative things in the government. It won't have its own code or something that you can just assign to. You have to find a bit more creative ways and something that's outside of your like KPIs or your budget as an extra to to prove that it's worth kind of funding then officially, if you will. And then so this year there was an additional funding set up to actually fund not just like the staff and the communication events and so on, but also the procurements, so that the innovation agency for science, innovation, and technology that we're based at could actually not just provide help as we would do before, the coordination, the looking for startups, but actually provide funding for design contests and for initial like pilot versions of solutions. And so then kind of moving to the other bit that I said I'll cover, that the main actually challenge that we face is that at the beginning, of course, we're a bit naive and thinking, okay, we have a great process. We found very good procurement methods. Of course, everyone will want to give their own like budgets to that, and then we'll just help them do that, and it will be perfect. And of course, it wasn't. And no one wanted to give their own kind of budgets to things that they didn't understand. So we started with processes that were outside public procurement framework. They were not funded. We're trying to find companies and startups that would could build the first pilots for free and show the potential. And of course, then you kind of face the challenge. What's next? And we did face this challenge, and hopefully, the new funding that's now for pilots could show. It could be like a centralized pot where government organizations, different government organizations, can get funding for the pilot, which proves the case. But then for the full scale solution and so on, they would learn to budget that themselves, so they're not reliant just completely on centralized funding. And so they need to still think about innovation, but maybe help them with the first cases so that they're more comfortable with it and they're more used to it. They maybe test the process and then they can do it themselves. So that's kind of our relationship, if you will, with the different budgets, and that's definitely been one of the main interesting challenges of trying to figure out how to actually find ways to buy innovation.
As you were talking there, an expression came to mind from, actually, I heard from our 10X colleagues, who are also part of the General Services Administration, where they talk about demos, not memos. And so being able to show the thing at the start, even if it's small, to prove its value. Well, thanks, Aruna. So there, your budgeting is around the program team and also funding some of the companies, and then putting some budget to the public sector organizations to give them a bit of pump priming, as it were. So, it's interesting to see kind of the different models. And Mark, you talked earlier that you had that sort of vampire model where you had to be allowed in, and you'd be charging your services to the other federal agencies. When it comes to then rolling out the technology, who pays? Is it their budget or your budget?
So usually it is the agency who has hired us. I have an anecdotal theory about what is behind that 90% failure rate, and I call it the devil's pitchfork because it has 3 prongs. You've got contracting, procurement, you've got HR, hiring, talent issues, and then you've got budgeting and the appropriation cycle, the way it works here in the United States. So it is not uncommon for us to encounter agencies who are usually an order of magnitude off, potentially, in their spending for digital products and services. And it's not through anything intentional. It has largely just habit, because in America, our budgeting cycle for a government federal agency takes about 2 years, which means that somebody has to try to predict 2 years from now how much money they think they're going to use. That becomes a very difficult task. 2 years ago, I would have not made any of the predictions for what the world would look like today. So I can't imagine someone doing that better, which means that they get stuck into habits of just doing the same thing they've always done. So breaking apart that cycle becomes immeasurably important. And I'll give you an example of how it works. The agency itself has to pay for the service or product that they're doing. In one case, we were brought in with an agency who had spent 10 months just internally drafting and polishing the solicitation, the requests that they would make to industry to buy something. It was over 100 pages long and they weren't finished, and they had spent 10 months. That's not great for what is a commercially available service. 30, 40 years ago, the government was very much always in the vanguard of being the only people who had big systems and big IT. And so a lot of the habits and practices that we see come from that era, the era of these big monolithic hardware systems. And so all the other processes, budget, HR, procurement, modeled themselves after that. It's something I call the Kodak curse. You typically will see contracts that go to a single vendor for over 3 to 5 years, and it's for large swaths of an agency's mission, which means that you're now in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And usually whenever I come across something, I see that Kodak curse profile of risk everywhere. So it is a very difficult thing to try to get people to break that cycle and to break that curse. One of the ways we do it is we start small. So as my colleagues at GSA's 10X program mentioned, we try to have demos, not memos, and we want to have working code. So I am a big fan of the definition of agile development that doesn't look at it so much as a set of coding practices, but as a learning system. The entire point of it is to learn something, because you are always going to make mistakes and you will always fail. The key with Agile is that it minimizes the risk so that the failure is not catastrophic. there's a lot of mathematics that you can actually show this, things like with the long tail of risk. I think the book Black Swan goes into this. But when you have these long cycles with these huge numbers and figures, and you make a mistake, it has this cascading effect where you have a situation like healthcare.gov versus doing the contracts much smaller and being able to produce value much quicker and at a higher quality, because you are not trying to boil the entire ocean with a contract with a vendor that nobody has read, because it's upwards of 300-400 pages by the time the government gives their side, industry gives their side. For fun, I used to do things like put random words in the middle of a contract to see if anybody noticed. And nobody ever did. I would add words like muffin or blueberry or ratatouille, nothing. Nobody would say, hey, you put this 10 times in the middle of page 104. Nobody ever asked me that, which was really scary to me, because then they wrote several hundred pages back saying that, yes, we've read and understood everything. Really? Even the thing on page 93 where I put a diagram of a woman's hat from the 1800s, you didn't have a question about why I did that? So breaking those cycles becomes really important. And there are models for it in the US government. For example, construction contracts, very rare for the government to fund it all up front. In, for example, the military, when they are constructing a base, they have to go through phases of funding. They don't get several $billion all at once. They parse it out upon successful completion of each of the phases. That would be a very easy model to adapt. And it's something that we cover in a guide that I helped co-write and edit called the De-Risking Guide, which is available on the internet for free. It's something the 10X program actually funded for us to do. And we go through all of the problems historically and then what the solutions are to counteract them, so that you can have more reasonable performance-based funding for these modern products and services.
Excellent, Mark. So the De-Risking Guide, available in all good bookshops, courtesy of GSA authors Hobson and Co. That's interesting about that. Again, those other practices that can be adapted and also adapted and adopted, and also the fact that so many government, particularly IT procurements, have gone out, and by the time you write your specification, it's out of date. And with the advance of technologies, where particularly SaaS platforms, where we don't need to spend a huge amount, we can actually, with a bit of tweaking, either get something directly off the shelf or with a bit of customization, and we don't need to go through these huge documentation exercises. And that's, again, one of the reasons why we set up the CivTech program in Scotland, was to back up a stage and say, not we want something that does A, B, and C, but actually, what is the problem you are trying to solve? And I think that's the theme in all these discussions, is actually the solution. We're trying to achieve outcomes rather than outputs. And so it's about this, the solution comes as a result of understanding user needs, prototyping small and growing that.
To the point,
and therefore,
how do you buy innovation? How do you buy something you don't know what you're looking for? I think that's a really good point. And that's what we focus on, where one of the very easy shifts to make is we use something called a statement of objectives, which is a format for how the government issues its request to industry. It kind of prevents people from making the classic mistakes. And the way that I explain it is, it's not that dissimilar to you going to a doctor. If I, as a layperson, went to WebMD or some other website and just started looking up how the body works, I would show up to a doctor's office and say, yes, I've got a slight head cold. When are you going to perform the open heart surgery? Should not trust me at all, because I am not an expert. But I do have control over what diagnosis, what procedures I'm willing to undertake. You are in control of your medical decisions. Same thing for a lot of these things we see in government, where they're like, we want to be innovative. I don't know what that looks like. Now I'm going to write 100 pages describing what I think you should do to get there. That is a fool's errand. So instead, what we try to get people to do is focus on writing a specific outcome, write the goals that you want to see, put that to industry, and then it gives them the discretion of their expertise and experience to provide, hey, you were asking for this, but to get there, here's this newer set of technologies that you may not be aware of, because in the old habits, industry is very responsive to what you ask them to do for money. So if you ask them for the same thing, what incentive do I have in industry to give you something different? If you're asking me to give you the same thing you've always had, and especially if that might not be priced correctly. Like if I am spending on outdated tech, at what point do I say, it's costing me way more to keep this running than it would be to completely replace it? Which is why if you look at the US government's budget, over half of government IT spending at the federal level is on operations and maintenance. It's not on building out new technology. It's on keeping the lights on for the stuff that's outdated.
Absolutely. And I think this is a situation that faces every government, every public sector, and not just public sector, but large organizations who historically have had the investment to be able to put into big legacy systems. So for the benefits of our viewers who are considering, right, okay, we've heard from these 3 really interesting programs. If you were to give 3 tips on to people considering setting up innovation labs or teams or the financing of innovation, what sort of 3 brief tips would you give people? And I'm sure, Mark, you might include that statement of objectives and goals and outcomes in there. But I'm interested, what 3 tips and whether those would be across any sector or sector specific. Irina, come in with that one.
Yeah, sure. So I'll, I guess they're quite universal, the tips that I would have, but it's something that we still face as a challenge, and I think a lot of public sector faces, and especially public servants, is that you have to give, if you ask people to be innovative, or you just like want people to look for better solutions, you have to give them time. I mean, everyone is busy, right? You cannot just ask them, on top of all their everyday work, please, in addition, do 5 innovation projects. Like, you have to actually, like, if you want to have true impact, you have to give them space and time to do that. It cannot be, rushed in a way. And I think that's something that we, in slightly different way, we faced with the way that we were set up, the way we look for new funding as well. Everything is like always so rushed, and things you could do way better, you don't really have time for that. And I think for innovation to succeed in the long term, people have to be a bit more, they have to be given time and space to actually do that, and not to just kind of, asked to do that on their free time, and, they won't then put their heart into that, I think.
Right. Okay. So just to nail, it's about giving people dedicated time rather than just, putting in the side.
Yeah. I think it's important to kind of, and know that it will take time. So like if you then give resources, accept that, it will take time, and they will spend time on that, and not just, think, okay, you thought that we can do this better, then, do it on your free time, and, it's a burden on you now. So I think it's important that, especially for like managers and heads of organizations, to kind of recognize that, and then give people then, time to actually achieve that, and not make it a burden to actually look for innovations. Secondly, I think is, we talked a lot about this, but you have to set the KPIs in a way, right? So okay, you cannot have a KPIs that's just like an end result in a way. So you cannot count the innovations, that you got. You, like, even for our, for example, funded, where we were able to fund the design contest that I mentioned, like, we tried to not formulate that how many successful pilots were built, because then, for us, we set up an incentive to choose the challenges that are a bit less risky, and that we get then, the pilots that actually work. We try to set up KPIs that are maybe focused a bit more, okay, how many do we actually fund? How many actually go through the process, but not necessarily how many have successfully working like in innovative solution, because the answer might be that there is no working, where it's like, that's not even the problem and so on. So I think it's important to set the KPIs right to avoid some kind of wrong incentives to choose an easier path. And finally, I think that's very important that then the heads of organizations take then responsibility in a way for failure, so that people that actually do these projects, look for these out of the box solutions, they can truly trust the process, and they can know that they will not be at the end of the road, they won't be penalized for for example failing, and they will be congratulated and celebrated for failure. And then if there's any pressure from outside the organization, that it's not on them to deal with that, it's maybe on us as a programs or the heads of organizations and so on, but not the employees, that we need that critical mass to actually go through these processes. And that's, I think, the only way that we can have that critical mass, if they're a bit in the safer space from some of the sometimes outside pressures that come towards organizations.
Great, thanks, Irina. So giving time, setting the right KPIs, and taking responsibility when things fail forwards. Great, Yekaterina, your top tips.
Yeah, I would agree with Arun that I think that it is really important that the highest management stresses the importance of innovation within the organization, because people are naturally resistant. And if they don't see that it is important, so they don't do that. Okay, they can some show that they do, but they actually will not be on board. Yes, so it is really important that first of all, the board of the organization or the head of organization would be on board, that it would be enthusiastic about innovations, and then people would follow. The first tip, so it basically, I think, corresponds to what Aruna already told, that we celebrate, experimentations and failures. The second thing, and I will provide example from our experience. So it is on board as much people within the organization as you can. And our first step when we introduced innovation policy was to organize a hackathon, internal hackathon on robotic process or automatization. So we invited people to participate in this hackathon. But of course, when people don't understand how they should build this RPA, they won't do it. So what we provided some courses. So 2 days, there were courses where people just were sitting with their computers and trying to build this robot. Yes, so 2-day courses. And then the third day was hackathon, internal hackathon. So the whole day, people were split it in some teams. They had their problem. They needed to calculate how much time and money this solution would save for the company, and they needed to build the prototype, RPA prototype. And then in the end of the day, Friday, it was like presentation of these ideas. They pitched actually these ideas to our board members. So we invited board members to sit in the jury, and after that, the three top teams were given some small amount of money just for their ideas and prototypes of these ideas. So it was, celebration and some experimentation, and it was, all this mingling of people speaking with each other, competing with each other. So it is really important. So these some examples, I think that they show people that it is not something that they cannot do, first of all, and second, that it brings and inspires them to work on that further. So these two tips, so on board highest management and on board as much people as you can within the organization. This would be my tips.
Great, thank you. It reminds me of a poster we have up in the CivTech Scotland studio, which says, talk to the people you don't know more than the people you do and see what happens. And Mark.
I mean, I can't disagree with anything. Those are all excellent points. I completely agree with them. If I could come up with three, then my co-authors and I probably wouldn't have spent like 100 pages writing that all down. So it might be a little self-serving. I would say, one, go read the de-risking guide, because we go way more in depth, provide examples, templates. There's a lot more there that I could possibly cover here. I think echoing the other folks' remarks, one of the things I think that's the most important is try to focus on delivering value to the user, because organizations can become myopic if they do not put the user front and center and ask the question, why are we here? What is the purpose of this? Why are we doing this? How does this help the end user? How does this give them what they want, what they need, what they're seeking from us in the first place? Like, that's why we're all here. If you're in government, or even if you are in a for-profit, it's a little easier in the for-profit sector, because if you fail to answer that question, you just go away. But unfortunately, a lot of folks who are residents of countries or visitors of countries, they don't get the choice to say, well, I'm going to Canada now. I like their social security system better, so I'm going to emigrate. Like, I guess that's the equivalent of putting a for-profit company out of business. But I think trying to make the voice of the user front and center is always important. It totally makes sense to elevate, to ensure that you've got top level buy-in and leadership and coverage. There was one example I saw with one agency we worked with where they encouraged everyone to take risks. And they were there to say, like, you will not be held accountable for risks. You need to take the risks, and you need to do the things that you all know, because otherwise we're all in just some kind of prisoner's dilemma where we're showing up, doing the wrong thing knowingly, or doing something that we know won't work, that we've tried before. So what do we have to lose at this point? Giving that top level coverage is really important. I think the third thing I would add is just just like how in math, I don't know why I keep bringing up math, because I cannot do math at all. There's a reason I went to law school. It's because I can't add or don't ask me how to do long division. It's hopeless. But the solution is in the problem itself. So a lot of times, like, my compatriots at the 10X program set up that program specifically to give folks who know what the solution is to long-standing intractable problems an outlet and an avenue with which to explore potential solutions. 9 times out of 10, when I am working with an agency, someone who is already there from that agency I'm working with knows exactly what needs to happen and how to do it. It's just that they have either been dismissed, or that they are not empowered, or that they are not encouraged to do the thing and get stuck in all the things that nobody likes to say about bureaucracy. Like, a lot of people like to complain about bureaucracy, and that is one of the primary reasons. When people know how to fix something, and for some reason the organization does not enable them to do it. One of my favorite authors on this topic is John Seddon, who's an organizational psychologist. He has written a lot of books, but he talks about this as like the classic back office problem. There's a lot of things you can actually find online or read his books, but that's, I think, a big thing, is letting and enabling the workers themselves, who know the mission of the agency the best. They know how to work the agency's levers the most effectively. They are going to be the ones to solve it. At best, all we act are as like some sort of midwife or handmaiden to them, to help them and elevate those folks, because they're also the ones who are going to see it through to successful completion. So that's really what we focus on, as a version of servant leadership to help those folks do what they know they can do to fix it.
So the answer lies within ourselves. Mark, thank you. And I think on that philosophical point is a great place to wrap this up. So Mark, Iryna, Yekaterina, thank you all very much. And it's been great to hear these different funding models, how you put innovation into practice, and also tips for people to take away when they're thinking about enhancing or starting out on these journeys themselves. So thank you all very much. You have a second bite of me in just a moment as we look at the role of international organizations in the GovTech ecosystem. I'll be talking a bit about the CivTech Alliance. So I look to join you very shortly for that. But in the meantime, have a great rest of the day, and I hope you enjoy the other events as part of the GovTech Baltic Leaders Summit. So thanks very much, and goodbye for now.
What a great discussion about experimentation in the public sector. Now, let's talk about organizations. Our next discussion raises the question, do international organizations have a role in the GovTech ecosystem? The GovTech market is attractive because it's global, yet the most prominent clients of GovTech solutions are local and national governments, which often cannot ensure global scalability by themselves. How can international organizations shape the GovTech field? How can their international nature make the GovTech market fulfill its global potential? Let's jump to these questions with the moderator of the discussion, Maciej Kuziemski, affiliate at Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society, Harvard University.
My name is Maciej Kuziemski, and I'm excited to host this panel entitled, Do International Organizations Have a Role in the GovTech Ecosystem? We have a stellar global panel, including Kimberly Jones, World Bank GovTech Global Partnership, Carlos Santiso, Director of the Digital Innovation in Government Directorate of the Development Bank of Latin America, Alexander Holt, Head of Strategic Partnerships at CivTech Scotland, and George Lobo, Program Manager at DG Digit European Commission. Our title asks whether international organizations have a role in the GovTech ecosystem. And I would argue that they obviously have, given that you, the panelists, are all working on GovTech, and in this way or another, you represent international organizations. That being said, it is indeed a good question, as despite global ambitions, commitment to agility and flexibility, a lot of public sector innovation is happening within national silos, with different procurement standards, lack of ways of learning from each other, and problems with interoperability of even the best solutions. I would therefore like this panel to try answering one, but not so easy question, and that is how to create a global GovTech marketplace across borders and boundaries. Let me start with Kimberly, who I would dare to say has a pretty global outlook given your role at the World Bank.
Thank you, Maciej. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of today's discussion. I'm honored to be part of this great panel. As you mentioned, I come from the World Bank, and coming from an international organization, I've had a lot of opportunities to see many different challenges, approaches, and GovTech solutions. As you may know, the World Bank has been supporting developing countries to modernize their public sectors for over 25 years. And over the last 5 years or so, there's been a significant shift to GovTech globally. So from, say, 2014 to now, we have over 80 countries that have established GovTech agencies to drive their digital transformations. And this shift has resulted in rising demand for GovTech. So as a response, the World Bank had launched the GovTech Global Partnership in 2019, and the partnership focuses on developing key research, global public goods, which are part of a global marketplace, and supporting country and regional engagements to advance the GovTech agenda. And the partnership considers the involvement of tech companies, local tech innovators, and development partners critical to support countries on their digital transformation journeys. One of the key objectives of this partnership is to support the development of local tech ecosystems that could contribute to a global GovTech marketplace in terms of knowledge, skills, and solutions. So some countries have significant capacity in the local market, such as the Baltics, but also Kenya, South Africa, Israel, while others are still in early stages. And I think to answer one of your questions, the benefits are very clear. For developing countries, having a GovTech global marketplace could allow them to leapfrog using tested technology. They can find best fit solutions given their respective country constraints, which could be political, institutional, or cultural. And these solutions really need to work in different environments, whether it's low connectivity, low capacity, or fragile and conflict affected. And for private sector, there's also benefits. You have innovations can be tested in these different contexts, piloted, scaled up, replicated. New markets can open to them. But as you mentioned, there are a couple of challenges to achieving this goal. Governments are primary clients, and as you mentioned, there are certain challenges there, whether they're political, policy, and regulatory challenges, as well as procurement procedures. They can be difficult to overcome. And we're seeing this, for example, in some countries that want to move to, say, a hybrid cloud model. A subscription service can be a new procurement approach, and a cloud needs to be compliant with national policies. So some countries, for example, Kosovo and others have data localization policies, which precludes the use of public clouds for storing data outside of their borders. But despite these challenges, we're seeing a strong willingness of governments to partner with the private sector. As part of our research on the GovTech Global Maturity Index, we found that 70 countries include private sector collaboration in their strategies for public sector modernization. Now, while most are EU or high income countries, others are following suit. So we're seeing this in India, Uganda, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Morocco. And this collaboration could include partnering on solution design and development, service optimization, and even outsourcing services to the private sector. What can we do? I think we can do a few things to foster a GovTech global marketplace. And first, invest in the local ecosystems as part of our development projects, such as those in Jordan, to develop the digital skills of youth, women, and refugees to participate in the digital job market. Develop local global public goods that can be piloted and scaled up in other countries, as we're doing in Brazil. Promote open data and open APIs so that local tech companies can build new value-added services using government data and platforms. Work with countries to be more flexible in their ICT procurement processes to be inclusive of startups and MSMEs. And finally, reinforce the ties between leading GovTech countries and those that are aspiring through knowledge sharing, peer-to-peer learning, technical assistance, and financial support. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to start from zero. I think in the face of COVID, we've seen in particular how tech transfer can happen in real time. So many countries are using similar technology and solutions for citizen outreach, citizen communication, track and trace apps, and to ensure business continuity and service delivery in the midst of crisis. I think reaching these new entrepreneurs and creating opportunities for value addition will be critical to evolving GovTech to tomorrow's needs. It's important to keep this dialogue active and to draw upon the private sector experience and innovations to better serve citizens who, in the end, are our key beneficiaries. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kimberly. Picking up on where you left, I'm turning to Carlos because indeed it seems, and as it's backed by what Kimberly said, it seems that one of the challenges is on how to incentivize, for instance, regional procurement or regional innovation development. And I'm very curious, what are your views, given your experience in Latin America, how these can be incentivized?
No, thank you, Maciej, and also thank you to the government of Lithuania to have me in this fantastic panel. The GovTech Club in Lithuania is an inspiration also to many in Latin America and beyond. So very delighted to be here also to share the experience of Latin America with the Baltic region, which is really at the forefront in a lot of these innovations. But Maciej, I think to respond to your question and also follow up on Kimberly's, I think one of the things from our perspective in the bank is that what do we mean by GovTech? What is the GovTech space that is emerging? And for us at the bank, the GovTech space is not only about government technology or digital government, it's about incubating and acceleration, innovation in government, leveraging tech and data. And this is a very exciting place. It's a very exciting moment because this is a space where you have startups and bureaucracies trying to work together to solve people's problems. And this is really a marriage that was not supposed to happen between the agility of startup, the lean, the fast, the experimentation mentality of startups, and let's say the rule-based approach to management of bureaucracies. And in developing countries and emerging markets in Latin America, where law is everything, even though you don't really respect it, it's a very cultural sort of shift. And for us in the bank, GovTech is about putting or resetting our states in a startup mode for the recovery, using tech and data. And really that's really about how you can really spur and foster and promote innovation in governments, especially local governments, working with these unexpected partners that are startups, young, digital savvy people who want to do good. And you see, there's an increasing demand for innovation in the public sector. A lot of bureaucracies and governments, especially city governments, want to innovate. They know that they cannot do the things the same way and really want to leverage tech and data to do things differently, to put citizens at the centers of public services and redesign those according to those needs rather than to the needs of the bureaucracies. At the same time, and we see that in Latin America, you have an explosion of innovation among young startups that don't not only want to make profits, they want to do good. They want to have a social impact. They want to have a public value. And this space where these two intersect, that's where we at the bank consider to be GovTech. And this is really challenging because you have issues around cultural rules, procurement rules, as you were mentioning. But I think that's we see more and more dynamism in the last couple of years, and our role as a development institution, as a development bank, is also to maybe let's say take risks where we think there's a market failure or government failure. And here in this space, there is one, because it's very difficult for startups to understand how governments work and for governments to procure solutions from the private sector market. And there's a cultural issue here about procurement and the way governments are procuring. Governments are procuring solutions. They are not procuring problems. And in the GovTech space, what you buy from the market is the problem to find a solution together. And so you have a lot of policy challenges and ways to think, but for us in Latin America, it's very exciting because it's a really new way to reform governments, to reform the state, and to put innovations to work. And so we're doing three things. And a couple of years ago, we established a GovTech platform where we help our governments in three ways. The first way is around knowledge, analytics, and metrics. We need to understand better this space. This is a very fast evolving space. So we did an index of GovTech ecosystems in Latin America to understand what are the main sort of levers that governments can use and other actors can use to foster this innovation ecosystem. We're doing also return on investment evaluation of GovTech startups. What is the return on investment for a local government to work with a startup instead of a big tech to provide a service? And put some numbers on those things. We're going to launch in a couple of weeks Observatory of GovTechs in Latin America, which is mapping out who's doing what, who are these GovTech startups, what are they doing, what are they selling to, what are the solutions they are providing. So I think there's still a big need to have a global conversation about what GovTech is, what its potential is, and what its limitations are. Second, what we do also from the bank as a development institution is to provide policy advice and technical assistance, especially to governments who want to do something about fostering their GovTech ecosystems. For example, providing advice on critical policies that are needed to put in place. For example, we work with the government of Colombia for the GovTech strategy. That includes especially reform of the public procurement for innovation framework. So we are going to now publish soon a guideline about GovTech strategies and public procurement for innovation for GovTech in particular that looks at some of the experience. But public procurement, we all agree in this panel, is a main challenge for this ecosystem. And we also provide technical assistance for country governments at the local and national level that want to set up the GovTech innovation labs. We're providing financing to Colombia and others in these things. And the third thing we try to do also from a development finance institution is to provide, let's say, patient capital, risk investment. We establish a venture capital fund for GovTechs, and we're starting to invest in GovTechs. What we're doing is that we're buying the risk from the market so that these GovTech have the sufficient time to work with governments to develop, let's say, a business proposal, because the times of bureaucracies are very long, the times of startup are very short, and there's a gap there. There's a market failure, if you will. So that what we do. We just invested 3 weeks ago in a couple of GovTech startups, what we call multi-Latinas, because as you were saying, Maciej, is that these GovTechs are now not only operating at the local level, they're operating in other countries. We invested, for example, in a GovTech in Mexico that is working in Panama and Argentina, providing services, especially to local governments. And we invested in a GovTech in Spain that is also working in the region, providing its services. I think, it's fascinating because, GovTechs, and we will all agree in these panels, they're really, what have been amazing, these spaces, that they're very local in the sense that a lot of these solutions are meant for local governments to resolve concrete problems of citizens in local governments, which provides really a good way to then scale up the business model of that solution. But at the same time, the solution is really replicable in many other countries. So you really have a global marketplace in the emerging. I think in Latin America we see that already going, because some of, for example, GovTech in Argentina we work with are already actually operating in Estonia, of all places. So I think there's a global marketplace, and as a bank, so we start also to provide some finance to these companies, and we also started to provide advice for governments that want to set up their GovTech innovation funds. So for example, we work with the city of Cordoba in Argentina, which is a very dynamic innovation hub in Argentina, that are setting up their own municipal GovTech innovation fund to use local resources to invest in their own companies working with governments. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to share this work. So at the bank, we're doing that through increasing knowledge, providing policy advice, providing investment as well. And we also are working on setting up a global forum where governments can talk to governments to share their lessons about how these ecosystems can be promoted from the public sector. And in October, with the government of Colombia, we will launch the GovTech Leaders Alliance that includes a lot of GovTech innovation labs in governments to share their experiences. So I think there's a lot to talk about these things, but it's a very exciting place and moment to be, because there's something moving, as we can say.
Wow, thank you, Carlos. That's really impressive. Congratulations. A lot that you spoke about is about ecosystem building, in fact. And with that in mind, I'm turning to Alex, who within his role within the government of Scotland is leading a truly bottom-up network called the GovTech Alliance that includes members, as I understand, from 16 countries. So Alexander, I'm very interested to hear what are some of the learnings from this collaboration that probably has not been all rosy from the start. In particular, I'm very impressed with the fact that you decided to run challenges on international level with members of your community.
Sure. Thanks, Maciej. And thanks to everyone who's tuning in. And it's nice to be back again. We were discussing in the previous session around some of the financing of innovation programs in organizations. So some of the themes in that session will percolate through here. So the GovTech Alliance was set up last year off the back of GovTech Scotland's Demo Day, which was one of those last of those 500-person events in March last year, where we had 20 countries attending, 12 of whom had flown in. And we recognized that that was after CivTech's fourth year in action, and we set up in 2015 really to solve a principal question, which was, how do you procure what you don't know exists? And this was the challenge that governments were facing, is that no sooner had you written a specification down than it was out of date. And so actually, how could you really look at building better public services, but also support economic development? So we took the process of backing up a step and saying, not to articulate what the solution we were looking for, but what was the problem we were trying to solve. And in that sense, then therefore going out to market with an open challenge-based question, and challenges have been around for 270 years, since the kind of the longitude challenge. And so it wasn't necessarily a new way of approaching the market, but it was for government. And then to put in there things like accelerated programs and proper contractual pathways for procurement to get that innovation through the door. So that's what we set out in 2015. And we called it CivTech because we wanted to focus on kind of the citizen, the civic tech, CivTech. But I realize now that if you look at GovTech as a concept, it will also include aspects of health, education, environment, agricultural. So, GovTech is such an all-encompassing term. And if you think about the delivery of public services, so, to Carlos's point about the, what do we mean by GovTech? But so going back to that March last year, it was clear that, there was a need for us to keep together, because here we were with a number of programs that had then began to spring up, often after having had a deep dive over in Scotland. So the likes of our Norwegian friends, Polish, Lithuanian, Australian friends, and folks in Brazil. That there was a community to be developed here, and we had always, to that date, sort of been operating in our own sort of government silos. But what if we put several governments together? And what could be the shared lessons around that? And of course, the themes around procurement and legislation come through, but also culture. What were the messaging and the means by which we could get governments to think differently? And therefore, you had the rise of things like the Public Entrepreneur Program and getting people to shift from, a place of risk aversion to one of risk receptiveness. So what the Alliance does, and over the past year, we've had over 16 countries and 20 programs sort of dipping into and out of our weekly video calls that we have. For some, it's a therapy session for those trying to change government. But we've had this, and that gets great viewpoints from different places. And so what we wanted to do in the context of marketplaces was say, here we have our innovation programs, our GovTech, CivTech programs that have networks and ecosystems. What if we could join those together? What would happen then? And so part of the idea around this was to say, we have, let's say, 100 companies in our network. Let's say there are 20 organizations. Well, that's 2,000 companies. That's of real interest to GovTech investors. But then on the other side, say, what if we could come up with a way that you could actually get governments to collaborate pragmatically and practically together? So not just this kind of strategic stuff at the high level, but actually on the ground. And that's what I've always been fascinated in, is how do you actually make stuff happen in government? And so what we set out to do was, towards the end of last year, we saw an opportunity. We said, what are the shared challenges we all face? Well, the climate crisis is one that's staring us in the face, even though we're not yet out of the COVID crisis. So what if we could come together and tackle some of those shared challenges? So we set about thinking of a route and of a mechanism by which we could all practically work together. Now, doing something that's cross borders and cross jurisdictions has not been easy. what works in one country won't work in another. What might be the procurement rules for getting new technologies in, or as part of our program. So, say for instance, in Scotland, and Brazil, and Australia, and we have contracts as part of our innovation flows. But in the US and Lithuania, they don't. So how could we make a program that could come together? Well, the first thing was we needed to find the challenges. Maciek, to your introduction about challenges and international challenges, we tapped on the door, metaphorically, of our friends in the United Nations Development Programme around looking at environmental resilience. And they then tapped on their door to the World Resources Institute and said, well, what about food waste? And then we considered decarbonisation, particularly of commercial vehicles, but wider. And in Scotland, we have the Michelin Scotland Innovation Park. So those three organisations helped us shape some challenges. Out to the market we went. But the first thing we had to consider was, who did we want to attract to this? And it was clear that while the majority of our programs focused on early stage businesses, if we were looking for impact and to attract the type of companies who could take advantage of an opportunity of being put in front of, at this point, 10 governments in rapid succession, then they probably need to be a bit more mature. So our scale-ups, those looking for investment in either Series A or Series B, and could take advantage of this global opportunity, not least because in November we have COP26 hosted in Scotland. So here was a catalyst to get us to come together. So where we're at is we've just selected 18 hugely exciting companies from across 9 countries, from kind of converting biomass to hydrogen through to new platforms for fishermen to deliver sustainable fish direct to the plate, through to insect farms, food waste going to insect farms to release the pressure of fish protein as a source of fish meal as a source of protein, through to some great kind of wave technology that's come through. So we've got these 18 companies, and they will shortly be going through a process which is called a scale-up safari, where they'll be rotated through each of the governments in rapid succession, and for a period of 2 to 3 days. And that kicked off last week. So it's a hugely exciting program for companies who are looking to get in front of policymakers and procurers, innovation ecosystems and investors in the run-up then to COP. And then from there, to ensure that there's a framework for field testing some of the solutions. So we don't know what's going to come out of this. This is highly innovative, but this is how you build intergovernmental collaboration for the benefit of the planet, for the benefit of companies. And the other upshot is that if you look at policymakers involved in these areas, they're particularly interested in building communities of practice across governments. So understanding how the Danish, Brazilians, the US are tackling decarbonisation or food waste or the environmental resilience. So this becomes not just a 2D challenge program, but a 4D intergovernmental scale-up program. So I'll leave it for there, but lots to unpack.
Super exciting. Thank you, Alexander. I'm now turning my eyes to George, who is championing public sector innovation programs at the European Commission, an organization that has a huge leverage over the European Union's 27 member states. So the question for you, George, is the following. What is the latest thinking on the tools and programs that can incentivize cross-border GovTech ecosystem development from your perspective and your experience doing exactly that within the European Commission?
So thanks, Maciek, and thanks to the intervention, because I mean, many of the things that I wanted to say, you told them. So I mean, most of the challenges you addressed them. So maybe to to introduce myself, I work in a specific unit in the European Commission called the Interoperability Unit, and our goal since I would say maybe 15 years is to work on interoperability across border and across sectors. So it's on digitalization of public sector, and this has been our focus. And recently, I mean, in the past years, I've been myself mostly focusing on what the new emerging technologies, what they could bring, and this led us naturally to work and to think about the GovTech. So what we have been doing at the Commission in the previous program were to develop solutions ourselves that we made available to member states. These are so-called building blocks, such as secure delivery, EID, etc. The number of things also. I mean, we had software, etc. And for innovation, the idea is that as well that we want, as you say, there is common goals, and especially there are certain rules in Europe that I mean that are applied to all member states, and our role was as well to I mean to foster, to help them to provide some of the bricks they would need to do that. And when we start working on innovation, we're thinking that of course most of the things, it cannot come from us, because I mean the Commission, although we are a public sector, we are a public organization, we don't serve the citizens. This is done by the public administration in the member states. So we thought it would be more efficient, and as well to ensure that these are I would say it addressed the challenge from the member state. We came with this idea, which is a EU GovTech incubator. And this is part of the newly program called Digital Europe program, you may have heard of, which address maybe mostly challenges on AI, etc., but also the digital transformation of society. And at this part, we are part of the public sector part of this program, supporting public sector. And the GovTech incubator, so the idea is to give the funds, the money, to a group of people who are, I mean, ideally to GovTech innovation labs in the countries to set up projects. And what we want is that they use the GovTech. I would say the prerequisite is that they use startups working in the GovTech environment. Just, I mean, for several reasons, because we think they master all these new technologies, are the one at the forefront, but as well, as you mentioned, also to change the way we also work, design services in the public sector, which was really, I would say, hierarchy-based way of working. And as well, working with startups, we know that it will also transform the way the future services are built from the public administration. So our role, because mostly the program of the Commission is mostly about funding. So here we will provide funding. This should start. I mean, we will make a call in 2022, early 2022, and this will be a call. We will ask to have a sort of consortium of GovTech labs, but also private sector. It could be also NGOs, etc., to come with a sort of action plan, and based on the action plan, we will do grants, and the pilots, the idea is to develop some of pilots. So this has to be agreed by, not necessarily by all countries, but even a subset of them, to develop a pilot that could be reused by others, but as well that we could after mature and procure ourselves, and to make some mature solution, I would say, the building blocks of the future. And we thought that the best idea was to put the governments in the driving seat, not us saying you should do that. Is that please, we give you the funds. I mean, part of the funds, because it's co-funding as most of the EU programs, and decide what you want to do. And what we just ask is that you involve startups in developing these projects. And the things that after, we hope as well with that, is that every partner will be part of this, sort of consortium, can use their own scheme of innovation lab. We have also some scheme of procurement of innovation, but we have also some, we have in the grant also some mechanisms that are easy for startups to apply. So our idea is to make an easy entry to the startups, but as well to make them work on with the government, with these agencies, and hopefully we would like to have this initiative grow. We are also working with others. As you know, the Commission has many programs on innovation as well, to work, for example, with the European Innovation Council and the European Innovation Ecosystem. So we are also collaborating with them because we want to use them to leverage what they do to attain our goals. So this is what we are doing. This should last at least at the beginning for 4 years, and it's a program. It will be, I would say, a virtual incubator. And according to the success, we hope this could receive more funding in the future and to have also more partners. So here we have to say that the first presentation we have been presenting already the program, this initiative to a couple of member states during conferences, etc. And this has received a very good, I would say, welcome, because in fact, we discovered that some countries are starting to collaborate each other. And I think this has been also emphasized now with the COVID crisis, where money is becoming scarce. There is, government have been spending a lot of money for economic recovery. So now we see as well that people are looking to partner with others because they know they cannot spend all the money themselves. They cannot reinvent everything themselves. So we see a very encouraging, people contacting us to know more about this program. So I think if you have more questions about it, I'm welcoming to discuss also with the participant about this program. I think I see now with the Civic Tech Alliance, with the World Bank, with the Latin America Bank, I see a lot of also opportunity for collaboration, because I'm seeing there are the same type of initiatives that are popping around. So, this is very welcome. We want also to understand better, because I would say the Commission has been, we start being interested in the GovTech, since the last couple of years. So we have also trying to learn, and I've heard many encouraging initiatives that we would like to build upon as well, and to get inspired from. So, and I'm welcoming you to keep that we keep in touch on this on our initiative, and that's all I have to say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, George. All your interventions, if I may say, are a testament to how rapidly the GovTech market is developing, and how much there is to look forward to. But since we still have some time left, this is actually what I would like to do, to play this little game and ask you for your predictions. What are you most looking forward to when it comes to global GovTech marketplace ecosystem for the next year, for 2022? Kimberly, we will start back with you probably.
2022. I'm looking forward to seeing my clients not on a screen anymore. I think what I'm probably most excited about is data, and the use of data and its application, using AI, IoT. I'm not sure that it's quite there. I think I'm being a little optimistic for 2022, but we're seeing so much change in terms of service delivery, predictive and proactive services that I think are really going to be beneficial. But I think we still have quite a ways to go with a number of our developing countries, particularly as mentioned earlier about the enablers, as George mentioned, digital ID, connectivity, even for some of our countries. I mean, we're still dealing with some countries that still have less than 10% connectivity. So we really need to work on those low tech solutions that will work for all. So I think data, Also accessibility, not just in terms of connectivity, but also for the disabled community as well. So my 2 cents.
Right. How about you, Carlos?
I have a long list, but 2022 is really, yeah, no, I think the what we look into this space is changing minds, changing minds of bureaucrats to see that it's actually possible to innovate in different ways. And what is really exciting in this space is really what Kimberly and others have said about this public-private collaboration. Typically, innovation was basically innovation was always promoted from the public sector to the private sector. I think here the opportunity is the other way around, is for the private sector to promote innovation in the public sector and to build these sort of spaces for looking at the problems we've been looking at in different ways. So I think changing minds is going to be very important in Latin America. That's starting to happen in a lot of places, but we still have a long way to go. There's a lot of actors that need to be brought into this discussion, especially audit agencies, procurement agencies, and all these actors that also need to be part of the solution. But I think this public-private dialogue is really refreshing. We look at different ways to do it because, for example, when we look at the experience of Europe, it's very fascinating between the way France has been doing this work through Dieta Lab and others that are incubating startups within bureaucracies, and the way the UK is doing it in terms of trying to basically go to the market with a problem to find a private sector solution. And you have different ways to promote startups and to promote GovTech ecosystems. What I think also is quite interesting is really the role of the private sector that is coming in. In 2022, I think we will see more of investors. We will see more of private sector incubators coming into this space. We've seen a shift from before where GovTech innovation labs were public, were government innovation labs. Now we're starting to see that the agencies in charge of private sector innovations are taking on also the GovTech challenge as a one in their mandates. So there's a shift, and I think in 2022, I would like to see much more impact investors coming into this field and taking risks together with all of us that we're trying to build these new ecosystems.
It's great. And that's a lot to ask for. And how about you, Alexander?
I think there's a couple of things there to pick on Kimberly's point around low tech. I think there's a huge opportunity around, and that's not just in developing nations, but actually, as an example, one of the first CivTech Scotland companies was a flood warning system that was essentially a car bumper sensor that had been turned 90 degrees and is now strapped under across the country, bridges across the country as a low-tech flood warning system. And that has applications worldwide. So in fact, in terms of GovTech, it's not just the AI and the super advanced stuff. It's also that low-tech IoT, which has huge impacts on arguably much larger population sizes in developing countries. I think the other aspect is one of inclusivity. The last 18 months has shown a real divide in terms of the digital haves and have-nots, and that's not just in terms of accessing the public services, but also kind of the devices to access public services. So. And the skills to do so, which is why we launched Connecting Scotland just over this time last year, which was Europe's largest rollout of devices to digitally excluded families to the tune of around over £40 million. So, again, making sure that we don't leave people behind in this quest for a super streamlined experience for the citizen actually is for all citizens, not just for those who have the latest devices that can cope with those sort of requirements. And then the final thing to say would be, GovTech is obviously associated with technology, defined technology. And one of our successes from CivTech last year was taking the methodology we'd had and then applying it to tree planting, where we worked with one of our forestry agencies, the Forestry Land Scotland, to them to explore new ways of planting trees. And they set the challenge this time 2 years ago. And the solutions that came through were technical in the broadest sense, and some of the kind of interesting, groundbreaking technologies. But one of them was a biodegradable ribbon that could be whipped off the back of a tractor. And what that meant was that come COVID and the restrictions when it came to tree planting, that where you'd have up to 5 people crammed in a cramped trailer and only able to say plant 60,000 trees in a day, this tree tape technology moved us to being able to plant 1.2 million trees in a day with 3 people COVID safe. And so the deployment of these methodologies, think about innovations, process, what we can then use in other parts of governments who might traditionally think that they are completely non-digital and therefore not in this innovation space. Actually, the learnings that we can transpose from this absolutely carry through. And that's why you get remarkable results around the 2,000% increase in productivity. And thinking of Carlos's point in his first introduction around return on investment, the latest stats, externally audited stats around return on investment, CivTech Scotland as an example, for that, should that be scaled up, and we've just had some very interesting announcements on that a couple of days ago, that you're presenting with between an 11 and a 21 times return for public sector investment. So we've got the data that shows that actually investing in this area is hugely beneficial to the public sector.
Impressive. George, over to you with the same question. Dare I say, you're not allowed to mention the EU GovTech incubator that you're certainly looking forward to, but something else.
No. I mean, for me, I would have my wish would be for 2022. I mean, on the GovTech side and on digital government in general, is that also we have this more. I mean, I think that digitalization has been focusing only on improvement, efficiencies, gain, etc. But now we have really have the opportunity, I would say, sometimes to restore trust in the digital, because there is, despite, I mean, it gives a lot of progress. There is a large distrust also from, and we witness this towards sometimes government and digital, because it's seen as the big brother type. So I wish we can arrive as well to have this ethical use of AI and involving as well, and in particular the civic sector, the civic tech. I think this is also very important to bring these ideas and to be sure that the citizens can trust what the government has to offer. And Kimberly mentioned, for example, proactive services. This is a trend we're seeing in some countries, and I would not to say not only northern countries, because Portugal as well is, we see that they're starting on this way. And it's also, I mean, not just because it's for justice, for equity, etc., but as well it gives trust. I mean, I give all my data. You were talking about data. I give my data to the government, but the government helps me with that. And it's not only, I would say, to detect fraud, to be sure that you have all your duties, but also you get what you should have. So, and this, I think, this is something for me that I would like to see ramp up in 2022, that more and more countries go that road, and as well that we have, because we have a particular use also on personal data in Europe, which is now taking as a model. And this is as well with the GovTech, global GovTech, we hope also to bring that way of addressing personal data that could spread the word, because we see that many countries are now looking at EU with GDPR-like regulation, that it might not be a bad thing to have this sort of things as well on data. So that's my wish for 2022. You see, I didn't mention at all the GovTech Incubator.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I should mention that I am personally looking forward in 2022 to the collaboration between the European Commission, the World Bank, Development Bank of Latin America, and GovTech Alliance, kickstarted at this very panel. But in all seriousness, thank you so much for taking part in this panel. I think we've covered a lot in such a short period of time. We looked at the challenges and bottlenecks that hinder global GovTech marketplace, such as procurement laws, connectivity, lack of patient capital, and shared a lot of ideas on some of the practical solutions to foster this international collaboration and restore trust in both governments and in digital services, be it through open data promotion, cross-border challenges, advisory services, launching investment funds and accelerators, building communities of practice, or embracing low tech. And the list goes on and on. But thank you, Kimberly, Carlos, Alexander, George. This has been an excellent panel. And thank you, Government of Lithuania, for hosting.
Thanks to all the panelists for the discussion on the role of international organizations. Next, we will have 2 fireside chats about the power of tech community. Almost everywhere around the world, tech community came together at the start of the pandemic to volunteer their time and build solutions that can help hospitals, patients, local municipalities to deal with the crisis. Over the last few years, many countries and cities have built their coding brigades. While this movement has not started with the pandemic, current challenges have accelerated it. How can tech communities help solve local challenges? Let's hear from Germany and Canada about their experiences. The fireside chats will be moderated by Simona Žilinskas Inta, civic hacker, civil servant, and community manager at Lithuanian Business Angel Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be presenting here at the GovTech Baltic Leaders Conference 2021. And although we don't have a fire, at least to my notice, it is still a great pleasure to welcome 2 great guests today for 2 fireside chats. And we'll be discussing a phenomenon that's not recent, but whose power we have discovered, we have especially discovered through the last year and a half or so during the pandemic, right? So first of all, I will welcome Laura Chang, which is the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Code for Canada. Hello, Laura. And next, I will welcome Anastasia Giltz from Code for Germany. So let's start with Laura. Hey there, good morning in Canada. Good afternoon already for us. I hope you're doing very well, and let's start with the first topic. Could you briefly explain maybe what is the Code for Something movement, right? Because there's Code for Canada, there's Code for Germany, there's even Code for Vilnius. It even exists in Lithuania. So what's Code for Something to your mind?
Yeah, I mean, Code for Canada is really proud to be part of the Code for All movement. You know, while we're loosely affiliated, we're all on the same mission around the world, and that's, you know, it makes the work exciting to know that there's others in different parts of the globe working towards the same thing that you are here in Canada. So yeah, you're absolutely right. There's Code for Germany, Code for Canada, Code for America, Code for Japan, Pakistan, Australia. We're really proud to be part of such a vast network.
And how do these communities work, more or less in brief terms?
Right. So everyone takes a local approach to supporting digital government and civic tech in, you know, their part of the world, and we're loosely affiliated through the Code for All network.
Right.
And everyone, everyone kind of keeps in touch and shares the resources and learnings.
Okay.
But the strategy, of course, has to be local to where you are.
Of course. So in the local communities, you get some volunteers that participate probably in weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly events, and they code together. They create solutions for the public sector and for the public good in general, right? That's how you do it. And
loosely, that's how it works, for sure.
Perfect. And how do programmers find these initiatives? How do they get on board, and how do they start out?
Well, I can only really speak in detail to how it works at Code for Canada. Of course, we're also strongly inspired by our counterparts down in the States. So Code for America being one of the largest and more robust civic tech organizations out there. But in Canada, we have two focuses. One is sort of the digital government side, and we do have our own full-time staff that supports digital government projects. So working with government teams to improve products and services at the government level. But we also try to support the grassroots community and bring in programmers, designers, public servants, anyone who really has some skill or experience in the tech and design world and wants to apply those to civic tech projects or solving local challenges.
Okay. And what's the classic journey of a programmer? Are these straight out of college programmers, or they're more like full-time senior developers that join the communities?
We really get both, I'm happy to say. So at the government level, of course, we do try to handpick folks who are a little bit more seasoned in their career. They've maybe seen a lot and experienced a lot already in their private sector lives. And they're looking to apply those skills to projects with a little bit more meaning and purpose. So they come to us from some of the big tech companies that operate out of Canada, and they're looking to make a little pivot, and we place them in government projects. But at the community level, at the grassroots civic tech level, you get folks who are still students or fresh out of school who already want to start off on that civic tech journey and using their skills for good.
And I imagine it has been a pretty hard time onboarding these people during times of COVID, right? Not having the opportunity to meet up in real life, etc. So how has it been during these past 2 years?
Well, like anyone else, I would assume, a lot of pivoting. You got to stay nimble and agile. So yeah, conditions change. We were used to doing things a certain way, absolutely meeting in person, onboarding folks in person.
Yeah.
And we absolutely had to just make that change and go fully virtual. Luckily, our organization was sort of semi-remote already. We had a pretty loose policy around working remotely because we're also trying to service all of Canada from our headquarters here in Toronto.
Yeah.
So we had some skills in our back pocket, I'm happy to say. And while it was challenging and you miss a little bit of that human connection, that you get from being in real life, there's so many tools and resources out there that allowed us to move online.
Surely. Whether volunteering in food banks or volunteering for Code for Canada, I believe that the social aspect is very important, right? So what have these teams built as a response to COVID? Do you have some maybe cases that you would like to share, some examples, some inspiration maybe even for Code for Something counterparts around the world?
Yeah, I mean, there's been some really impressive work at the civic tech community group level, of course, folks responding directly to their community's needs. We recently published a blog post around civic tech Fredericton. So Fredericton's a small community on the east coast of Canada.
Okay.
And they got together and really worked directly with the community, going out to other nonprofits and organizations and seeing what challenges they were facing in light of COVID. And they came up with what they called like a caring calendar. So they looked at all of these sort of organizations in the community that were offering services to homeless or at-risk individuals and families, and created a centralized place where they could share all their resources and understand what each other was offering so that they could point folks into the right direction and make sure that they were getting a really holistic level of care. Wow. And then at Code for Canada on the government side, we had, even though the pandemic was going on, we embedded 4 teams in 4 different government projects with great success. They're just wrapping up now, actually. I think they finished their last week on the job last week, and some really incredible projects that came out of that, including a policy difference engine, as well as a new tool for the Canadian energy regulator to engage with local residents and collect feedback. So it didn't slow us down too much, I'm happy to say.
Wow, that's a very inspiring and impressive story, and I think it captures the essence of Code for Something, as I like to call them, communities, including Code for Canada, that you're not only trying to build something cool or use some data that is made available by the government, but also maybe even if it's a very simple solution, as making a marketplace or a category, separating categories of offerings that the communities can offer. Maybe these projects are pretty simple, technically speaking, but they're so useful. So that's what I found very, very charming about these Code for Something communities. They kind of leave their ego away, and they move towards creating really great solutions for the public good. I'd like to ask you one more question. What do you see as the future of these Code for communities? Where do you see it going? Is it more decentralized? Or maybe you would see that you could gain more efficiency from a more structured approach? Where are you going now? What's your next objective and goal at Code for Canada?
That's a great question. We have so many goals right now. I think, really broadly speaking, and specifically in Canada, we would really like to see the term civic technology become more of a household name. Right now, if you don't really work in the industry, you don't really know really what that means. And so the term itself holds so much power. Just this idea that you can use tech and design skills to help people at scale is something that we really believe in, and we want to bring others along for the ride. So, of course, the Code for All community, the closer we work together and the more that we connect and share and network, the stronger we're going to be as a whole, and we want to see the whole ecosystem grow. But yeah, here in Canada, it's really about getting the word out around the power of civic technology, the power of community, and then of course on the digital government side, hopefully one day the whole term becomes obsolete. There isn't such thing as government and digital government. It's just government, just the way that we do things.
Wow. That's a very ambitious goal, but I think you're moving in very huge steps towards it. And one of the steps that you shared last time when we talked was the standardization of the evaluation of government officials, let's say. How keen are they on digitalizing, and as well, what competencies do they have? Are they able to digitalize? So how is that standard looking? And where do you see the next big leap to be made in order to progress towards higher scores for government officials, civil servant skills that will be developed?
Yeah, I know a little bit about a new tool that we're developing in collaboration with one of our partners out of Montreal. We're calling it the Digital Capacity Assessment Tool. And we just realized that, a lot of our counterparts in the government right now feel a lot of pressure to modernize and to digitize, and they're being told that their teams need to revamp completely. You need to, go from 0 to 100, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And it's not necessarily true. Everyone's on a different path and are a different spot in their digital maturity. And we wanted to develop a tool that supports our monitoring and evaluation goals. That sort of allows us to sort of assess folks exactly where they are right now and where might they need to go to achieve the success they're looking for. And it's not necessarily going from completely old ways of working to a brand new everything. you can make incremental, small baby steps and still achieve the results that you're looking for. But to your point, you need that sort of standard and an understanding of exactly where you are, so you know exactly where you want to go and if you're hitting those goals. So the digital capacity assessment is being prototyped right now, and I'm happy to say should be released later this year.
Wow, amazing! Looking forward to it. And one last question for this great warm fireside chat that we're having. How do you communicate with these civil servants from the perspective of these grassroots movements, right? Because usually these programmers are not very used to talking with the bureaucrats, as we could call them, let's say. So how do you bridge it? How do you make this API between the programmers and the people working as civil servants?
Yeah, that's a great question. How do we build this social API, if you will? You know, much of what we do it can be boiled down to just trying to bring those two groups together, right? We are all of our programs, our services, and offerings in some way or form are all about bringing public servants together with folks from the tech and design community, because we know if they work together, they can achieve really great things for all residents and citizens. So there's a number of ways we do that. Like I said, different programs and services to meet people at different levels. Just getting them back in the in the before times, getting them in the same room and getting them talking. But now that more and more things are moving online and we're working virtually, the importance of our social media and our blog and our newsletter has really increased exponentially.
Wow.
To your point, folks in the tech and design community aren't necessarily used to talking to government folks, and government folks traditionally are also not used to talking about their work too openly. You know, they wait until it's completely done or a project is completely wrapped, and then they provide you this long report. And what we're really trying to do is what we call, working out in the open, or being really transparent, essentially, with how things are going, and that's the good and the bad. Talking about what the goal is, maybe where you stumbled along the way, but what you learned from that, and where you ultimately want to go. And just creating that dialogue between folks and being open and to your point earlier, letting go of the ego and just allowing folks to chip in and help out.
That's great. That's absolutely great. So thank you very much, Laura, for this discussion. And also, thank you very much for your team, for the team behind Code for Canada, for being such an important piece in the Code for Something or Code for All communities. You're doing great work throughout the world. You're inspiring everyone. So thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for this very warm fireside chat. See you soon.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. Take care.
Bye. So good afternoon, everyone. Once again, for the ones that are joining right now, my name is Simona Zilinskas, and I'll be the one also doing the second fireside chat. So previously we have talked with Laura Chang from Code for Canada, and now it's my great pleasure to welcome Anastasia Gils for another fireside chat. She's one of the members of the Council of Code for Germany, and one of the super active participants. So hello, Nastya. Hello, Anastasia. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
It's a great pleasure to have you here. So knowing how active you are in this community, in this Code for Germany community, how did you come to be interested in civic tech in general? How did you first hear this term? And what was your path towards entering the community? Was it easy? Was it difficult? How was the whole onboarding experience? And how do you feel right now?
So right now I feel quite integrated already, although I will never feel as well informed as I wish I would be, because just too many things happen at once, and there are too many different topics. I have started studying e-government a few years ago, and it was kind of logical for me to join into this open government bubble, and Code for Germany is one of the organizations in Germany, one of many actually, that focus on open data and generally technology and open technology used in public tech. So it was very smooth transition from interested person to community council of sorts.
Wow. Okay. And for how long have you been in the community?
Since I would say 2017, quite actively, but depending on the time, since Corona time, obviously not everyone is as active as before.
That was a very different time in 2017, right? So could you maybe share some projects? What did you do at Code for Canada? What did you, Code for Germany, I'm sorry. What did you work on? Could you name one project before COVID, before this whole burden got on our shoulders?
So I'm involved in a local lab in my part of Germany where I live, and it's near my university. And so my involvement was more of a organizer, kind of organizer role, and I was involved in a few projects involving technical solutions, but not so many. I'm not an IT person just yet. I'm still going there. So I'm more like a connector of ideas and implementation. So on the local level, Code for Germany works in different labs. We have around 30 local labs where the most of the work happens. And obviously there are also events, community events, or events organized by different organizations where Code for Germany communities also goes to. It's one of the communities that is quite close to the public administration compared to open technology enthusiasts in general. There are different other organizations that have other focus. And Code for Germany is mainly connected to the local administrations of the federal states. And these are people that are mostly quite up to date about current developments in legislation as well, in digitization of public sector. And some of them also, there is quite a lot of overlapping with different topics.
Yeah.
And some of them are also you would call it GovTech enthusiasts or startups.
Okay.
So it's a quite a diverse kind of scene. Some are just interested from a private perspective and just like developing prototypes, and some are really interested in co-creating really long-term policies.
Wow. Okay, so some people are working even on the structural issues and not only volunteering on an ad hoc principle, right? But talking about more of the ad hoc principle, how does one programmer that has never have interfered or talked or in any way interfaced, let's say, with public service, apart from being a citizen himself, how does he find a way to contribute? How does he find the problem to solve? And how do teams form around these problem solutions?
Yeah, good question. And it's in the case of Code for Germany, it's there are several scenarios. So there is this Code for Germany organization or network that is connected to the Open Knowledge Foundation Germany, which is an NGO, an association. And Open Knowledge Foundation has different projects as well that kind of also overlapped people-wise, because once you're interested in open knowledge, the transition from one topic to another is a lot easier. So this is one way. For example, if you were involved in some other project of the Open Knowledge Foundation, you can just see the topic in Slack and you follow it, and you end up developing something with somebody from another side of Germany.
Sure.
Or you can start a local lab or join an event in a local lab. And this can also happen from the side of volunteers and also from the side of local government. There are a few cases where local governments were interested in establishing a sort of a local community to give them some space to meet and maybe come in contact with them and collaborate on the issues of the digitization of the local government or open data and stuff like that. So it's also, it can go from both sides.
Okay, and it's very important to have this good bridge between the government officials, the civil servants, and the programmers, the tech community. And what I found very interesting in what you said is the need for some local physical spaces. That's a very unique, I'd say, approach that Code for Germany has. You have mentioned that some labs have some physical spaces. So what benefits do they bring, and how has it been with the whole COVID pandemic when physical spaces became a little bit obsolete?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Already in the last few years, not just me, many people said that every town needs some sort of space that is co-created or created by the community of engaged people who want to change something in how their city function. And this approach has proven very successful, and I know quite a few spaces in Germany that I visited, and one of the best things about them is the freedom that people have to focus on topics that they are interested in, and it can be from different perspectives. It's not necessarily just technology. Sometimes art is involved. Sometimes citizen participation is involved. And this is one of the most successful things that you can do as a local government, is to provide space for people, to give them freedom to fill this space with ideas and create some events and stay in touch with these people, but not push them around to go the way you want to go. Just give them space to develop.
Of course, not saying the Code for Germany or Code for Canada or Code for something communities as free labor, but more like volunteers that are willing to spend their time, but also spend their time on something that's interesting to them, because they probably already have a day job where they do all the stuff that is directed, managed, etc. So it's a great space for them to open up their creativity. And how has it been without the spaces, without the physical spaces? How did it go?
Honestly, quite terrible. I mean, I think for many people, as in my local community, it has been also sort of a stable social circle, but the circle became smaller and smaller during the pandemic, because people at some point are just sick and tired of online calls and conferences. So it's not as usual, and we are not as many as usually we were in the physical space where we met. It's important to keep it running though. So we stay in touch, but we see each other way less often now. So we're also less productive now.
Yes. Yeah, well, I think this conference is subject to the same problems. We would love to have some attendees, some spectators in person, to be able to interact and talk and network afterwards, because that's at the essence of both the tech communities helping with civic tech solutions and GovTech solutions, but also with other communities that exist. And you also made some your community also made some solutions to the pandemic. Although it has been a very hard time to collaborate, to talk together, it has been hard to find the motivation. But one particular project that we found was very interesting. It was Hotspot or Not, and I think it captures very well the whole idea behind Code for Communities. Could you please share what is it and how was it built?
It's as far as I know, it's not people that I know personally, and they work in a different part of Germany. But as far as I know, they are also a startup. They're not just volunteers, so they do produce also solutions for different things. And this was also it was an idea from a local meeting of sorts, and they wanted something to to be very simple. And as far as I know, right now, the usage of this site is amazing, because it's so simple just to check, okay, what is the current situation in my town, or in the town that I'm about to go to.
Right.
It's much easier just to browse through a bunch of dashboards and compare the data, stuff like that.
Yeah, you just enter.
So solutions like that are also really important. It's not very complex. It's just grabbing the data that is published, and it is putting it in a very nice and easy to understand way.
Mm-hmm. It's true that developers sometimes like to make very complicated solutions to very simple problems, or maybe to problems that would have simple solutions. But in this case, it's absolutely perfect. You just enter your postal code and you know if it's a hotspot or not, as the name suggests. Okay, so and one last topic I would like to cover, following up a little bit on this topic around going the simple way when it's needed. So it's about recycling the solutions. I know it's at the essence of Code for Germany. So how do you go about open source, reuse of code, and reuse of projects in general?
I think this is one topic that we should definitely also focus on more. And it's just like we have maybe sort of a luxury that worldwide and in Germany as well, in many different topics, so many things are happening that it's really hard to keep track of all of them. But there are some focused communities who have like regular meetings and continuous put in continuous effort to establish standards. Like there is this transport meetup that has been meeting for the last 10 years, and I just have learned about it maybe last year. And they meet once a month. They discuss standards for public transportation systems, how to include private offers and public transportation in platforms that are open and can be used by everyone.
Wow.
And they do amazing things. I couldn't even start. We definitely don't have enough time to tell about all of this. And this is one of the things where continuity and regularity is really important. So also all the solutions, there is somebody there who knows if something has already been tried,
of course,
and maybe failed or was successful. So it's really important that the people stay on board with some topics. And the recycling of solutions is also important, because these kind of short-term enthusiastic events where people try to, like hackathons, for example, or bar camps of any sort, where we sit together for the first time and talk about the topic as if nobody else has ever thought of it before. And this is just wrong. We have to research more before going into this. And we have to see whether maybe there are already solutions that just have been discontinued because of lack of resources. Mm-hmm. And we can grab them and support them if we have the resources that are needed. So I think this should be done even more than it's done now, especially from the side of public administrations, in the Code for Germany community, especially last year after the big hackathons in the beginning of the pandemic. There was a lot of effort to kind of to put in words what we think hackathons are great for, like networking and getting to know the different stakeholders. Mm-hmm. But what are they not good for is developing really sound solutions that will work for a long time, because the time frame is just too short.
Definitely. Well, if an idea is too good to be true, it probably is, or it has already been made. So these are the two options probably. And with that being said, I think that's all the time that we have got for the fireside chat. So thank you very much, Nastya, for your very profound and interesting insights. Keep up with the great work you are doing there at Code for Germany in your local community. Pass the good afternoon, the hello, and all the best wishes to the whole Code for Germany community. And hope to meet you soon.
I'll pass it on.
Hope to meet you soon after this whole pandemic. So thank you very much to all the spectators that have been with us throughout these two fireside chats. I personally hope it has been useful. It has been very inspirational, maybe for some potential Baltic, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian communities. Let's create some labs. Let's build some communities. Let's create for the public good. Let's build civic tech solutions, because that's the right path to go, right? So thank you very much to my dear guests that I just had. This was Simona Zilinskas. Thank you to the organizers, and bye-bye. Have a great conference.
Thank you, Simonas, Anastasia, and Laura, for such engaging fireside chats. That was the last part of the Enable track of GovTech Baltic Leaders Conference. Now let's talk about startups, without whom there will be no GovTech ecosystem at all. We're moving to Grow track, where we will raise the question, are GovTech startups the rising stars of the ecosystem? Let us begin with a keynote speech on how does the GovTech market look in 2021. GovTech market is changing very quickly. New startups, new technologies, new public sector areas that are more open to innovation. How does it look today? Let's hear from Tanya Filer, PhD, the founder of StateUp and policy and research leader at Cambridge University, who will present their StateUp 21 report and insights on the GovTech market.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be addressing the GovTech Baltics conference this year. Warm congratulations to the organisers for pulling this together. I was fortunate to attend the first GovTech Baltics conference in person when that was still an opportunity. And I recall I met many friends and colleagues there, many of whom I still work with today, which I think really attests to the value of this conference. So delighted to be here this year. I think since that first event, a lot has changed in the world of GovTech. At least some of it triggered by the pandemic, perhaps not all, but certainly some trends have been magnified at least through the last year and a half. I want to spend the next few minutes reflecting on some of the emerging trends that we're seeing now, and perhaps thinking a little bit about what we might see over the next few years. Just by way of introduction, my name is Tanya Filer. I'm founder of StateUp. I'll tell you a little bit about our organization in a moment. I also lead the Digital State project at the University of Cambridge. So as I mentioned a moment ago, I'm founder of StateUp, and at StateUp, we focus on data and research and upskilling relating to public purpose technology. And I'll explain in a moment what I mean by that phrase. The aim of our work, though, is to bridge the gap between the worlds of governance and technology, so very much aligned with the theme of the conference today. So what is public purpose technology? Well, at StateUp, we think of it as encompassing three areas that it's important to consider in a holistic way. The first is GovTech, so technology that helps to improve public sector organizations and their relationship with citizens. The second is CivTech or civic tech, by which we mean technology that helps to improve democratic quality. And sometimes government is the client of that kind of technology, and sometimes it's not. It can be other forms of citizen or people-to-people engagement as well. And finally, technology that improves place and planet. That could be improving quality of life at the local level, so things like housing and infrastructure, but it could also be on the level of planetary well-being and thinking about the environment, for example. Again, in this case, government may or may not be a client, but certainly has a very important role to play in setting supportive innovation policy and galvanizing research and development. So for these reasons, we think that these areas are very interlinked, and we like to think about them holistically as a joined together space, which we call public purpose technology. And what I want to do today is to tell the story of public purpose technology as we see it today and as it might develop over the next 3 years through data we've collected on our research platform. And I'll explain to you a little bit about what that platform is, just to start with. So as we were doing our research into this area for client work, for some of our in-house publications as well, such as State Up 21, which you may want to take a look at if this area is of interest to you. One thing that became very clear was that data on PPT, public purpose technology startups, is often scattered. It's not cohesively captured by the general aggregators of information on technology companies. And as a result, meaningfully assessing the qualities of high quality startups in the space can be difficult, seeing what links they have in common, but so too can making more general macro level observations about how the space is developing. So with that in mind, we have created Nebula, which is a research and data platform focused on public purpose technology. It's highly selective and quality controlled in terms of the companies and technologies that we include. But one of the key components of what Nebula includes is a database focused on startups across 21, for now, public purpose technology subsectors. That number is growing, as well as investors who are funding public purpose technology startups and innovations. Public sector and private sector funders are included there. And then we have a number of research products, some of them which are created in-house and some of them which are tailored to the needs of different organizations. So we take this very holistic approach to data and research going hand in hand. What I want to do today is use some of the data that we have aggregated in order to tell the story of public purpose technology as it seems to be developing today. So, in analyzing thousands of data points that we have available through Nebula, we have found that there are some patterns in terms of what public purpose technology is and what it's doing. And we think that there are 5 core areas that public purpose technology startups are focusing on. The first is technology that connects humans to each other and to their surroundings. The second is focused on restoration of some sort, so technology that restores or even improves the natural environment, local places, and also planetary well-being. The third focuses on circulation, so technology that circulates people, goods through mobility, but also circulation of ideas. The fourth is technology that upholds or seeks to improve the commitments that we've made in social contracts. And we'll take a look at some examples of that in a moment. And finally, technology that unburdens. So whether that's from unfair constraints, from time such as dealing with public sector organizations that are less efficient than others, and having to navigate Byzantine systems. So these are the 5 broad trends that we're going to discuss today. And I'll give you some examples of what I mean by each of these. So the first area, technology that connects humans to each other and to their surroundings. Just to give you a couple of examples, one is Commonplace, which is a digital engagement platform focusing on planning and the built environment. And what's particularly interesting about that offering is that it draws together different stakeholders in order to make better informed decisions in that area. A different example is a local one to Lithuania, Interactio, which focuses on interpretation, so enabling understanding between different players, particularly at the level of large-scale institutions and the meetings that they hold. We're seeing a number of focus areas emerge and a number of patterns too. Just to mention a couple of them. First of all, in the digital engagement space, we see a lot of emphasis on the local. So it's actually one of our most populated areas in terms of data we have in Nebula. There are many, many startups focusing on digital engagement, but often their emphasis on the local is on the local level. And we actually see fewer startups in this space that are scaling up and internationalizing. There are some, but it's rarer perhaps than in other subsectors of public purpose technology. So something to keep in mind. We're also seeing in digital engagement some uses of open source and frequently from a technology perspective as well, use of NLP or natural language processing to be able to analyze some of the data that's coming in to those platforms. So a number of trends in this space, and certainly a theme that we see continuing over the next few years. The second area really relates to a trend that governments perhaps haven't led on from the outset, but are certainly getting behind now, which is the idea of needing to pay much more attention to the climate crisis, to environmental concerns, and often this is being framed through the language of a green recovery at the moment. We recently created a publication called States Regenerate, where we found both a number of policies being set to enable green technology, in fact, to decarbonize how governments themselves work in their own organizations and operations. And we also identified 50 of the highest quality startups in this space. And this enabled us to identify a number of trends and themes in this area. And I think 5 of the key areas where we're seeing development is, first of all, management and restoration of shared environmental resources, so water, for example. Secondly, green public procurement, so thinking about ways that the procurement that governments undertake can be more sustainable, can track supply chains, and enable better use of sustainable products and services within public sector organizations. A third area is using new materials, particularly given the large amount of building stock that governments are responsible for. This is a core theme. Clean energy solutions and support around that. And finally, environmental intelligence, which is to say, being able to measure and understand the kind of harms that's happening, both in the natural environment, but also built environment as well, and then hopefully to be able to address it. Couple of examples here of companies that are doing interesting work in this space. Coral Vita grows and plants coral reefs in degraded areas and uses underwater gardens, which is a relatively new technique to do this. It's quite a young company, and we're keenly watching how their technologies develop. Another example is Flash Forest, which really fits into a broader theme of tree planting and reforestation. So there are a number of companies working on rapid reforestation, and it's really important in this area to make sure that the correct trees are being planted and that they're being sustained over a long period of time, because it's actually older trees that do the best good. So here are a few patterns relating to restoration. The third area that I'd like to talk about is technology that circulates people, goods, and ideas. Now, obviously, mobility is a huge trend at the moment in terms of investment. It's predicted to be a $2 trillion USD market over the next couple of years. And again, speaks to increasing, I think, emphasis in governments on understanding that the ideal scenario is where all citizens, perhaps all people more generally, have environmentally sound, convenient, fast, comfortable, and affordable means of transportation. And there are many interesting companies emerging in this space. Again, a very well-known local example is Trafi, working on mobility as a service and expanding internationally in that area. Slightly different focus, but again on this idea of circulating goods, circulating ideas, is Kedian Solutions from Latvia, focusing on cold supply chains. Obviously, this has been a very important theme over the last year and will continue to be so in relation to transportation of vaccinations. That's not the only use case, but this is another kind of area where we see there's going to be a lot of emphasis over the next few years. I think some of the key patterns, perhaps on the mobility side to note, are automation in terms of transportation services, still relatively early days, but certainly a pattern we're seeing. On-demand transportation and micro-mobility, and that very much includes the kind of last mile scenario. So how do you manage to do on-demand transportation in more remote and rural areas and have a positive environmental impact in the process? Mobility as a service, certainly another one, sustainability, and seamless customer experience. So the idea that you could get on a bus perhaps at the beginning of the day, go on 5 different transportation options during the course of a day, and seamlessly at the end of the day arrive home having had a positive experience, and perhaps just having had to tap twice in and out on your mobile phone to enable that process. So certainly a move in that direction. I would also just highlight an emphasis on data-driven decision-making, including in mobility planning. Definitely a trend that we're seeing, and some very large deals in that space as well. Another area is this idea of technology that either upholds or in fact seems to improve upon some of the commitments that we have enshrined in social contracts. So I'm thinking of areas like regulation, social care, responsibility to care for vulnerable people as well. Privatar is one example of the former. Privatar creates privacy-preserving technology which helps organizations realize the value of sensitive data, but in a way that minimizes risks to individuals. And the National Health Service is one example of a client that has worked with them in this area. But more broadly, there is a real emphasis on social care at the moment. Certainly in the UK context, there's an understanding that social care is somewhat in crisis, and we need alternative solutions, alternative ways of solving problems in this area. And as you can see, there are organizations focused on looking at working with very different communities of vulnerable people in this area. And we think that's going to be a trend that continues over time, and certainly a positive area to be focusing on. So the final area I want to mention is technology that unburdens, that makes life perhaps a little bit easier, particularly when interacting with public sector organizations. I have a quote here from Eldar Shafir, a researcher at Yale, who talks about poverty hijacking the focus and content of thoughts and leaving reduced bandwidth. In other words, poverty actually being so wide-ranging in the negative effects it has that it actually makes it difficult to find time or resources to focus on other areas. And I think we're seeing this understanding feed into some of the technology solutions that are designed to accompany policy that are developing. So for example, an emphasis on digital and financial literacy, making that easily available, is certainly an area where there's lots of development on. Again, sometimes at the very local level, and it will be interesting to see which of those companies actually expand and internationalize. Just to give you one example of a company focused on this dimension of unburdening, lightening the load, is Promise Pay, which is a US-based company which focuses on making it easier for citizens to settle outstanding debts, to avoid the consequences of missed payments, and helping governments collect and process payments more smoothly. So again, certainly a growth area, and one we expect to see many more developments in going forward. So the question now is whether investors are buying into the story of public purpose technology. Is it grabbing their interest? Are they actually putting money into the space? I think it's a really interesting question. I think it's worth beginning by taking a step back and reflecting and remembering that certainly if we think about VC financing, historically, VCs have often perceived risk, slowness, uncertain growth trajectories in startups, targeting particularly the government market, but public purpose, I think, more broadly as well. And often they've been unwilling or unable to provide the kind of patient capital, so investment that's perhaps accepting of slightly longer and slightly inexact timeframes that some GovTech ventures at least have often required. Not across the board, but certainly in some cases. I think we are nonetheless seeing a huge expansion of interest in this space. PPT, public purpose technology, is very much part of the broader trend of very large rounds that we've seen over the past year in technology more generally. So we're definitely seeing that there is increasing interest and increasing money flowing into the space. One caveat to that is I would say that many investors that have invested in GovTech specifically are keen to invest in companies that also have private sector clients, both to buttress against the long buying cycles and peaks and troughs of government procurement, but also because I think B2B product development can inform new applications in the public sector. And some of this comes out through some of the data on this slide here. So a number of active investors in top public purpose technology startups in the space. We presented here just a handful of them. There are many more though. You can see that in terms of notable PPT VC activity in 2021, there are certainly companies that traverse both the government market and private sector as well, either B2B or in fact also we see B2C as well. Just to give one example, Chainalysis works very much with financial regulators on anti-fraud measures, but also with private sector clients, and has had some very substantive fundraising this past year. But many examples of large rounds being raised across A, B, and later on as well. I think it's important to acknowledge, though, that PPT is still a young space, and this is perhaps nowhere clearer than if we look at the kinds of stages that companies are at. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But just to also look at the funding types that we're seeing going into this space, venture capital does predominate. We're also seeing interest from corporate VC, often with an eye to acquisition at a later date. There's some private equity funding going in, public sector entities, so public funding, smaller slice, but still prominent. And finally, we're seeing angel investors and syndicates play a role too. And I think that reflects the youth of the space. We also see that there are public purpose technology specific funds emerging. We've presented a few examples here from different regions in the US, General Catalyst in the US, Urban Us in the US, but we also see, for example, SG Innovate, which is the Singaporean government-run fund initiative, and Capital, which is in Brazil, and announced recently that it would be having a GovTech specific fund and that it was planning around that. These are just a few examples, but I hope that it becomes clear that this is something that's emerging internationally and developing at pace. Just to give you an example of the sectors or the subsectors of PPT where we're seeing most interest, first of all, in terms of activity, so new startup creation and startups that are continuing to thrive, these are the top 5 that we've found. So urban and local tech, green technology, often with a focus on government itself, administrative tech, infrastructure and built environment, and healthcare. And in terms of the largest amounts of funding, we see this coming in particularly strongly across mobility, green technology, healthcare, public safety, and infrastructure and the built environment. So those are some really substantive trends in terms of investment patterns. As I mentioned before, though, PPT is still a young space. And I think this becomes really clear if we look at the top 10 funding statuses internationally, and this is based on our data collected in Nebula, and you can see that there is a very strong tendency towards pre-seed, seed companies that are perhaps funded by small grants in the first instance, which shows that this is still a young space. There are later stage deals, Series D, even Series E and beyond, but the general trend is that this is something that's emerging, and over the next 5-10 years, it's going to be really interesting to see how the sector matures. Finally, just to note that while there are more top public purpose technology companies in Europe, top investors are funding more companies in the US than elsewhere. perhaps relating to broader trends in venture capital, but that's interesting to note, and I think suggests that there's a great opportunity both in Europe and beyond for investment to flow. There are also some wider signals that public purpose technology is rising to prominence. And one example of this is the glut of books that have emerged with a focus on how governments can better engage technology and how technology and data can be put to good public use. These are just a few examples. You'll also see that public purpose technology focused books are receiving coverage in major outlets. Financial Times, for example, and we even have an example of Barack Obama, who famously was very interested in the role of technology in government, endorsing power to the public, talking about anyone who cares making change happen, needing to think about the role of technology. So this suggests that it's rising to prominence as a theme of public conversation. I want to end, though, by suggesting that we haven't yet solidified what public purpose technology is and what direction it's going to go in over the next few years. These really remain open questions. I know that a panel later will be discussing whether there's a potential for GovTech or public purpose technology unicorns more generally. I think certainly we know that they already exist, but it will be interesting to perhaps also ask the question of whether that's the right model. Are there other models available that we should be thinking about when we think about public purpose technology companies? Should they be doing something different to perhaps we've seen technology companies do in terms of growth, in terms of business models than we've seen previously? I think this relates to the idea that there's a growth in prominence of an interest in ESG, environmental, social governance concerns, and investors across the board are increasingly thinking about how they can focus on this area in their portfolios, and we expect to see that continue. Third, it's worth mentioning that we're seeing pivots both towards public purpose and away from it, which is to say we're seeing companies move in both directions. Some that started perhaps with a government focus and have pivoted away, perhaps because they found it a hard market to crack. But we're also seeing movement in the other direction, and companies actually moving towards a public purpose focus where perhaps their first products and services weren't in that area. The final thing I want to mention, and I think it's quite critical in this context, is that if we look at public purpose technology overall, there's a certain ambivalence about the role of the state. So while some companies and organizations are very much focused on partnering with governments, I think certainly in some regions more than others, but I wouldn't say that it's cut and dry. There's certainly also a thread within public purpose technology of thinking about this being a replacement for the state or something that could move faster than the state. And I think that presents a serious challenge to governments, and it's one that we as a community need to be thinking about and alive to. So the final thing I'd like to say is that public purpose technology depends on many stakeholders, many kinds of individuals and organizations. And I think it's an area where if we're to best understand it and shape it, we need multidisciplinarity and we need regional diversity. This is the team at StateUp that has helped to create the kind of analysis that we've done so far. We come from many different disciplines, from anthropology to government, to history, to computer science and AI for public good. And we intend to keep working in this multidisciplinary way in order to arrive at the best research, the best analysis, and the highest quality collection and critique of data that we possibly can. But we welcome others to be doing this too, and we look forward to continued conversations with PPT, stakeholders, people who are interested in the space, across different regions, across different disciplines and kinds of organizations. And we very much look forward to helping to continue to shape the conversation with you. Please do reach out if you'd like to learn more about what we do, to ask about different branches of what I presented here today. I'll leave it there, and it remains for me to wish the conference all the very best of success throughout the remainder of the discussions. Thank you so much.
A very interesting keynote by Tanya. It really gives us a thorough overview of what's happening in GovTech market in 2021. Let's move forward and take a look into how the first year as a GovTech startup looks like. Ideation, prototyping, pitching, trying to land the first customers, and iterating our processes at the core of early stage startups. However, GovTech startups specifically write down a few additional tasks on their to-do lists. From navigating procurement procedures to negotiating for public data, the first year of a GovTech startup is a unique phenomenon. How thick of a skin do you need to survive the first year as a GovTech startup? So let's invite first-year Lithuania and GovTech startup founders to share their insights here on stage. The discussion will be moderated by Dominykas Milašius, CEO of Unit 370.
Good afternoon all, and welcome to the GovTech Baltic Leaders Conference 2021. Today we have a fantastic panel on first year as a GovTech startup. I'm Dominykas, and I have a dual mandate in life. I am a public policy and strategy consultant and also a co-founder of a life sciences business that is in its first year. So I am as keen as our audience today to ask you guys questions and exchange information and best practices about what to do with first-year startups. So we have Mr. Egidijus Krodanas, whose experience at the intersection of civil engineering and business management is now applied at Normalis Tech, a startup trying to solve a problem of AI and big data analysis for public transport optimization. We also have Donata Baroyan, who is a co-founder and CEO at Politics, a political dialogue startup solving the problem of democratic decline and lack of trust in Western societies. And the solution offered by Politics tries to enable consultations via one-question polls between the public officials and the citizens in our democracies. And also, last but not least, very glad to have Ieva Vaitkevičiūtė, a founder and CEO of Mindletic, which is a mental gym at your workplace, who's recently closed a very successful funding round and will obviously ask about how that happened and how can it become a role model for other GovTech startups. So in order to keep some sort of sense over this panel, we will start with the earliest stage startup and grow our way into the bigger ones. We'll start with quick presentations of what each solution presents, and then focus on a Q&A session for the questions among all of us. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite Egidijus to give a brief presentation of what Normalis Tech is and what Transportis solution offers.
Hello, everyone. I am happy to be here and present what we are doing, and I think that the solution we were developing will be very useful for all of us as the users of the transport system.
If we can put on the slide. Yes, now we see the slides.
Yes, I will see slides. Yes, and Normalis Tech is the company where we do a lot of interesting things. And Transportis is one of our new startup. And Transportis is the smartest optimization solution for public transportation. You introduced already me, and I will not stop here. I have almost 16 years experience in mobility management sector and was implementing various projects across the globe. I was in Sarajevo, and was in Kazakhstan, I was in Azerbaijan, I was in Georgia, and at the moment in Ukraine, from Mariupol to Kremenchuk, was working with public transportation.
Nice. I'll have a question later about how you came back to Lithuania. So note it down. Very interesting.
Yes, and then we found another very active people who would like to work in this sector, and we founded together with my partner Normalis Tech. And Normalis Tech is a very young company, just founded in February of this year, and we already have 14 talented people. And yes, we started to work not only in Lithuania, but we have some projects already in Ukraine, and now we are discussing about some projects in Tajikistan and United Kingdom.
Interesting.
Yes, but coming back to why we are here about our startup, from my experience, we found that public transportation will be in next 10 years one of the most important mobility mode, and the management of the mobility with public transportation is still old school, that it is very inefficient, but in very good shape managed. It can reduce the air pollution, and the market is billions per all the world until 2027. We see that for the mobility as a service, just for the management of the public transport, it will be 271 billion euros. And what is the situation in the market? There are no solutions. So, for example, in this region, Caucasus, Belarus, Ukraine, and Baltics, there is only one soft which was developed in 90s and not updated at all. For that reason, we decided that, yes, mobility is very important for all of us, and technology-led solutions must be started as soon as possible. And for that reason, we selected the team and started to develop. And we developing this platform, which will ensure efficient data-driven public transport planning and operations, will organize and processes and help to follow and account resources, will connect municipality operators, carriers, and passengers to one ecosystem, and will interconnect various separate systems. We are working on very modal structure, and there will be 3 models. One will be for municipalities or public transport agencies. They will help to plan, design, and create routes, timetables, and schedules. There will be a model for public transport carriers or private business who runs this business. For example, Vilnius Viešasis Transportas has 2,500 drivers, and it means that every day they need to get timetables, they need to get vacations, they need to choose a vehicle, and this platform will help to do that in very automatic way, and we are using artificial intelligence methods for that. And the third part will be for the passengers, and it will let track real-time arrivals with schedules, and in the future we are planning to connect with e-ticketing. That is a very big scope of our platform, what we are doing, and these models can be sold or used by different stakeholders, and it means you can buy only one model, you can buy 2 or 3. And now we have started to work, and there is our value proposition to join various providers of guardware, for example, GPS, video cameras, and etc., to join to one system, and it means that it will be possibility to run and manage everything from one place, instead of what is now. The companies have 10, 20 software, and you need to migrate from one to second. It takes a lot of time. Another thing which is very important, because we are working with optimization of the timetables and routes, we are working with big data, and we are picking information how many passengers are in the buses, and then we calculate what is the size of the bus, and maybe we need next time smaller or bigger buses, and that will lead to optimization of the usiness of public transportation and reducing the air pollution. And our software will work in the clouds, and it will be software as a service. And what we achieved till now, from the February, we already attracted €1 million investment from the financing program Experimentation. We participating at IE Boost program. We are in partnership with Vilnius Tech University and Vilnius University, working especially on artificial intelligence implementation in the software. We started to negotiate and meet with the clients from Lithuania, Latvia, Ukraine, United Kingdom, United States, and Denmark. And we are planning to have our MVP developed already in next February. It's very ambitious. And yes, to move to this, we need to collect a lot of information and a lot of data and to understand how this business is run. For that reason, we already have a signed memorandum of cooperation with Vilnius susisiekimo paslaugos and public transportation companies Kaunas, Klaipėda, Jonava, and other. That is short about what we are doing, and thank you for letting to present.
Thank you so much, Egidius. Sounds inspirational. And so now, moving from vision to MVP, perhaps, Donata?
Perhaps.
Let's invite Politics to present their platform for enabling democracy.
Thank you very much, Dominikas, for the kind introduction and for the opportunity to present Politics to everyone. So Politics is on a very ambitious mission to address one of the greatest challenges of our generation, which is the declining trust in democratic institutions and democracies worldwide. Only 45% of OECD citizens trust their governments and their democratic institutions. In Lithuania, the figure is even sadder. Only 37% of Lithuanians trust the Lithuanian government, and only 25% of Lithuanians trust the Lithuanian parliament. We believe that this indicates that the bond between the government and the governed, the citizens, is broken, and Politics is the superglue to fix it. We are solving problems that have plagued the public sector for decades. The public sector doesn't have any low-cost means of effectively consulting with the public at scale. They also don't have any scalable two-way communication tools that would allow them to not only broadcast their message, but also collect feedback from audiences. Sure, you have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Those platforms were built for broadcasting. They were not built for listening. On the citizen side of this equation, we know that citizens are really excited about low-effort means of affecting policy change. They do want to be involved in the democratic process, but they don't want to work hard for it. They also want to be listened to, and they want to be heard. Our solution is Politics. Politics enables the public sector to directly consult with citizens via one-question polls. Our product is the report that we generate at the end of each poll, which visualizes the results by voters' age, voters' gender, location, and political preferences. What sets us apart from other polling companies and tools is that we have a built-in feedback loop that allows pollsters to share updates on how the results affected their decision-making and what they intend to do next. We do believe that Politics is the solution to address the lack of trust in government, because 63% of our users trust politicians who consult with the public more than those who do not. Here's what it looks like in practice. So a politician or a public service entity uploads a question along with an explanation on why that question is important, what's at stake here, what are the arguments for and against onto our platform. We then do some moderation and fact-checking and publish it onto our website. We then invite our 12,000 registered users to participate and promote the poll on social media to get the greatest reach it can achieve. Once the poll is finished, usually in around 5 days' time, we summarize the results and present those results only to our clients, and the results are presented based on the participants' gender, their location, their age, and their political preference. We are also very transparent about the representativity of our polls. So each poll has a public representativity score that is visible to the pollsters, our clients, as well as the public taking part in the polls. So everyone knows the extent to which the poll represents the true public opinion. After the poll, we share the results with the client, and the client crafts a message that we then send to everyone that took part in the poll, explaining what they will do with the poll results, how the poll results affected their decision-making, and what did they learn from this consultation. unlike other civic tech startups working in this very precarious space, we are post-revenue, which means that we are already generating some income from our activities. We are already working with more than 20 public service clients, which includes 13 members of parliament, 2 ministries, 1 European Union agency, 1 municipality, 2 mayors, and 3 municipal council members. Politics is powered by myself and my 2 wonderful, amazing, the best co-founders. We have Matas Shemis, who is our CDO. He is our computer systems engineer, and his domain expertise is in building software data analytics platforms. Our COO is Davile, who is a public servant, and her domain expertise is in policymaking, public consultations, and NGO advocacy. And my background is in strategic communication, and my domain expertise is in countering platform manipulation and disinformation. Before I conclude my remarks, I wanted to share our vision for the upcoming year because politics is almost 1 year old. So in the coming year, we want to add more features that will further help strengthen the relationship between the public sector and the citizens. We also want to translate our platform to the English language and start scaling politics all around European Union as well as other countries in North America. We will use Lithuania as a successful case study because that's where we did manage to find a great success here, and so we're really grateful to all the politicians who took a chance on us and who are using our services. We are really grateful to our 12,000 users who are regularly engaging with politics and are reclaiming their role in the democratic process. And we're very grateful to the GovTech Lab who gave us encouragement, who gave us support, and were always there when we needed them to be. So thank you so much.
Fantastic. A very inspirational presentation. Thank you, Donata. And full disclosure, we've cooperated when politics was advancing through GovTech Lab's accelerator journey. And I'm inspired to see you grow, mature, and I'm wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
And now with this, let's move to the most mature startup on the panel. Yeva, hi. In a true hybrid model, we're reaching out to you remotely. How are you doing? And what's your startup about? Take it away.
Hey everyone, nice to be next to you, although not physically, but still feeling like being part of this panel. Yes, my name is Yeva. I'm a founder and CEO of Mindletic, which is a mental gym helping to predict and prevent emotional imbalance. And I'm happy to tell you more by sharing my screen so you could see what I'm talking about. Let me know if you can see my slides.
Yes, we can. Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, so presenting you Mindletic, our mental gym with the vision to connect mind and athletic so that as today nobody is asking why are you training your physical body if you look good, we have the same vision that we should train our minds no matter how mentally fit or resilient we currently are. And everything actually started last year during the first wave of pandemic, where I myself entered into Global Hack, and together with the volunteers from many countries, we've tried to create a solution for emotional disbalance around the world. And even with my background in psychology, I myself have experienced a panic attack due to the whole situation. But COVID-19 naturally became a good kickoff for exploring the topic deeper. We see a growing numbers of stress among many of us, but at the same time, the issue lied even before. We see that every second of millennial tends to leave jobs due to burnout and stress. So it's just a good timing. But at the same time, it opened up a space for us to create our mental gym, a safe space where everyone can train their minds the same way they train their bodies, so that it would become a routine for future and current pandemics. So what you can do in our mental gym currently is that we invite everyone to start by reflecting where you are today, measuring your emotional state, and also topics that those emotions are related to. Then system is inviting to train with a personalized program dedicated based on your emotional state. Also, the same way we train with teams in a gym, this is where Mindletic provides a community space with reflection groups, which was created together with our psychologists. And last but not least, users can train their minds together with professionals. So having a one-on-one video sessions. And today we have 18 psychologists working with us. All of them are members of our partnering organization, Lithuanian Psychology Association, have master's degree in clinical or health psychology, and currently consulting in few languages. And the aim of all of this with a holistic program is to predict and prevent emotional imbalance and seek for balance among different emotional tone, not the short-term happiness only. We provide also individual trends on monthly basis of dominating topics and your energy levels, with also personal insights, as well as objective overview on the whole organizational level of trends in comparison to all users or different departments you have. And we aim to provide value to organization with objective insights, preventing loss of employees, and help companies to become mindful organizations. To individual, we aim to provide personalized and only science-backed solution, and to both multifunctional, multilingual space for seeking balance and preventing disbalance. So after winning second place at the Global Hack from more than 15,000 participants, we also represented Lithuanian World Summit Awards, have been recognized as one of the rising stars in Lithuania, and noticed by some media. That was really motivating us to go further. And today we have around a few hundred new users per month. We reached over 800 consultations in government bodies only. We are tracking how much users are recommending us and how much impact to emotional health we are doing. And also app is operating in English and Lithuanian, and professionals are consulting in 4 languages currently. So our clients are mainly innovative tech companies and a few government bodies that are coming back to us, which we take as a good sign of long-term partnerships. And our team has a background in psychology, as well as technological side and data science, working on the project for quite some time and currently already growing. And heads of our partnering organizations that are mainly psychology related are helping us to ensure the quality of the project and also give great insights for our further development. And currently we are growing as a team. So we are inviting those who are interested in a topic, in mental health topic, to join us. We have few job ads in our page. As well as we are still open to other organizations who wish to join us and create this mental gym together while being our users and partners at the same time. So that's about it.
Thank you, Yeva, and love the plug. Definitely invite all of our viewers to check out the platform, register, and potentially go join them. And you have another disclosure. I've been following the Mindletic's journey on the media very closely. I'm very excited by this Lithuanian-made startup. And I'll have a couple of questions about what's next for you, but I'm rooting for your success in the long term. And now, trying to switch to the Q&A mode, which is a little bit more relaxed, Yeva set a really nice tone by explaining the genesis of the startup, right? How it was rooted in the COVID pandemic. So Donata, a question to you is then, how did you originate the idea behind Politics, and what made you act on it as a team? What's the happening there?
Yes, no, that's a great question. So the idea for Politics was born around 2 years ago. I've been kind of living with it for a really long time, but I never had the courage to really act on it. In a very, classical lady co-founder fashion. So to anyone who is a woman or is an underrepresented founder in tech who is considering a startup, go for it. Go for it. No one really cares if you fail. No one really cares about anything anymore. Just go for it. Pursue your dream, and it's going to be amazing.
No shame, right?
Yeah, absolutely, no shame. Nice. So after those 2 years of deliberations and considerations, I decided that it's time to go for it. So I found a team of 2 people who are extremely passionate about democracy and strengthening the relationship between the citizens and the government. I pitched the idea to them. They loved it. We built it up together because initially we just had a concept of doing something that would help the government or the public sector to consult with the public more effectively. But then we built the functionality and the platforms look all together and never looked back. We've been working together for almost a year now, and yeah, it's been great.
Thank you so much. To ping the question back to Yeva, Donata mentioned 2 important points. One is having no shame as a founder, and secondly, having no regard to being a woman founder. Yeva, how did you feel? Has that ever been an issue for you? And if yes, how have you been addressing this women underrepresentation in tech?
I thought maybe you're asking about the issue of having or not having a shame, but I can answer
that too. You can address that as well.
Yeah, so the female part is definitely a bit scary if you see numbers, and majority of especially funded or VC-backed startups are represented by males, and that sends a message by default. But at the same time, we have more and more women in investment side, and basically us working together makes it a lot different. As for today, I no longer feel the difference myself, even though I have to admit that I had this fear that my sex could be an obstacle for pursuing this as a bigger thing, especially when it comes to investment. And regarding other things, my beloved partner is also female, and I don't regret for no reason to really see this as a beneficial instead of I don't know, some sort of heavier part in our upcoming years together, making decisions as female leaders. Yeah, so I guess about it, and about this shame thing. From time to time, you are questioning yourself. Can I do this or that move? And how am I going to look if I fail? But failure is part of building anything in life. Few fails and one win is already a good motivation to go further, at least in my experience.
Thank you so much for your insights. On the shame element, I'm also a non-scientist figure, co-founding Delta Biosciences, a life sciences startup. So I've also felt a lot of shame for the lack of my background for a very long time, but now I'm finally turning over it and sort of like going all in regardless of the background and just learning how to fail fast and stand up and pick up again. And especially thank you for the encouraging words to potential female founders in the future, because the entire goal of this panel is to try to inspire the next generation of founders and GovTech founders. So with that view, Egidijus, let's turn to Normalis and Transportis. The question of shame, the question of inspiration, and what is your message that is going out of Normalis Tech for future founders?
Yes, coming back to the discussion about the female, I could say that 80% working on the project are women.
Oh, nice.
And the main business analyst is woman, and she's keeping everything in her hands. And she's meeting all these public transport directors, operators, and whatever. And she's saying, I need this information, I need this information. And she's running quite fast on this project. And I think that it is not a problem to be even female in the transportation sector. And that sometimes I feel that maybe it is better because these men are a bit afraid of these women.
So,
and for that to get information is much faster.
I'm at least glad that our panel does not have this underrepresentation issue, so I'm very happy about that. So, Egidius, the question of inspiration. How was Transportis born as an idea?
Yes, an idea. It was born, I think, almost 3 years ago. We met with my partner and we had breakfast and discussed, and he said, look, I am working in the sector and I feel that it is a problem. Yes, and we discussed, but then I was working in management consulting and had a lot of what to do, and we somehow left this idea. Then we, I think, if I remember correctly, I think almost 2 years ago, we came back that maybe we would like to have the driving school totally online with like working as a booking.com. And we actually bought a driving school in Lithuania and started, but somehow it happened that we were 3 partners and we couldn't find a solution because we wanted to move with a very modern way and one partner wanted to stay as it is. And then we decided that, okay, maybe we need to come back to the idea what we had 3 years ago. And then we attracted the money and started to implement. And I think that it was not just idea, it came from our experience. Like I said in the start, was working long years in the sector and feel where are the problems and what solutions could be. And my partner was feeling the same because he has another company working with public transportation and knows the problem. And yes, it was, I think it was not coming not more for inspiration, but more from knowing what to do and where is the problem.
Nice. Okay, interesting. So 3 different approaches to coming to GovTech startups. That's very interesting. And because you are at such different sort of like stages and can learn from one another, we've actually wanted to keep this panel interactive, and we've given homework to all of our panelists to come up with the question to their colleagues. So we will start with Yeva. Yeva, what is your question to your fellow co-panelists?
Yes, so my question would be, why work with government and not private sector?
Who would like to start with that?
I can start.
Go for it.
Yes, I think that the public sector and the private sector, they are quite good clients, and they have the same structure. Sometimes we don't understand that the public sector clients are society, and the public sector has much more clients than the private sector. And for that reason, we thought that, okay, it's not a problem because, like I saw, so the public sector will spend $200 billion across the globe for the public transportation, and that means that work with the client who owns the money, it's the idea. Another thing is, I think that public sector is growing quite fast, and now we don't see the real difference between public sector and private sector. Sometimes, for example, the smaller municipalities, you can feel the different speed of the decisions because, you know, business is much faster. But what I see in Vilnius, Kaunas, Klaipėda, or different cities, because of this public transportation importance, they are doing decisions quite fast. And we don't see the problem. And our solution will cover private sector and governmental sector and society. That means that we join all the clients.
Very interesting. Thank you. Interdisciplinary approach indeed. Donata, there are so many polling firms out there. Why not innovate for the next generation polling firm for the private sector? Why get embedded in the public sector?
Yes, we do get asked that a lot because there, of course, isn't nearly as much revenue in the public sector as there is in the private sector. But as a team, we've considered that many times, and we know that if we weren't working on politics, we would still want to work on the same problem that we're addressing with politics, which is improving representative democracies and making them more representative. So for us, there really is no other way but to work with the public sector and to work with the citizens who are interacting with the public sector. So because we are a mission-led startup, this is the space we want to be in, and if we weren't doing this specific startup, we would be doing something else in this space. So that's us.
Now to bounce back the question back to
Yes.
Yeva, right? The peculiarities of working with both the private and the public sector, Mindletic does both. Can you give us a compare and contrast kind of overview of engaging with both of these sectors, and tell us a little bit about your commercialization journey? So how did you score your first client? Was it the government client? And if not, how did you score your first government client?
So at the beginning, we were open to either or government clients or private clients. And the very first, or those who could act faster and make decisions faster and invest in this very small and still young startup was a private sector. Swedbank was one of our first clients who believed in our vision. And after a few months, government, one of the municipalities' health bureau got interested also into our solution in a way that it could reach those with lower opportunities. And this is, at least on my end, the motivation to work with government bodies is that you can reach those that that might not have the option to use good quality services. When in comparison, organizations who are investing in mental health for their employees, they make them stronger and more resilient for various situations and conflict management. But those who are not part of these caring employers like Swedbank, Vinted, Tesonet, and others that we work with, people might not get a chance to even see what's out there. And bureaus of municipalities, those who give this access might reach even those in a smaller villages, for example, that are nowhere close to being even in the area that those companies who provide these services are operating. And also with Mindletic, we provided this option to those with movement disability, for example. So this digital solution basically opened up an option for them to get professional services online, and also for those who don't even have professional psychologists. When we talk about one-on-ones, they don't have professional psychologists in their area, even if they would be interested in and would have finances for that. So basically, both different types of clients are really helping somebody else, the third party, to improve their resilience. So we are happy to work with both, but of course it takes longer with working with government bodies. They have a lot longer procedures, especially if we talk about like consistent and long-term relationship with them, in comparison to the private sector that can basically sign the contract and continue with you as long as they want to. They don't need to wait for the next year budgeting and stuff like that.
Thank you. Based on your experience, Yeva, what would you advise your fellow GovTech founders, Egidius and Donata, on their commercialization journeys? How to approach the government, how to work with them, and how to score bigger and bigger clients and then scale in the end? Any words of encouragement?
I would not differentiate that from the private clients. It's a matter of creating a value and solving the pain that is really felt. So if we are working on a pain that there truly is, and we are coming to the right people saying that, hey, I'm interested in your pain, either because I had it or because I see it like really important and I want to solve it, and this is my way how to solve it, and this is my offering how we can find a partnership here, then government body would be interested the same way as the private sector. So it's a matter of focusing where it really hurts instead of ideas just for the sake of ideas.
I see Donata nodding a lot. So do you agree with what Yeva is saying, and is this similar to your plan and strategy?
No, absolutely. That is, I think, exactly the key to working with governments. You really have to identify their pain point. And I would even add that not just any pain point, the greatest pain point. Because people in the government, they have so many competing priorities and so many fires to put out that they may not necessarily find the time or the resources to focus on a pain that they are not feeling on a daily basis or on a pain that isn't felt across the whole organization. So to work with governments, you really need to identify where it hurts and then create a solution that is perfectly fit to address that.
Now, if you will allow me, I will be difficult just for a second and ask you about how do you navigate the public procurement processes in these cases. Perhaps you'd like to answer?
No.
We leave this for Donata.
Sure.
All right. Donata, Yeva, you've been digging a hole for yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so for us, what this has meant is that in the first year, we focused on working with individual members of parliament over, for example, ministries, because if we were to work with ministries, they are the ones that would have the longer procurement processes, whereas members of parliament, they have this discretionary budget that they can use for things like polling, public relations, and other services. So to that end, we had done a lot of active outreach on Facebook, through Facebook Messenger. We're messaging politicians online, on Twitter, over email, calling them, talking with their advisors, with their assistants, whoever will hear us out, to reach out to them. And this has indeed worked. I think having a personal relationship with those clients, it really matters because trust is so important. What we found over the past year is that the greatest fear a public sector client has is to embarrass themselves. And so working with a new startup that doesn't necessarily have a track record yet is always a risk for them. So that's why we are extremely grateful to the clients that we do have, because they really took a risk by taking a chance on us and giving politics a try.
Sweet. Yeva, anything to add on public procurement mechanisms and ways to navigate them?
So many things, I just don't know where to focus. But I mean, yeah, if we are talking about ways to communicate with them, there are no written rules. If you are in the same field or if you are in the same social media groups, and if you see the pain point, you can just simply reach the person writing there. They're still also human beings. And yeah, I encourage everyone to also try it out to see if the pain that you are interested in really exists there. And if it does, everything else follows, especially the bureaucracy part. If decision is there and wish is there, the client will find a way also to navigate between bureaucratic things that, for example, in our cases, we did not even know how this should go properly. We just wanted to work on a topic, and we found this Vilnius Health Bureau who really wanted to provide locals with different and technological solution when it comes to boosting their emotional balance.
And not to do too much advertising for the hosts, but the GovTech Lab has recently launched a mechanism to matchmake between startups and government entities looking to implement tech solutions. So if we're speaking to the next potential founder of GovTech, you should check it out on their website. Egidius, coming back to the question of commercialization. MVP by February?
Yes.
What's the sales plan? What's your strategy? How are you going to approach going to market?
Yes, we started to negotiate with Swarovski and a lot of providers worldwide which are producing hardware, and they are selling for the carriers or private companies their hardware, and they need software. And we decided to go together with them and join, and that will be easier sales mechanism, because another issue is, like we started to discuss about the public procurement, it means, okay, you can say I am a startup or whatever, but when it comes to real commercialization with public sector, you stand in the place as a real participant in public procurement. For that reason, we checked the market and what are the solutions and what are the prices, and for that reason we decided to go software as a service. and that will let us totally reduce the price, and we will be very compatible for this type. But we see that approximately 70% of our commercialization processes will be to go with these hardware producers.
Through partnerships. Very
Yes.
interesting. And so since we have approximately 2 minutes left on our panel, half an hour has gone by like a walk in the park. Any last words? Donata, any advice for future founders or anything you'd like to say about GovTech?
All right, so just to reiterate, if you have an idea, it doesn't have to be a GovTech idea. Any idea, startup idea or a business idea, go for it, because no one is going to judge you. I think I'm saying this to my past self,
Nice.
in case she's listening or here. And GovTech is a very exciting space. I think this is a space where if you are a person who is led by a mission, you can really succeed in, because you really have to be led by your mission rather than your profit margins, because those might not come immediately or sometimes even at all. So if you are led by a mission, if you want to create products that governments love and use and that can make citizens' life easier, go for it.
Yeva, any advice to the past self a year ago? Would you do anything differently?
Yes and no. If I would have done other mistakes, I don't know if we would have been where we are today. So maybe no regrets. Just contribute to what Tamara is saying. Is that better try and fail and go further than not try and then talk in few years, oh, if I would have done this or that, I would have reached another thing. So yeah, better do than think how it would not work.
Thank you so much. And Egidius, from your point of view, last words, one thing to focus on for the first year as government tech startup.
It is very good feeling, because when you are creating something, you are creating for the society. If you are creating for the public, it means that society will get. And that is very issue, because you need to create the best thing what you can, and because a lot of clients will be. But another thing is, I think that I'm very happy that the change of public, I was working myself for 10 years in public sector, and remember 2008 and 2010 and 2015, how was the public sector looking at the startups and the new companies and young people, and what I see now, when I see GovTech and know almost all people, because was working with almost all of them, and see the progress, I'm very happy. And I think that if you have an idea, you must go for GovTech, and it will go smoothly.
Nice. So it sounds that one of the common themes in today's discussion has been that if you have an idea, the journey starts with an attempt. So have a conversation with someone, try something new, reach out to us, any of the panelists, and see if you can be the next big founder of Lithuania, the up-and-coming startup nation. So I thank you all for your time. I thank the hosts for an opportunity to chat amongst ourselves, and I wish you all a good day.
I thank all the founders for joining our conference in this stage. Even though Lithuanian GovTech market is not very big, but we have some true rising stars here. Before moving along with our growth track discussions, I wanted to inform you all that we have failed track starting on the other stage. If you want to hear about encouraging public sector to fail and experiment, you can join the other stage. And if you are listening to the real-time interpretation through our partners' Interactio app, don't forget to change the sessions in the app as well. Moving forward, we have another discussion, beyond pilots, how to scale GovTech solutions. International scalability is at the back of every startup founder's mind. Yet, the structure of public procurement often finishes the founder's journey at the pilot stage. If this hurdle is overcome, scaling internationally, understanding foreign governments, and their procurement might prove to be the next challenge. How do GovTech founders cope with that? How do they find and make opportunities to scale their products? Let's hear the experiences from the founders and partnership managers themselves. And the discussion will be moderated by Justinas Lapienis, project manager at the biggest Lithuanian GovTech startup, Trafi.
Hello and welcome to GovTech Baltic Leaders conference. And today I would like you to present one of the topics we are having here in this event, which is titled Beyond Pilots, How to Scale GovTech Solutions. And of course, this topic has lots of angles to discuss about. And as one of the keywords is how to scale. So scalability is one of the biggest goals of many enterprises. So of course, we'll focus on this aspect in this discussion with our speakers, which I'm about to introduce. And of course, we'll speak about this international as well as national scalability, how to push your products to the public sector mostly, and sometimes to private clients. And what are the main, and overall, what are the main barriers and challenges in the field, and how our speakers have overcame them, and what are the best solutions, to address the whole field of GovTech. So I would like to welcome our speakers, of which we have 4. So first is Glenn Braun. He is a global partnership director at Commonplace. Then we have Alexandra Chandran. She is a head of partnerships at Citizen Lab. Simona Andriauskaitė is a CBDO and co-founder at Interactio. And finally, Vicky Brock, CEO and co-founder at Vistalworks. And I would like all of these speakers just to briefly introduce themselves, who they are, what are the companies about, and what's the main scope of clients, so with whom we are working mostly. And I would say let's start with Glenn Braun.
Thanks very much, and hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Glenn, the Global Partnerships Director at Commonplace. Some of you might have heard of us, but for those that don't know us, we are the UK's leading digital cloud-based engagement and consultation platform. We're now in our 8th year. I joined 3 years ago when there were about 10 of us, and we now employ over 40 people. We have delivered around about 1,200 projects for over 200 customers, mainly in the public, but also across the private sector, across the entire built environment. And we've reached probably 4 million people, mostly in the UK, who've actually visited the Commonplace websites. And between them, they've probably made over 2 million contributions to those projects. What's Commonplace all about? Well, we believe that gaining community trust is built upon transparency, and all Commonplace websites are open. All the common comments on those projects are visible to anyone. And when a project ends and the website closes for comment, we continue to host the website indefinitely at our own expense, which helps to create a lasting record of provenance for decisions. And just finally, our websites serve as data hubs. They receive inputs from face-to-face consultations and engagements. And these data-driven dashboards at the back end really help to provide particularly local authority teams with almost an instant access to data on their public engagement and the public views. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Glenn. But Alexandra, maybe the next one.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me. So similar to Glenn, I work for Citizen Lab, which is a community engagement platform. We are headquartered and founded in Belgium with an international reach. We are mission-driven, impact-driven, and we're working across 18 different countries. And when it comes to who we're working with, we work across the public sector. Our main focus is local governments, municipalities, cities, and that's where we really feel there's an opportunity to have that direct engagement with the local communities. In terms of what we're looking to do as an organization, there's a real global aspect to our endeavors. Something that I look after is our partnerships. One angle of the partnerships is working with local partners in a variety of different countries to build Citizen Lab and build the opportunity for further digital democracy engagement in those geographies. And it's really important that we work with local partners to have that localization, to have the opportunity to work with really well-connected networks. and because we only know so much about particular geographies, and we really rely on our partners on the ground in those particular countries. In terms of the platform itself, we have a variety of methods and features on the platform that can be used in combination, from ideation to participatory budgeting to surveys and so on. And it gives the municipality an opportunity to run consultations like you would in everyday life offline, but also providing the opportunity to do that online as well. And we're building our natural language processing unit at the moment, being able to really deep dive into text analytics and the wealth of narrative and content-rich data that gets developed on the platform and inputted by communities. So something we're really proud of is just constantly iterating on the product and finding ways of providing the best user experience we can possible to our municipalities, but also to the end communities as well. So your everyday person who is using these platforms to engage with their governments to make their livable situation better, make their societies better.
Thank you, Alessandra. Simona, may you continue?
Yes, thank you. I'm Simona Andriauskaitė, co-founder at Interactio. Interactio is a remote multilingual meetings platform. So we are on a mission to make sure that 7 billion people all speak their own preferred language. We do that through events, meetings, and conferences that are multilingual. We connect interpreters, live humans who are interpreting multilingual events, and we connect them through technology to the multilingual events. We grew quite a lot lately. We currently are working with 2,000 events per month. We currently have 160 people in our team, increasing to 100 more until the end of the year. So the growth is quite big. We're focusing on institutions. Currently work with European Parliament, European Commission, UN, and many other institutional organizations.
Thank you, Simona. Vicky?
Hi, yes, I'm the founder and CEO of Vistalworks. I'm currently based in Tallinn in Estonia, but we've also got a team in Scotland. We're working with Lithuania. Vistalworks is a company that helps reduce the massive economic, civil, and environmental impacts of illicit trade. So we have intelligence service and risk profiling tools that helps government agencies, police, intelligence, border forces detect products that are being smuggled, stolen, trafficked into their markets, and potentially unsafe and illicit products being sold online. And yeah, I mean, online illicit trade is one of the biggest threats to national cybersecurity. It has a huge tax implication because services go underfunded, and all of this goes through communities, business, and the environment having a huge impact. And so we're really proud that we've built technology that helps agents directly tackle and reduce this in their jurisdiction. It's a global problem, but it's tackled and enforced at national and regional level. So we've had to combine tools that are highly localized, highly translatable and extendable, and that work with jurisdiction by jurisdiction legislation.
Thank you, Vicky. It looks so exciting that we have such a diverse set of various companies which are working in the field of GovTech. So in that regard, I would love now to start open the discussion with some remarks before we start talking about the challenges. So at least what I observe that we have two main sets of challenges within GovTech projects or with clients. So first, that the public clients often they require lots of customizations, as if their issues are unique, and often they are so. But still, it's very hard to scale the same product if you cannot apply this over and over again without much change. So, the requirement from public sector, it could be one set of challenges, we can discuss about So how you see it and how you have to face it. And the other one I think is also interesting to talk about, at least in some cases, is the cultural differences in between various communities or nations, right? So how advanced they are with digital solutions and how comfortable they feel with various GovTech applications. So let's start with Vicky, how she can reflect on those sets of challenges in her own company.
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head when you're talking about the customization. This is my 5th tech startup, and I've always built software as a service products. And your success is usually measured on your gross margin and how little work you do in terms of customization. You know, the metrics that you're always working towards is how do I make this as standardized as possible and as easy to sell as possible. And that just isn't the appropriate solution. For me, in a GovTech world, people are quite rightly very, very risk averse, and they're working in very culturally different and politically sensitive environments. And so they really value you putting in the time and understanding to their specific differences. I guess the way we've tackled it is actually in the background, our system is software as a service. It's very, very, it has to be standardized and interoperable for the technology, but actually the process of selling, servicing, positioning that and localizing that has to be customized not only jurisdiction by jurisdiction, but actually government agency by government agency, because their priorities are all different, even if they have a common legislative and technical background, which is our problem to worry about.
Thank you, Vicky. Simona, how could you reflect on all the challenges you're having in your company?
Thank you. I would also agree on the customization issue. It's definitely one of the most important ones. We're in a team saying that we are very proud to be working with the most important world events at the moment. However, that definitely brings in a certain pressure to make sure that every institution are able to have their own needs tackled. After COVID hit, we actually were remaking our remote participation system based entirely on institutional feedback. So we used to work with them on a daily basis, hearing them out, seeing what else can be improved, and implementing each and every need on a daily basis. So that was very intense beginning of the pandemics for us. 24/7 developers were working and implementing the feedback from the institutions. However, when we started to scale things up, because we were definitely happy with the system and that attracted more organizations to start using us, we realized that they don't necessarily all operate in the same way. The flow that we created at the beginning was not necessarily the ideal one for the other organizations. So this definitely is still a challenge. We are currently working with around 80 different organizations that are very important to us and are in institutional space only. And we spend quite a lot of time actually listening to all of them on weekly service meetings and quarterly long-term meetings to understand their needs, because that's crucial for them. So that's definitely one. And the next challenge was and still is to make sure to align all the stakeholder needs as well. So it's not only, in our case, it's the participants of the meeting, but also interpreters and different functions in the meeting also have different needs. So to align all stakeholders to make sure that all of them are heard, not only the decision makers, it's also definitely one of the challenges.
Great. Thank you, Simona. Alexandra?
Thank you. Yeah, I think customization is something that is always cropping up whenever we have a prospective call with a prospective client. And something that we try and do is try and get ahead of those questions or those asks. You know, we try and make sure we grab feedback from those prospects. We share that really widely on our internal channels to get an understanding of, are there themes that keep coming up where we will need to develop some kind of additional aspects to the product so that we can be responsive to what governments need, to what organizations need. So it is about constantly iterating our product, and we have a very connected relationship between the sales team, the Gov Success team, and the product team. And we also think about recognizing where the value might come from the customization. Is this something that we can see being rolled out widely across other potential clients or current clients? So there's quite a significant client that we had, a UK department, a government department, who requested a customization that took a pretty long time to build. But it was something that we foresaw as being quite impactful with future clients as well, and that could be reusable. So being able to manage what the value of developing that customization is versus the time and effort that goes into it, and what the long-term value is as well. I think there's also a place of being able to have the integrity as an organization to say, this is taxpayer money. This is not actually something we can do within the time frame. Let's steer you to another organization who may be able to help you and do a better job of that, or already has something in place. And so having the know-how and the awareness to do that as an organization. And then lastly, just thinking about the more cultural aspects. You know, when we are looking to expand into more developing economies, and we do lots of work in Latin America, the needs are very different in Latin America versus Europe, particularly when it comes to use of mobile used in a more primary, consistent way. And things like interacting via SMS, via WhatsApp, via more kind of texting mechanisms, then logging onto a desktop or a laptop computer and interacting in that way. So looking at those cultural differences and how we need to adapt in those ways as well.
Thank you, Alexandra. And Glenn, your turn.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said, particularly Vicky and Alexandra. And in terms of, you know, what is software as a service? Well, it's a product you develop that to be licensed. That's kind of an off-the-shelf product ultimately, and that's what you would look for, and how you'd roll out your licenses and look at getting renewals for the same product to do the same job. But in local authority world and the public sector, that's just not the case. And that's not to say that we don't have a product that stands out modularly. It's built on 2 modules. They do very specific jobs. But there are certain elements of each module that you need to be able to customize. And as with Alexandra, we're consistently having feedback from our clients, doing workshops with our clients, and the iterative change and how you react to client needs, particularly in the public sector, is absolutely key to success for both your organization and for them. But, you know, one element of what we offer, which is why, you know, personally, I struggled with, what are we? Are we a SaaS product? Are we a consultation service as well? Well, actually, we're both. So one of our major USPs at Commonplace is what we call our CS team, our customer success guys, who are appointed to sit with that client from the very first kickoff meeting right the way through to the completion of the project. And that person is the go-to person to do the training, to do the reviewing, to look at the data, to understand what's going on a day-to-day basis, and to kind of handhold some of those clients, particularly public sector clients, through that whole process. And they are absolutely key to the success of that project. However, what we try and do is also, as well as making the platform really accessible and really easy to use and visually stimulating for end users, it has to be the same for the clients, but also we want it to be as self-serving as possible. If a client wants to go in, or an admin assistant working on say a local authority project wants to go in and change an image, we don't want them to have to come to us to do that. So they can go into edit mode and start doing that stuff themselves. So there is a real element of having the self-service ability for our product, but also then having that support, both technical and customer success when required. And yes, just to back up what Alexandra said on the cultural stuff, We've just launched a project with the DAR group in Lahore for the 2050 master plan, to the scale of which we've never worked before. So this covers, 12,000 square kilometers. It involves nearly 20 million people, quite disparate. It's an enormous area, and starting in the central area of Lahore, which is much more advanced in terms of mobile use, technology, going out to some really quite remote areas that still require input for this huge plan. I mean, there's 1,000 years of heritage in that city, so they've got to get it right. And in the UK, 70% of our respondents are via mobile. That is not the case in Lahore, the further out you go from the city. So having our product change iteratively as we work is and having the ability to be agile enough to do that is really key. So we're pushing that project out in English, Urdu, and Punjabi, and that's the first time we'll have done that. So, and I'm sure there'll be learnings from that. It's how you take those learnings in, understand that internally with the product and tech guys, with the sales team. It's really important, as Alexandra said, and then how you relate that back to the client and understand what takeaways you can take from that, and how you then go forward. It's all about going forward.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously, it seems like we have quite a collection of challenges in pushing the GovTech solutions. But besides, the management of stakeholders, limitations with legislature, having workshops with prospective clients, cultural or organizational differences. So are there any cases in your experience, so that's an open question to any of you, are there any cases in your experience that a prospective client sees one of your applications or projects or products and they come to you and they say, hey, we want the same and we can make changes on our end to adopt your solution? So does it ever happen? Or is it always you to make customizations?
On our side, it's generally we will take that on to undertake the customizations. We've recently opened sections of our code so that we've given the opportunity for people to go away and take the code and create their own platforms if they want to, and build integrations on top of that. So that's entirely possible. But generally, if it's the license-based model, we will do the integrations, the customizations on our side.
Okay.
Yeah, I think with our particular group of stakeholders, they don't buy technology. They don't go out looking for a software solution. They don't buy or procure innovation. They are specialists in a particular field, and they are looking at something to help solve an inefficiency or solve a real day-to-day working gap in how they do their job. And they're often increasingly under-resourced in terms of people in the field. Partly that's down to COVID, but also, that's general pressure on resources. So they're not out shopping for software. So I would never expect them to come to us and go, oh, we really want to use your solution and we'll change our process to do it. It's a very different sales process or engagement process. It's like people are phenomenally engaged. This is the most exciting, delightful, engaged, expert set of customers I have ever worked with in any business. I love working with these people, but they're out fighting organized crime or maintaining customer safety. They're not out worrying about tech issues. And I almost feel like it's our job as a company to keep the tech away and just make that work so that they can show results that they're measured on. And what we're measured on is irrelevant.
Yeah, I echo that 100%. If you're working in a local authority, as we do with many of them across the UK, and particularly in London, that officer who's been charged with doing a low traffic neighbourhood scheme is not interested in what the tech does. He comes to me, or the comms team will come to us and say, this is our problem. You've got a bit of kit that can solve it. So let's implement it. And then so getting it up and running, getting it implemented, the integrations, plugins, et cetera, we will work with them to do that as efficiently as possible. But, they've got a problem. We've got the solution. like Vicky says, they're generally not interested in the tech side of it. And actually, you know, some of it's quite revelatory when our CS team do the training sessions with a group or whoever's going to be the admin team, you know, to see the level of, or the sort of the lack of understanding of tech as it is out the box. But that's why it's not important. They just don't have the time to be interested in the nuances of the actual technology solution. It's all about what we can do, how quickly we can help, and what the results are going to look like, and how they can interpret that, and how it's going to make them a winner in their organization.
Thank you.
I would absolutely agree with that. We're here to solve a problem, and this is what we do. We create custom solutions. Clients usually don't expect us to be otherwise. However, in our case, each organization is very different, and the setup of the technology in their own room can be very different. And in some cases, they really need our resources to help them out, our tech support to even come on site, help out, be there. In other cases, they might have their own staff to do this. So it's more about the setup, I would say, not really that it can be very different, and not really the features of the product that we could customize. So we try to provide a more full solution on our end and help them out.
So talking of solutions and addressing the challenges. So how do you persuade your clients, to go certain ways, right? So they have their own requirements, you have your own limitations and opportunities. So you still should find this middle ground on how can you address those challenges for the client, and and make business for yourself as well. So what are your go-to procedures, processes, approaches to bridge this gap in between the need and the capacity to make both the client satisfied with the solution and you delivering a good product and scaling your business? A question to anyone who would like to start to answer to that.
Well, a bit like Alessandra said, it's all about fit, and if your product doesn't fit, you can't squeeze a square peg in a round hole. So it's all about the initial communication, understanding what the problem is and what it is you're trying to solve, and you'll very quickly work out whether your tool, outside of perhaps some small iterations, is suitable to do that, and it's as simple as that. So but there are so many different project types across public sector, across all the different departments, that they all have their own requirement in terms of setup, content, what they want to show, the question type, the survey inputs, all those things. And that's all the stuff that's really key. Generally speaking, we provide an engagement consultation piece of software. So it will be relevant across the board in a lot of public sector outfits. So it's just really understanding, working with that client really closely, getting our customer success guys to do the most thorough kickoff meetings, which are a couple of hours, to really get under the skin of what you're trying to achieve. And then coming back and reflecting on what's been said, having an internal discussion across the wider group, the tech guys, the product team, with me, or whoever's leading, and just say, right, this is what they want. This is what I think we really need to do, and this is how we should structure it. And then pushing that back out to them, and then building it. And then and the content they provide, and we mold, and we help design, and then it goes live. But along that process, there are frequent QAs. You've got to, the quality assessment is really important, and we don't let anything go live until the client's happy, but until we're 100% happy that that project is going to be a success in terms of engagement.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that I've had to frame my own thinking about differently now I work with GovTech is that there's nothing wrong with, and there's no shame in, continually resolving the problem. For me, in past iterations of my business, you nail the problem, you make a solution, you do an MVP, you get product market fit, and you go out and scale. And in terms of the way you scale your business, if you were constantly circling and resolving the problem again and again in the way that not only you build your technology and your product, but also the way you build your sales process and you even fund your business, you would be doing something wrong as an entrepreneur. But in this particular sector, actually getting over your own ego a bit and being okay with resolving the problem is important. And it continues to surprise me at every level, including how we fund the business, because I would perhaps originally have thought maybe you take a bit of innovation funding and maybe you do a bit of grant work at the very beginning, and then you build your business models and your revenue streams in a certain way. But actually, in GovTech, there is a lot of assistance for departments to get innovation support and solve a problem. And actually, as a startup or a scale-up, you can work with that really well for a lot longer than you probably would in other business sectors. And I think you actually do have to think about that. And certainly as a CEO and a founder, these constant collaborative innovation projects where we resolve a problem is incredibly advantageous both to us and our stakeholder, because you have a champion on the client side or on the agency side who is there from day one, and it's their baby. I mean, one of our stakeholders completely correctly takes credit for like even coming up with the name of our company. And I'm going to let him have that one because he has been engaged with us since before our company existed. And I hope will continue to be. And when you do work with a team and you resolve the problem through their lens, they're all part of your team and they're all bought into that. And I just love that. I think it's very valuable.
Yeah, I would echo what's been said by Glenn and Vicky. And I think for me, two kind of complementary points. As Glenn mentioned, asking the right questions, getting under the skin of what is actually needed, understanding the problem. And often we find that people aren't quite sure what they want necessarily when they do come to us. They know they want some kind of a solution that's going to engage people, but they're not entirely sure how they're going to use it or what features they might need. And that's a really opportunity for us to shape that conversation and to explain in a very kind of rudimentary way what the solution is able to provide. But in order to do that, we as an internal team need to know the product really, really, really well. And as it develops, really knowing the product really well. So we use it internally, we use it for our own functions, whether that's to run an HR consultation on benefits and how people are feeling about company culture and so on and so forth. So being able to utilize it internally so that we get a sense of what is the flexibility of our product, how can we use it in different ways, but then also having the questions presented by prospects who are asking us, can it do this? Can it do it in this way? And being able to understand how much flexibility the product does have when it comes to these different asks, and that there are different ways of cutting the cake in those respects. So yeah, I think very much being open-minded in terms of what you have and how flexible it can be, asking the right questions and making sure you really know that your product well is key things for me.
I think as a tech solution to working with any industry, the key is to have a top product, the best product for the really important problem. So we need to be solving a very important problem. And we kept iterating and listening to our clients so much. And actually that impacted a lot to where we are at the moment with our product. However, when it comes to governmental sector, when it comes to public sector, coming to more practical solutions, I think we had a few. So one is, as Alexandra, I think, mentioned at the very beginning, they work with partners already. I think that is a key and very important element working in GovTech overall, to have very important and good relationships with your partners. In our case, when we started a company, we were working mostly with a corporate, in fact. And for many corporates, using our solution meant eliminating the hardware. So we were, in a way, informally competing with hardware solutions. When we started to work with governmental and intergovernmental organizations, we realized that we cannot eliminate hardware here. We cannot eliminate equipment. We need to partner with manufacturers. We need to partner with the people on site and tech owners. So we even created a hybrid solution because we heard our clients out and we realized that for them, going only digital is not even an option and will never be, and that's not our goal. So our goal became to become the best hybrid solution. So our key partner is actually on site in the venues where the meetings are happening, and that helps significantly to work with many organizations. So partnerships essential to even enter that conversation sometimes, and of course to maintain and ensure the quality. The second one is definitely, as I think Glenn mentioned here, customer success quite a few times. We are increasing the number of people in the company a lot right now, and 1/3 of our employees are actually working with clients there in customer success. We even have 2 tiers of different customer success. We have weekly service meetings with each organization that we work with. We have a long-term planning meetings where we hear out what they are aiming for, how they see this happening in 2 quarters from now, 1 year from now. And that became an essential routine, like hygiene, to maintain a good relationship and know to be on the top of everything, to know what's happening, what issues they're having. Because for them, fast reaction to everything is essential, and we know that. And we decided to be very proactive in the way we do support. So we try to be there always. We also have technical engineers, but also project managers and the salespeople. They're all working in the same team, making sure that we understand the client. For any GovTech, I believe that's key because you are working with mostly large and complex projects. And that became a big part of our organization in many ways. And then for us, one big lesson was to really prioritize working with institutions. As I mentioned, we worked with corporate sector before, and that was the key element of our organization. Now we prioritize institutions, and that drives us a bit different direction, right? And we see that we need partnerships, we need a hybrid solution is the key. And we made a decision to prioritize institutions. That was quite a big change and big shift. So I would advise if any GovTech solution is there in between, I would probably encourage to choose what is your priority at the given moment and stick to that. That helped us a lot. And then I think we talked a little bit at the beginning about international cultural problems. I think we didn't tackle too much of that. For us, we're Lithuania-based company, but we always, from the beginning, had people from all nationalities and all cultural backgrounds in a team. And that helped a lot, especially now when we are scaling and our teams are remote. We have people all over the world. They are all working remotely, and that helps a lot to understand different cultures because we definitely work with our clients are in the whole world as well. So that's my advice, probably building a team, make sure it's a really diverse one, make sure you understand all the cultural backgrounds. So.
Thank you for your thoughts. Just talking of scalability, I just was thinking, if you're mostly focusing on resolving the same problems, and that's not the best way, or could be not the most efficient way to scale your businesses. In some cases, I guess not in all of them. And regarding that, so have you ever considered to have integrators who would take your product and they make the customizations to the client as you focused on developing the product, but not the solution for client, as you're more focused on the product development, because in some cases, if you do customizations for client, they could be good for a client, but they do not enhance the product as a whole. So, I guess you all faced such or similar circumstances. So briefly, and for you, I would like to hear from all of you a short answer. Have you ever considered integrators in scaling your businesses?
It's not really appropriate for us. I mean, we're software as a service. If there is the product is the integration, there is there's no hardware component to this, or there's no all of the databasing, all of the feeds, all of everything is behind our strategic moats and behind our tech side of things is what we build. What ultimately you buy is the login, but the value, of course, is the knowledge that the login gives you access to. So there isn't really a place for that in this product version. That doesn't mean to say that we're not very interested and looking at other places we integrate. But again, as a tech provider, we would see that we are building the means for others to integrate rather than looking at people to build integrations for ours. Just it doesn't make sense at a product level.
Thank you. For us, we have, like Vicky, we're a SaaS product, and we have a great team of developers in-house, product and tech team, who are constantly, as I'm sure with Alexandra, iterating the product, and you learn as you go forward, and you build on the back of that evidence and the back of your successes and your failures, right? So it's mostly done in-house, but we do look at tech integration. So there are some tech providers in the built environment who are very relevant to what we do and can add functionality. So a good example would be we've got an exclusive partnership with ViewCity, who are currently busy 3D modeling the biggest cities across the globe, and being able to import their capability onto our platform, which we're doing for Commonplace 2.0, and being able to show people our heat map where they can drop their comments on, but then be able to flick a toggle button and it goes into 3D mode, is really kind of cool. And in that 3D mode, you can see what's been consented or what's in planning. And it's just another layer. It's one of those layers. So the tech integrations are layers of capability to boost what you offer, and to be completely honest, so you can charge a bit more for your service. So there are, but for sure there are integrations that you can look at, such as the one I just mentioned. But the main elements of work and the development and the product iterations are done in-house, because that's where all the learning is, right? So your whole team will be informing what's happening to the product through the CS guys, through the clients, through the respondents, which are really important as well, I should mention that, and to the sales team.
Yeah, I think similarly. Oh, sorry, Simona, did you want to speak?
You go, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, so similarly, there's very much a maintenance and a growth in-house, and I suppose where we see integrations is a bit of an alternative to customization. And what are the opportunities that we can take by integrating other products? It's definitely something on our horizon in terms of how do we facilitate that even more. So there are some integrations that we have on the platform, but there is definitely opportunity and room for more to enable the product to effectively do more things and have more functionality. So that's definitely something we are looking into. And yeah, like I mentioned, it also depends on the size that the organization wants to grow. How big do we want to get? Do we want to have more of a decentralized kind of team in the way we operate, or do we want to keep things really, really centralized? As we know, government services work in a variety of different ways when it comes to things being either really centralized or completely not centralized at all. If you look at something like the NHS, their systems are entirely dispersed. So how do we work across those systems with different integrations that may already be present within government services as well, to try and give us a helping hand?
To put it shortly, yes, we are working with integrators. That is part of our partnership strategy. As I mentioned, we are working with a hybrid solution. So we are partnering with hardware owners, and we are making sure that the end user is able to use hardware and the software at the same time or in the same event. So for us to be able to do that, we work with integrators, and it is not that they would do customizations on a digital product, but they do help us with integrating hardware with the software.
Thank you. Obviously, we're running out of time, so just for the last conclusion, I would love to ask you each of you to share a brief summary on what makes your companies a success. So what activities, what points of view, what ethical, implementations or whatever it takes makes your company such a success as it is now.
I'll go first.
Oh, you get, yeah, go for it.
Thought I'd just jump in. So I thought about this, and there's loads and loads of different things that obviously make you a successful company, from startup to wherever you are now or whatever. So there's some key things that I noted, and they're quite different. So one of which was just to be relevant. So understand what your prospective clients' pains are and how you're going to solve those, and how you're going to solve that above your competitors. So what your USP is above the people that are in your marketplace. Procurement. And just getting into the organization, you've just got to be really persistent. There are loads of different routes in. There's multiple departments, there's multiple people. Find your champion and go with that person and help them anecdotally spread the business word and in their organization. If one door closes, be persistent, just go to the next and keep pushing. And then get the data piece right. GDPR kind of helps with that at the moment, but that is really key. Be really clear on what the data protocols are and who owns what at every single time. And that can be different, and it varies between local authorities, which makes it vaguely tedious and hard work. But that's a really important element of what we do. And my last thing would be, and a bit of advice, is when it comes around to you've pitched, you've got the agreement, before you get the actual virtual sign-off, start your contracting work early. Be prepared, because that takes forever. I think I've been working on a contract with a certain local authority. It's taken 90 days already just to get it to the right person. So prepare that, make sure you've got everything in content-wise nailed down, and that it's going to the right people, or you have a shortened version, whatever. Get the contracting started as soon as you think you're going to get in there. And that would be my sort of 4 different things.
Yeah, I mean, I echo all of those points and sentiments, and I think something with System Lab, something that's first and foremost for us is impact, and really leading with impact and being mission driven. And what kind of opportunities can we seize, or who do we want to work with, where we can get some brilliant stories out of around citizen engagement, community engagement. And really demonstrating what digital can offer alongside offline engagement as well. Something that I think we've all mentioned is iterating the product, constant feedback loop, and that's something that has brought a lot of hard work and a lot of kind of pain points internally to try and get things right. But it's absolutely worth it in the end to make sure that you've got a product that really serves its purpose and that customers are happy with. As Glenn mentioned, having really strong relationships with internal stakeholders. I think there's nothing better than governments talking to other governments and saying what a great experience they've had with a particular product or platform. So that's something that's really important as well, maintaining those really, really good relationships. And I think something that Vicky mentioned earlier around being really adaptable, but also strong around regulation, data security. Glenn, you mentioned it as well. That's something, when we're working in a global perspective, is so vastly different. Not everyone is GDPR related or compliant. So how do we work with that when we have very many GDPR compliant countries that we're also managing, or even, for the likes of Denmark, who are even more stringent with their data rules. So yeah, those are the aspects that I would focus on.
Yeah, I think to pick up what Alexandra said, it's interesting how I feel like for us, in the end, although we are a for-profit commercial tech company, the mission drives everything. The purpose is the mission. We exist as a company, as a team, to reduce citizens' exposure to illicit and harmful goods. That is why we come to work every day. That's why we build what we do. And that's aligned with the mission of the people that we work with. But it's interesting to me how that has really come to trump everything, because that's not always your experience as a founder, as a CEO. It's not always the case that it is so easy and clear to define why you do what you do. And every one of my team can just say that back in an instant. I've worked, I've led businesses before where everybody has a different opinion of what we do. And that is not the case in this business. And it influences everything. It influences how we hire, who we hire, and it influences, in fact, how we've chosen to fund the business, which ultimately influences how we will scale. And I'm okay with that. My co-founders are okay with that. We talked about it from the outset, and we still talk about it, but it's bound up to what the company is. And I think that's a really interesting thing about what you can do with innovation in this space.
For us, we were lucky enough to have a solution to quite a significant problem. Multilingual communication, especially remote, especially in pandemics, was a huge problem for institutions to even meet to continue their activities. So we were lucky to tackle the problem that occurred, and we had the solution. However, to focus on the quality of it, I think that was one of the decisions that brought us to where we are, that we prioritize the quality. And I think that that word alone means a lot to institutions. For them, it's their daily thing. Besides that, being able to cooperate with partners to find the strong partnerships, to be able to build new solutions together, definitely brought us to further and brought us to success in many levels. To be open and to listen to what the end client actually needs. And then relationship building with all stakeholders and listening, hearing them out was super important, because we came in a big crisis period, and for us to be able to hear out interpreters, participants, members of delegates and delegations and so on was extremely important. We're still working on that, but as I mentioned before, I think having a system on how to proactively be able to support them was definitely so our choice that changed many things. I believe that was a significant factor why many organizations chose us over other solutions. That we were here, we were always there in any small issues when they occur, and we were really fast to solve them. We did not promise max quality, 100% delivery on everything every time, but we promised to fix everything within minutes, and we kept delivering that. So having a big team focusing on proactive support so that our clients feel very confident using our solution and they feel that it is the best quality in the market, I think those priorities set us for the success. And that probably leads to having a strong culture. I would definitely echo on having a mission. For us, it's essential. We are all talk about that really on a daily basis. But that also leads to having a strong culture. And I think that matters a lot working with institutions, working in GovTech, because they care about this, right? What they do on a daily basis are important things. So for us, having international culture, having open culture, being strong listeners, always hearing out and being problem solvers, having that type of culture allowed to have the best team possible and allowed to deliver something that brought us to success. To wrap it up.
Thanks, everyone. Although the discussion is very exciting, but we have run out of time. So I guess all of us has learned lots of valuable insights, and the share of experience was very, very good. I enjoyed that a lot. So thank you once again. And that's all for this session. And hopefully I'll see you sometime soon in some other endeavors. But for now, it's have a nice day.
What a panel. Thanks to all the panelists for letting us peek into the more mature GovTech startup world. Now we will continue with the panel discussion and try to see GovTech startups in the eyes of investors. They have traditionally seen GovTech startups as quasi-charitable organizations with no true commercial potential. Hence, very few GovTech funds exist, and non-specialized investors are reluctant to bet on startups selling to the public sector. Is this stereotype ready to be changed? Let's hear the answer to this question. The panel discussion will be moderated by Gabriela Poteliūnaitė, an associate at Change Ventures.
So it's great to be here today with everyone and my lovely speakers. So today we're in a panel discussion of GovTech startups in the eyes of the investors. And we have some amazing investors and other important ecosystem players on board today. So we have Greta Monstavičė, she's the CEO and co-founder of Catalysta Ventures. Then we have Rita Sakus, and she is a co-founder and board member of Lithuanian Business Angel Network. Then we have Andrius Milanavičius, he's the founding member and BDO at Baltic Sandbox Accelerator. And then also we have Alexander de Carvalho, sorry if I mispronounced your surname, and he's the co-founder and CIO of Public, and they're helping technology startups to transform public services. So first of all, before we jump into the first questions, I think it's great to be here today in this panel discussion because I think the idea of a GovTech startup is still a novelty to most of us. And it is sometimes an overlooked sector, although it has, I think, an undeniable importance to a society as a whole. And so today with the phenomenal speakers that I already briefly introduced, we will try to define what is a GovTech startup. We're going to dig into why is it important to actually foster these GovTech startups. We're going to discuss some of the success stories or failures in the sector and dig into what is the support that is needed to eliminate the misalignment between the GovTech startups and the funding that they receive. So first of all, I'd like to give the mic to my lovely speaker. So Greta, if you could start off and just introduce yourself and tell your listeners what exactly Catalysta Ventures do.
Sure. Thanks, Gabriela. Really nice to be here today. Really a good opportunity to discuss important things. So very, very happy to be here. As Catalysta Ventures, we're also really excited to be a part of this conversation. We are a hybrid startup accelerator and fund focusing on triple top line ventures. Triple top line meaning venture startups that are working to create positive impact for people, planet, and profit. So I think the notion of GovTech is very important for us as well. A lot of the people and planet impact relates to GovTech. So very, very happy to be here. Thank you.
If you can take over.
You wanted me to go next? Okay. So I'm Rita Sakus, co-founder of LitBen, Lithuanian Business Angel Network. I'm very happy to be a co-founder of that association because I felt that in Lithuania we didn't have one-stop shopping for business angels or for startups to come pitch. So it's wonderful. We have now over 160 members, especially over the pandemic. We've been growing like gangbusters, and we have now members from as far away as Australia and the United States, and we're really thrilled about that as the barriers to entry into investing as business angels into startups is coming down as a result of all this wonderful technology and Zoom platforms and so on and so forth. And I think that's important also for this discussion on GovTech. I'm an advisor to many startups and invest as a business angel as well, and I lead various investments on behalf of groups of angels. We syndicate, as it's called, together in order to invest in startups. And I invest in areas of high tech, AI, health tech, and yes, there's GovTech in my portfolio. And I think the reason why there's GovTech per se in my portfolio is because there's so much overlap. And there are rising expectations that governments should perform the same as the private sector does. And so they require the tools to make them more efficient, to work faster, to take mundane perhaps work off of the shoulders of cranky bureaucrats, let's say. So I think that there's great assets for investing in GovTech. A lot of pluses. I'm sure we'll get to the minuses. So that's my intro. Thank you.
Under, you can take over.
You mentioned me, yeah, right? Because I didn't hear the beginning. So hello, everyone. It's a pleasure, of course, to be here, and I'm representing a company called Baltic Sandbox. We're a privately funded accelerator for all ecosystem players, startups, investors, mentors, and corporations, all in one. We invest in startups in undervalued markets, both geographically and industry wise. Our ecosystem-oriented approach adds usually value to our portfolio startups. We invest a lot into many startups that are outside of our portfolio, because we do believe that only the healthy ecosystem can help benefit everyone, each and everyone, and we do support a lot of activities that are happening in any ecosystem. Just that's a brief explanation on what we do, what do we focus at the moment, and I would like to spend one more minute of my time to present it. For past year, we were looking at one industry, or let's say that I found an elephant in the room. We did call it silver tech or senior tech, and we really now focus on the aging economy or silver economy, and we're searching heavily for all the solutions for our seniors, in order to make their life more pleasurable, more healthier, and more happier. So this is maybe those 3 things from my side.
I guess that leaves me, Gabriel. I'll help. Skipped it. Hi, Alexander Dukovayo. I'm the co-founder and chief investment officer of Public. And I mean, essentially, if I roll back 5 years, we started the business because I was coming out of building a health tech business with my wife, actually, and my co-founder was coming out of government. And when we met for lunch, coincidentally, he said, "Look at all these great things government have done to stimulate the GovTech ecosystem." I was like, "I've never heard of any of that nonsense." And then I said to him, "Look at all this amazing stuff that technology companies need from government." He's like, "Well, I've never heard of any of that." So, 5 years ago, we decided to combine our sort of what we call shared frustrations and do anything that we could to improve the knowledge and understanding of both sides of the equation on what GovTech could mean for government and what government could get from technology. And I guess over the last 4 or 5 years, we've developed into what I would say is one of the leading thinkers around government technology, and actually we've become a technology company ourselves now. So in essence, we help discover, develop, deliver innovation to governments around the world now to solve pressing problems. I'm super overexcited to be on this panel with you. I'm also super excited to be back in touch with Lithuania. In a previous job, in a previous career, I was managing Vilnius Duona, the bread business. So that was a long time ago. But many fruitful trips to Vilnius. So happy to be back.
Actually, they're doing great, if you care.
So very glad to have all of you on board, and welcome back, Alexander. Glad to have you back in some Lithuanian-related discussion or debate. So first of all, Alexander, that would be my first question is going to be directed towards you. So since you're one of the people that actually directly very much work with the GovTech, could you please define it to our listeners exactly what is the definition of GovTech? And I know it's a bit complex, but you can go ahead. I think you'll do more justice than I would.
I'll try. I think a lot of the panel have already said, actually, or touched on the most important thing to think about, which is that GovTech does not mean just administration technology within government. Your neighbors in Estonia have got a lot of praise correctly for driving a lot of technological improvements in the way that government internally runs. But GovTech, the opportunity is far broader. Rita mentioned AI, Rita mentioned high tech, and Andreas mentioned health. All of that for us encompasses GovTech. We would basically say where government pays or has to play, you could call that GovTech. So, you think of climate tech, it's not really something that government is going to be paying for, but there's legislation and policy and innovation grants, etc., to fund companies that are going to support huge political and policy issues. That's still GovTech. So where government needs to move itself technically, from a political, from a policy level, or where it actually needs to engage and buy new innovation, that should be the frame where investors call themselves a GovTech investor, or where they look at a company as a GovTech company. Because fundamentally, if you've invested in a health tech business and you're not looking at a government, you are missing out on potentially 50 to 80% of your total addressable market and one of the stickiest, most secure customers you could ever hope to engage with ultimately. There are a lot of bumps and hurdles along the way, which I'm sure we'll get to, but fundamentally, every investor who's invested in a company that could have government as a customer should think about whether that is an opportunity at this stage of the business to invest behind.
Since you touched upon already, there's bumps and hurdles about selling to public sector, and actually we're probably quite aware of the slow sales cycle, and that's what I feel a lot of investors actually back from these investments. So maybe Rita, you can take over and say what from your experience, since you've invested in a lot of GovTech startups, what would be the main issues that they face when selling to public sector?
Look, I think, governments have always recognized that innovation is a key driver for economic growth in general. And I think, governments have always had one way or another programs in order to boost innovation. The problem is the innovation was happening in the private sector and not as much in the public sector. And now I think, the private sector is trying to boost the government to adapt what the private sector is doing. So, the governments have long procurement processes in general, and so it's not like, a small private company that can adapt or buy quickly. It's more like procurement of a large company, if you think about that. That's also not necessarily easy for startups to sell into big, large corporations. So I think, we can draw some parallels in terms of, the adaptation cycles, how long it takes, and so on and so forth. I think there's an extra mode of stickiness to governments because they change so quickly. So, every 4 years, every 5 years, you've got essentially, potentially, new blood with, their own insights, their own strong views. Of course, we vote for them because they have those strong views, but, that doesn't necessarily bode well for actually adopting to one certain way of doing something or quickly changing. So I think there's, kind of an added element of stickiness that complicates things further. I think also governments are challenged by not necessarily understanding how to adapt some of those technologies. And then, we see from unfortunate incidents where, data leakages happen and so on and so forth because, they don't have the necessary elements of security that are needed. So I think there are some elements that shine through in the news over the past year. We don't have to look so far into the past to see where governments need to learn and potentially learn from the private sector in order to adapt best practices going forward.
Alexander, do you have anything to add with regards to this question?
Sure. I don't want to monopolize my time on the screen. I mean, I think, look, a lot of what Rita said, I completely agree with. But what I would urge investors to think about is some of those big checks that they write for very unprofitable companies in markets that need a lot of disruption are exactly for the same reasons that they need to be writing checks for government technology businesses. If you want to build the new rails of health tech, it's exactly the same as building the new rails for fintech. You need to invest heavily to build the infrastructure, acquire the licenses, the assurance, and the accreditation to then compete on a level playing field with the incumbents. Technically, no new technology company, I put my house on it, is going to fail in a heads-up test against an incumbent. Incumbents have completely different priorities: maintaining margin, pleasing shareholders, trying to figure out how on earth they're ever going to unwind on-premise legacy technical debt solutions that governments hate but keep paying for. A technology company that is entering the market with all of the right checks, balances, and funding will, in a straight shoot, beat that incumbent any way you look at it. The problem is the process of getting there and the trust that you need to build. Those are the only barriers to entry in GovTech. And the only thing you need to beat process and trust is time. And the only thing you need for time is money, right? This is not a bet on the technical capabilities of a founding team in a GovTech company. They will wipe the floor once they get into a position to challenge and to bid and to write the right responses to a government tender. Problem is getting enough funding and having enough patience to get there. But that same mentality is what investors in venture have been doing for many years in other markets that have been disrupted. It's just that at the moment, and we can come to that later, there haven't been enough success stories, although they will be coming in the next 2 to 5 years, first in the US, some in Europe, etc., that will prove to investors that that longer term view and that same comfort with cash burn and time will generate extraordinary returns in this sector too.
I think I completely agree. And I think I would be also very interested now to hear more from Greta and Andres, because you both are working exactly with accelerators and accelerating this kind of tech that a lot of other generalist investors usually kind of fear. So maybe if you could give some insights, what kind of challenges do your startups usually face and how you try to help them go through the challenges?
Sure. If I may go next, Andrew. I think I really enjoyed what Rita and Alexander has said, and I really second that. And I think from one end, it's exactly what you, Alexander, said from the startup perspective, but also there's a role to play from the receiving end, from the government perspective. And I think a very interesting thing that we've seen through our acceleration processes is a relationship between a startup and a corporate. So when we're working with startups and corporates, we see that sometimes the big businesses, the corporates, are not ready to take in that innovation. And very often the reason is that there's no owner of innovation inside the company. So there's no one in charge of accepting the startup into organization and internalizing the innovation. So I think a very similar approach could be also used for the governments, right? Like, is there a person that's whose main responsibility is about internalizing innovation from the GovTech startups? So, and it's not only about the initiatives such, as GovTech Lithuania, which is amazing and is facilitating that, but also within the ministries, within the different public organizations, do we have these people that are ready to take in that innovation? So I think this is one of the big challenges that we see in the big businesses, but also in the governments in order to take on that innovation and spread that forward. So maybe I can share my spotlight with Andres right now.
I would love to double up on what you said, but and I really love that you brought the corporate innovation topic. That's my favorite, because I usually mention two main things that I see as a problem. One thing is, and that's the same in the GovTech, it's collective responsibility, or in other words, so who is taking the responsibility? You said the owner. I said, okay, who's making the decision to actually just take in the innovation? Innovation comes with a chance of failure, right? And that's a second very important point. Usually corporates and government agencies, they don't have the failure budget. How can you actually innovate if you're not ready that something will not work out, right? And then you go into this multiple processes of just checking and trying to understand, will this actually work? And that's so funny because, we do see a problem. Yeah, okay, let's find out the guys that can help us with this problem, right? And then we invite those guys, and then we expect them to give 100% assurance that it's gonna work. No one can do it, and if we're not ready for them to actually fail, so why do we even start? And then we come back to the first point. So who is taking the responsibility? And in this case, that's why when we are working with our portfolio startups, we don't actually push on the GovTech things. We see it as an extra layer of potential income, and we see it as a very good one. As Alexander said, you can extremely enhance your market, right, with these contracts. And I would love them to be more stable and to happen much faster.
maybe all of you could share, I think, Rita, if you could start, maybe a success story of a startup that you could define as a GovTech startup that showed some success and really stuck with you. It could be in the Baltics, it could be in Europe.
Yeah, so I'm happy to say I have quite a number of them. One of the probably best cases is Interactio, which is simultaneous translation. And, right now they're off the charts in terms of popularity and use, especially in the EU and other, government sectors where, there's a requirement for translating simultaneously in many different languages. But, over COVID, you can't fly in translators. You can't have double the amounts of translators. You can't have them sharing a single booth in order to translate properly and wearing all the clunky equipment. So, this really is COVID-friendly technology, let's say. I think, they're just, I see this sector growing incrementally and changing and adapting and even becoming better. So I think, I'm very happy to have seen that portfolio company do so well. Another one is, if I can mention another one, is Mindletic. Mindletic is, it's a wonderful company that's now working across 4 or 5 cities in Lithuania, and they provide mental health stimulation for citizens, for employees. Many top companies in Lithuania have already adapted their technology and are using their platform for their employees' mental health. And I think, again, we find ourselves, thank God, finally in an era where it's not a stigma, but it's considered, if you go exercise your body, you got to exercise your brain as well. And there's no shame in reaching out for that help and doing it online or over the internet platform. It also destigmatizes maybe people who might be thinking differently about it. But I think, there's no question in Lithuania, we've had our issues with mental health in the past. And I think platforms like that can definitely help. And it's not only Lithuania, it's, around the world. We're all human and we all need, outlets for exercising our brains. So that's another very positive, I think, example. And then, of course, the health tech companies that I'm invested in, ultimately governments are going to be using this as they purchase, new, better equipment for the hospitals, which is going to take a lot of the burden off of, let's say, doctors and specialists who have to spend a lot of time doing consultations or doing tests, and those tests can be done, faster, better, and cheaper using the right type of technologies. So I think ultimately technology boosts productivity and efficiency, no question. And thank God, governments are starting to adapt this technology, and that's leading to higher levels of transparency, quicker responsiveness, and definitely more trust from citizens to government. And I think that, that's a very important aspect of GovTech and why we need to adapt it.
And Andres, Greta, Alexander, if you have any other success stories that you'd like to share with the listeners, go ahead.
I jump in. So, I would mention right now, one of the companies we've been working with for 4 years now, which is called Element. It's an alternative or a rival to Slack. And I think the most exciting thing was, well, actually, there's been new news in the last couple of weeks already, but last year, they won a contract with the German education system for 500,000 licenses, which is, I think, the largest ever single contract issued to a SaaS business by government. And they've now gone on to work with Element, our British-French company. They've now gone on to work with the French and German armies. And I think that they've just announced a contract with the German health department as well. So, attractive here is the sovereign nature of the secure messaging platform. There are no servers in other countries. There's no opportunity for spying or Patriot Acts or anything else that complicate things in a deeply sort of European context. And this company has built an incredibly secure, incredibly attractive alternative for European governments interested in national sovereignty, interested in not being dependent on other countries' technologies. And I think they've just announced a $30 million fundraise, and that company and that trajectory is really for us fantastic. Leveraging all the things that European governments or governments in general should be looking at, and really motoring. And now, once you win one of those contracts, as I said, with a GovTech company, if you're in with the French army and the German army, you should quickly be talking to the Spanish, Italian, Austrian, Swiss, because why wouldn't you? That's the beauty of GovTech when it goes right. And I think the more examples we can point to like that, the better. I would have a lot more, but we don't have that much time to talk about that. Anyone who wants to know more can definitely reach out.
You can jump in as well if you have one quick example to share.
Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of it, but I just wanted to jump in. Alexander raised a really important point, and that's on the military aspect. And Lithuania is now gearing up through Invega to launch a military defense fund, which is wow, it's unbelievable that we're going down that route for R&D. And I think again, it'll probably, the fund will probably be looking at both commercial and military aspects for investment. But, this specialization in funds in Lithuania, for example, really shows that, our venture market and our R&D is definitely maturing, which is really great to see.
Yeah,
and sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, you say, Gabriela, of course.
No, you can go ahead. I'll top up with another question.
I just say, like, just mentioning the examples is one thing, and Rita mentioned the best one. I'd say, like, from our market, of course, we do have Trafi as an app that is actually being used in the municipalities. But from my point of view, I'm looking at the GovTech as there's so many possibilities that are still there. For example, I see what is happening in Lithuania, for example, in terms of biotech and medtech, and I'm actually waiting for a moment for our hospitals to start using what those guys are finding out. We have so many intelligent people that created those solutions that are still so far from actually being used, and we're using the legacy solutions. But when it concerns the health, usually people are a bit more frightened. Another thing that I would be looking at, and I actually was speaking to a few of the startups and said, like, go and sell yourself. The biggest problem with governments usually is the effectiveness, the processes, right? So we should optimize it. And there is a common joke, like, who is in charge in your company for digital transformation? Is it CEO, is it CTO, or is it COVID-19? So if we are on a page where, let's say, like, everyone instantly learned, or they overcome the being afraid of using the digital solution. So now is a very good time. So I would actually encourage the guys to jump into smaller agencies. Let's not go to the ministries. Ministries are huge organisms that it's very difficult, right, to prove something to them. Let's start from smaller agencies that are actually searching for the very fast solutions, and just do a pretty good B2G sales pitch.
Do you mind if I quickly jump in? So I think two things here are important, building on what you just said. One is educating the civil service. We can forget the politicians because they do come and go, to Rita's point, but generally across most of our countries, the civil service remains. And by and large, the civil service does not have the necessary capabilities to engage and adapt and adopt new ways of talking to new technology. Neither are they incentivized. However, inside each of these departments, there's always a few people who actually sitting there and saying, I didn't join government to just sit here and buy from the same 4 suppliers for the rest of my life. This is what the future needs to look like. And this is how I think we should be speccing for our next tender. The problem is they bring this brilliant future-proof solution to their procurement team or the commercial team, and are told by the incumbents, who are the only people on the framework able to bid on the opportunity, we're not going to do that. And then, suddenly they have the opportunity of either giving up on the entire solution and software and the providers that they've been using for the last 20 years, or trying to find another way of procuring an alternative. And at that point, the risk and the legal ramifications, etc., compound and fill and crumple any sort of hope that they had. So we need to educate and inspire and champion the people inside government who have the ability to bring new technology and new innovation in. We need to help them unlock and unblock the procurement processes which stifle the innovation, even when it's waiting for new technology companies to come for. And we need to provide a similar amount of information to government technology companies or companies who want to engage with government about what it takes to look and write an effective response to a government ask. It's not just about finding it by accident in the the last 10 days of the procurement process. You need to be in the offices like the incumbents, walking around government, explaining what cloud looks like, what interoperability looks like, what an API looks like, explaining the benefit of, for instance, in health, cross-care setting approach as opposed to, siloed medical record. And you need to be pushing government and pushing the right people in the civil service to issue the tenders that are of a bite-sized nature that allows for innovation to slowly take hold. So you have to educate through programs, you have to educate startups through putting your arm around them and telling them this is how you apply to a tender, and you need to help unblock this procurement clog which exists. And that is that clog where incumbents just say, look, we've been okay for the last 20 years. You can have a little bit more of us, can't you?
Alexander. Yeah, okay, Rita. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just to jump in, I was just chatting with Andres on our little chat before. We're one of the first European countries to have a digital ambassador, and that's Ambassador Darius Gaidys. I'm not sure that his role includes procurement, but I think definitely he would be someone that we'd be able to, push with, this more digital type of agenda from the private sector going to, the public sector. So it's great that we have this person and this role in Lithuania, and I think that we should definitely make use of Darius Gaidys.
I can assure you that procurement is the place where all innovation dies at the moment.
Absolutely.
And I don't know Lithuania well enough, but we see it time and time again in the UK and Germany and other markets we're advising. You have to create better incentives and better stage gates for new market entrants. And I don't mean seed companies, Series A companies. I mean everything up to, a company with 40, 50, 60 million of revenue. There are things in those procurement documents that are only there because no one's been either brave enough to take them out, or because no one's read the documents, or because the incumbent said it must be in there, otherwise you won't get some of my other services somewhere else. There a lot of things that stop innovation coming in can be fixed, but that you just need those champions in government to say, I disagree with this flow, and I want to make a change. But you do need to find them, and you need to tell them all that hard work, sweat, tears, and your career that you're putting on the line will be rewarded, because once you open the gates and the new market entrants can flow in, these aren't just two people in a garage. These are 40, 50, 100-person companies, 5-year track records, excellent private and public sector pilots who will actually help you bring about the change that you need.
Yeah, but it takes a team, right, to make a change. It's not enough to have one guy. But you know what? I honestly see one more problem, and it's a very big problem. You can always sue as a country Microsoft, right? I'm sorry, I'm just mentioning it for a case. But startups can sometimes disappear or not do something. And I do think if we would actually find a way to ensure the solution, or to ensure some startup, or just make extra layer of safety for the government, that would actually make a much bigger change than just searching for a person that would be super eager to try something innovative. Because I do feel that there is a very big issue of them just being afraid. What if they will not execute?
I can answer. I mean, there's a couple of things that we suggest to governments in this case. And please, Gabriel, if you want us to come back to the topic of investing, let us know. But
no, it's perfect.
For instance, escrowing the code is one of the smartest things that a government could ask to do, such that if the service or if the funding runs out, then it will only take 3-4 back-end developers, front-end developers to maintain the service. It's a very neat way of ensuring the solution. That's one of the things we can do. The other thing is frankly, at a certain stage, a GovTech company is able to take on the penalties that a government should and can impose. But the other thing you could argue is how much penalties do the governments really need to impose for failing to deliver services. It's quite unique in government that these penalties are so absurd sometimes. And again, for depending on the level of critical national infrastructure that this company is providing, I think you have to be relative with the amount of penalties that you apply to a contract. And I think again we suffer from a one-size-fits-all sort of procurement document where someone goes, I'll have that document from 1938, which created penalties for Microsoft, that document with all the assurances and accreditations this company needs that are all out of date and no one needs anymore. Let's put it together for 150 pages, throw it at the market, and lo and behold, two people with 100 bid writers can answer that. And it's the two people that you've been paying too much money for the last 20 years. So, a combination of better penalties, adaptive procurement systems, and measures to protect yourself against technology companies running out of money or runway are ways of countering that issue.
If I may add on that, I think what's also really interesting is, the way that public procurement is written. Many public procurement procedures are about describing what kind of innovation they will need. But at the same time, the startup processes, that you are pivoting and you're trying things and you're getting feedback and you're changing things. So then, the question is, have you delivered what they asked for? And could you even pitch for something that they asked for when that's maybe not even the right thing to deliver? So I think this is also about making public procurement about maybe solving the problem rather than asking for a certain innovation in that sense for startups and for these innovative procedures.
You're totally right that product market fit is not the same in government at the moment than it is in private sector. You are delivered via the tender what your product needs to look like, and you must sell to that specification. But I think my earlier point is it's important that you have the conversation before the tender is written with the people who are going to be responsible for procuring to help them understand what good looks like, right? Because innovating in isolation inside a civil service building is not going to generate the new future of what healthcare needs to look like, or what an education system needs to look like, or how you pay your tax. It just can't, because the people who are advising you are consultants who are paid to do more and more work and advise you for longer and longer. The services that you've been using are services that are outdated and have no incentive to show you that the future is different. And the early stage companies that you could be engaging with are too hard to find and too hard to differentiate between for somebody who has a very low level of risk-taking capability and a very low understanding of just how safe digital technology has become. Andreas mentioned, or maybe Rita, the data leaks and everything. That a lot of these leaks and scandals have not come from early stage technology companies building on really safe, reliable infrastructure. A lot of these problems have come from enormously outdated, antiquated systems with huge amounts of technical debt and weaknesses, right? And everyone is so scared about touching any of this stuff because it's so old that they're afraid that actually at some point we have to move to the future. And government likes reacting to problems and not investing preventatively ahead of the curve. Europe is generally always on fire. We've got to fix hospital roofs. We've got to pay more welfare. We've got an aging demographic. But if we continue to only spend reactively and not invest proactively, we will never address the amount of cost that is building up in our ecosystem. And the only solutions for solving some of these huge generational shifts that are happening are new technology solutions that are coming to market. And so we have to encourage government to do both, fix the hospital roofs and invest in the new technology that makes the hospital work better. It's not easy, but the opportunity remains.
To your point, you're absolutely right on the technology debt and, on the preventative medicine that's definitely needed for the older systems as well and transitioning to newer. I fully agree with you on that point. Yeah, absolutely.
And Alexander, that was an amazing election speech. You get 3 yes, you move to the next stage, and we are investing in you. Thank you so much.
So going back to a bit more investing side of things. So my final question, because I think we don't have that much time, but maybe if we could just brainstorm, one of you can jump in once you have the answer, is what do you think is the importance, and will we be seeing a lot more like vertical focused venture capital funds in the future? For instance, the funds that will be just investing in GovTech, or do you see the opposite? Would you see more benefits by generalists start to invest more in GovTech startups? Go ahead, Anders.
I'd say that the beginning should start from PPP, right? So it's public-private. Jesus Christ, I forgot how to explain it. But the thing is, when we will actually learn for the, let's say, like for a private business to do something together with public sector, right? Then we will instantly become much more reliable on that it actually works. And only then, we can actually have those venture capital that is allocated just for the GovTech. At this point, I'd say like we will be operating as a hybrid mode. As Rita, for example, she's an amazing angel investor to support the very good ideas. So she will be, in some cases, seeing some projects that may also have an extra income from some public sector. But I don't think that it will be just the basic case that she will be focusing. But maybe Rita will comment on this more.
So public-private partnership, I think, is what we're talking about. We like that partnership, and I think it would be great. The government's been talking now about 40 million going into innovative companies and innovative technologies. And, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to use it or how that money is going to be distributed. But I think that there's also, a role for governments to, try to increase their return on investment by investing in these technologies that are ultimately going to help them. And like I said, technology builds trust, technology builds collaboration. It makes things more transparent. It's good for you in the end. So, and we all want more efficient government and definitely more effective government, and getting rid of government is there to solve the challenges of our future. And I think given the right tools, I mean, this isn't a silver bullet, but given the right tools, I think governments will better be able to address those issues that we need to solve and that we need to succeed into our future. So,
if I may continue, I would also like to, second what Rita and Andros has said. I think, especially on Andros's point, that I think it's going to be hybrid. The future is going to be hybrid. We have an amazing example in our recent cohort of the accelerator. We have a startup Datahood. They're a data location platform that aims to create more sustainable cities based on data that they have on their platform. And this data can be used both by businesses and by governments and municipalities to make cities a more livable, a better place to be. So I think, for them, the business is the client, but also government is a beneficiary and potential client for them. And what's really, really exciting for them is that they are already partnering with one of the public organizations focused on public transport, and they're receiving data from them, which they have plenty of, and they're using that data to upsell on the business side. And then they're coming back with that data and they're supporting the same organization and the same municipality with the enriched data and insights. And they obviously can make better decisions on city planning and traffic planning and so on and so on. So I think this is going to be probably hybrid. I wouldn't see startups maybe solely focusing on GovTech in the upcoming years already that soon. But this hybrid model is definitely something that we could work with. And from investor side, very happy to support as well.
Maybe just to finish, I think there is the chance now for a pan-European GovTech focused fund. It needs to be serious and big, and it probably needs to be targeting Series A, Series B businesses. I think that the seed and the accelerator community needs to continue to see examples like Element, but there are many others. Dr. Lieb is again, a company that I would say falls into GovTech. There needs to be reasons for seed companies and seed investors, angel investors to back to companies that have governments as a potential client. But at Series A, Series B is the opportunity to agree the product market fit has been won, that pilots are successful, that challenging incumbents is there. And that's when those companies need not 2.5 million in 10 months runway, but 10 million in 2 years runway. And that's the sort of money that will unnerve and unlock these procurement cycles that I've been talking about. And once you can get these companies across the line and into the ring with incumbents, that's when you start having fun, landing, expanding, and building true champions and true new players within government.
Sure. So
yeah, and obviously, Alexander, you need some budget for bribing, right?
No. Not necessary if you have the right tech.
Sorry, everyone. So I think we're out of time now. So thank you, everyone, our great speakers. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Greta. Thank you, Andrews. And thank you, Alexander, so much. And it's been great. And thank you to all of our listeners.
Thank you, Gabriele, and all the speakers for letting us better understand what is happening in the minds of investors. Now, let's take a peek in what's happening in Lithuania. Our next session aims to answer how can a GovTech startup conquer Lithuania's public sector? Over the last few years, Lithuania has made strategic decisions to be at the forefront of GovTech innovation. This year, over 47 funded challenges are being launched and are looking for creative entrepreneurs. Are you one of them? Let's hear the keynotes from the representatives of various Lithuanian institutions presenting their challenges. Moderated by Arūnė Matelytė, manager of one and only GovTech Lab Lithuania.
Thank you, Ruta, and welcome everyone to almost the last session of today's conference. My name is Arūnė. I'm the manager of the GovTech Lab Lithuania. If you were with us today on this stage, we already met before at the Enable track, talking about the Gov side of the GovTech, about the processes and budgets that need to be set up to encourage experimentation in the public sector. But now we're going to talk about the tech side of the GovTech, about the startups and companies and how they could conquer Lithuania's public sector. Hence the title, How Can GovTech Startups Conquer Lithuania's Public Sector? And to tell you the truth, the accurate title of this session should be How Can GovTech Startups Access Lithuania's Public Sector Organizations and Their Challenges, Get Monetary Rewards for the Best Ideas, and a Contract to Build Pilot Solutions. But that doesn't sound very appealing, doesn't it? So that's why we called it How Can GovTech Startups Conquer Lithuania's Public Sector? What is there to conquer, you might ask? Well, actually, there's a lot. There's an amazing opportunity opened up in Lithuania's public sector to solve numerous public sector challenges and get funding for that. So, we have 47 public sector challenges that are looking for digital and innovative solutions. We have up to 53,000 funding each for the best ideas and to build pilot solutions, which in total amounts to the opportunity of almost 2 million euros. So it's definitely not the one to miss. But before we go into the details, how can you get a piece of this amazing pie? Let me tell you a quick story. If you were with us at the previous discussion, you might have heard a few bits of this, but please bear with me. So around 2.5 years ago, we're thinking of setting up a GovTech Lab. And what we noticed is 3 paradoxical things throughout Lithuania's public sector. So first, Lithuania's public sector, same as other countries, have very interesting, complex challenges that needs to be solved. But they're not open to the market, they're not open to citizens, they're usually not shared widely. Secondly, money is usually not the main problem in the public sector, but it's how we spend it. Usually, budgets for digital transformation, for digital innovations, are not spent to actually find the best solution, but just to maintain legacy system. It's The budgets are spent to buy from the same contractors again and again, instead of actually looking for the solutions that might solve the challenge. And last, we saw that in the market, there are increasingly more entrepreneurs that want to build social impact startups, that want to build solutions that could solve green challenges, civic challenges. However, they cannot access public sector, although public sector is definitely the main stakeholder here. So we looked at these challenges and we thought, how could we set up a process in Lithuania's public sector that would open these challenges, that would allow it to spend the budget to solutions that would actually solve the challenge, and how could we open it to as many market participants as possible, including startups and companies and entrepreneurs and anyone else who has great ideas and talent. So we looked to other countries, we looked to other teams. We found a lot of different methods. But one of the things that we found was this procurement method called design contest. Before, in Lithuania, it was never used to buy digital or innovative solutions. But it fit all the boxes. It was open, it was flexible, it was creative, it allowed experimentation, piloting, and it was open to everyone. So that was our first eureka moment. We thought we'll just make a presentation about design contest, present to Lithuania's public sector, and that's it. All 3 challenges solved. Well, we're not that naive. So what we tried to do is build the process around that to actually help public sector find solutions. And we called it GovTech Challenge Series. We built a process that would help public sector identify challenges, would help find market participants, startups, companies that could build the solutions, and then create a process where through structured program, both public sector and startups can build solutions together and co-create them instead of just simply contracting out or leaving the contractor for 3 or 4 months to do their own thing. So that was the second eureka moment. So what we started the first GovTech Challenge series. We went to public sector organizations and we tried to convince them to run it with a design contest using their own budgets. And we didn't manage to find anyone who wanted to commit their own budget. We were thinking that, okay, GovTech Lab is very new. At that point, it wasn't even officially established. And the good thing for us is that GovTech Challenge series works even without the benefits that it brings are still very valuable. So we're, okay, let's run with this. We'll try it the second time. So after around a year or more, the second time. We looked for public sector organizations that would want to give their own budgets and run design contests and participate this way in GovTech Challenge series. And then again, we couldn't find anyone who wanted to commit their own budgets. And that made sense because at that point, no one in Lithuania's public sector still had tested it. No one had run a design contest for digital solution. And we started to think that maybe it's not just our lack of convincing skills, or it's just those institutions that didn't want to spend their own money for some reason, but this is more of a systemic issue. We don't have the ways that we can experiment in Lithuania's public sector that would not penalize institutions, that would encourage them to do that. So therefore, we started with Ministry of Economy and Innovation to think about how we could mitigate that, how we could build a centralized pot of funding that would allow institutions that want to experiment, want to find good, innovative solutions, to do that within our current system. But it was time to launch the third GovTech Challenge series, and unfortunately, those ideas were still on paper and not in practice. And in the third GovTech Challenge series, we still didn't manage to find anyone who wanted to commit their own money. But despite that, we had great startups, great companies building their products. But of course, for us, it was not enough because we always knew that there could be more. We could make the process more impactful. We could start paying startups and companies for their ideas and for their pilots from the first second that they work with us. So the fourth time was successful. This is the fourth GovTech Challenge series and the one that actually all the challenges I run with funding within design contest. And as it often happens in the public sector, it's either all or nothing. So while previously we had usually around 10 challenges, this time we have 47. So fourth GovTech Challenge Series, 47, almost rhymes. So that's a very quick story, not very quick maybe, but how we got to this 47. And so what's exactly the opportunity here? Well, each of the 47 challenges consists of two main stages. First, the design contest for ideas and concepts. And second, the negotiations for contract to actually build the pilot solution. And as I already mentioned a few times today, it's definitely funded. So for the design contest part, we have up to 19,800 euros prize pool. The prize pool depends on the challenge. For some, it's a bit less. For some, it's a bit more if institution contributes their own funding for it. And this is for startups for their best ideas and the best concepts that they suggest. In most of the challenges, it will be around 3. For the negotiation bit, to actually build the pilot solution in around 3-4 months, that depends on the challenge as well, there's a funding for up to 33,200 euros contract to actually build the pilot solution. But that's just the start. Then what's after this? What's after the negotiations? What's after the contract? Well, partly it's a lot of fun and games because it's experimentation and piloting and trying new things. At the same time, of course, it's a lot of work and co-creation with public sector organizations. And we hope that similar to our previous times, we'll be able to connect public sector and startups in a meaningful way to actually co-create these solutions together and not just build something in 3 months separately, but build it in the spirit of agile development in co-creation. So how can startups conquer Lithuania's public sector then? You know, the name of the title. Well, participate in the 47 design contest. Well, maybe not all of them, because that might get a bit confusing for you and also for us probably. But it's still an amazing opportunity. It's an opportunity for your startup to experiment and test out your new products. It's an opportunity to grow as a company commercially because of the contracts and because of the new clients that you can onboard. And it's also an opportunity to make a difference and to solve an important public sector challenge. And at the same time, you can help us. You can help us prove that innovative solutions can work, and it's worth going that extra mile and actually looking for something that might truly solve the challenge. You can help us prove that startups and innovative companies can deliver, and that public sector can trust them to build out-of-the-box solutions that serve the purpose. And finally, you can prove that alternative to usual procurement methods are worth exploring. It's worth putting that extra time into finding methods and using methods that are more creative, more flexible, more open to the market. So today we'll have a small teaser of what is available. Overall, as I mentioned already, probably 100 times today, we have 47 challenges. But today we have 3 brave institutions that will tell their story and talk about their challenges and that are looking for your help in solving their design contests. So first, I'd like to invite Pavlos for Lithuanian Innovation Center to present their challenge.
So thank you, Aruna, for your introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Paulas Batsavičius, and I am a consultant at Lithuanian Innovation Center. And today I am going to present you our GovTech project, the development of an IT tool to monitor, analyze, and visualize knowledge transfer in Lithuania. But first, just before I introduce you our project, first of all, I would like to briefly speak about the organization I represent. So, Lithuania Innovation Center is a public non-profit innovation support agency established in 1996. Speaking about our main shareholders, we have 2 ministries. So that is Ministry of Economy and Innovation, Ministry of Education, Science and Sports. And as a third shareholder, we have Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. Speaking about the functionalities of our organization, we have 2 different departments. So the first one is Innovation Support Services Department, and our consultants and experts provide support for businesses, for business associations and business clusters on topics such as partner search, technology transfer. We also advise on innovation funding. And also there is a second department, so that is Innovation Analysis and Policy Department. And here we create and propose policy recommendations for our government, how they could improve our innovation ecosystem. We also facilitate the exchange of international good practices. We also write various sectorial analysis to promote innovation and so on. So to briefly introduce you our project, first I would like to speak about two principles which are fundamental to our project. So the first one is science and business cooperation. So speaking in general, science and research organizations are the source of knowledge, one of the main sources of knowledge in our modern society. And of course, this knowledge can be very beneficial for our businesses as they can use this knowledge to create new products and services. However, of course, there is a need for this knowledge to be transferred. And one of the ways to do it is via science and business cooperation. Speaking about the Lithuanian context, science and business cooperation is, of course, one of the top priorities in our innovation policy. And to give you just one example, in the period between 2014 and 2020, around 288 million euros were allocated from EU structural funds to foster science and business cooperation and commercialization of scientific knowledge. Still, despite various policy interventions in order to improve our science and business cooperation in Lithuania, we still have a lot of issues related to it, and some consider lack of science and business cooperation to be one of the main issues in our innovation ecosystem. And to give you again one example from business perspective, some say that our science and research organizations lack entrepreneurial skills or even entrepreneurial mindset, while others say that our governmental incentives are insufficient to foster science and business cooperation. So we clearly need a policy which would be based on evidences, on facts, and on true information. And here we come to our second principle, so that is evidence-based policymaking. So in general, it can be described as a principle when policy decisions are based on information or informed by rigorously established objective evidence. Of course, evidence-based policymaking recently has been highly promoted by various international institutions such as OECD or the European Commission. Also, we need to understand that evidence-based policymaking has been highly empowered by various developments in technologies, in methods, in technological processes. So, for example, in big data, artificial intelligence, or data processing. And of course, with the help of these technologies and new methods, we can collect more information which previously was unavailable or which was really expensive to collect. And now we can collect more data with more accuracy, with more speed, and at the same time we can process this data with more speed and more accuracy. And of course, it is important to mention people who are working with these technologies. So various analysts nowadays have high ICT skills. We also have more knowledge in statistics or data interpretation fields. So understanding the issue of science, of all science and business cooperation and the need to promote evidence-based policymaking, Lithuania Innovation Center initiated a project which was approved by GovTech Lab, and our goal is to develop an IT tool which would allow us to analyze and visualize knowledge transfer in Lithuania. So now I will briefly introduce you IT tool functionalities which we are expecting to have. So first of all, for us it's very important to collect and accumulate different information about different science and research organizations and about different knowledge which they do create. So when we speak about science and research organizations, we speak about those whose main activities are studies or studies-related activities and or research and development activities. So we took this definition from Lithuanian law of science and education. And of course, when we speak about the types of knowledge which are created by different science and research organizations, there are many different ways how we can distinguish it. But for our project, we will use 3 types of knowledge. So that is publications. And here we are speaking about scientific articles, which meets Q1 and Q2 publication impact index criteria. We also speak about people, so about the graduates who graduated from different science and research organizations and have at least master's or PhD degree. And also we speak about R&D services, so about the value of these services or about the amount of these services provided to private enterprises. Next, a very important aspect in our project will be the creation of links. So in our mind, we would like to have an IT tool which would be powered by artificial intelligence. And with the help of it, we would like to create connections between different science and research organizations, between different knowledge created by them, and also economic sectors who would have the biggest potential to use this scientific knowledge. And we will do it by using a NACE classifier. So to give you just a couple of examples, if you have publications, with the help of artificial intelligence, we will analyze specific publication based on its title, based on keywords, based on abstract, or based on the whole text, and we will try to connect this publication with economic sector where it is the biggest potential to use this knowledge. And for example, if you have graduates, so again, with the help of artificial intelligence, we would like to connect these people with economic sectors who has the biggest potential to use these people and to use them to make innovative products or services. And last but not least is the visualization of our created links. So again, for us it is very important to visualize these created links by artificial intelligence. And of course, we would like to have visualization which would be interactive. So we would have as much information as possible. So for example, we could compare different science and research organizations, or for example, we could look at, for example, manufacturing sector and say where the most knowledge to this sector comes from. And also for us, it's very important to have innovative design and data representation. So by this, I mean that information presented should be clear and easy to understand. So what are our expectations? At the end of our project, we would like to have a fully functional prototype which would have functionalities which I just mentioned previously. Of course, we will test our IT tool and we will see if created links between different knowledge and economic sectors is correct. For us, this is very important. And another important aspect, of course, is the visualization. So if information presented is clear and easy to understand. And of course, if the project will be successful, we would like to expand our IT tool, for example, by adding new science and research organizations or by adding new knowledge categories. So for example, patents or university spin-offs. And we would also like to analyze this created knowledge and to see, for example, how it responds to Lithuanian smart specialization strategy. So at the end of our project, we would like to have IT tool which would allow us to make very targeted and very specific policy recommendations how we could improve our national innovation ecosystem by fostering science and business cooperation and also knowledge transfer. So thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions or suggestions about our project, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Povilas. And it's amazing to see that the GovTech attracts not only one single policy area, but that it covers a lot of them, from green to innovation policy to education policy. So I'd like to invite Jurgita from Vilnius Education Advancement Center to present their education challenge.
Thank you, Arune. Thank you for having me here. I am, as Arūnė said, Jurgita Rimkuvienė from Vilnius Educational Advancement Center. And today I'd like to talk about education monitoring system. I'll start with a short explanation why we need the project. Then I'll just review how we came to this idea. And after that, our expectations. Today, I'd like to talk from the perspective of Vilnius City Municipality and Vilnius Educational Advancement Center, and tell that education monitoring could be understood as the measure system of health of education in the city, for example, and it is very important to education quality assurance as well as education policy making. This is a requirement, and it comes from the law of education, as well as Vilnius City Development Strategy 2030, and of course other strategic documents. Of course, it is a necessity as well to involve pupils, to involve parents, teachers, leads of the schools into the education process, into the improvement of the education. Why is that project? Let me shortly explain the environment of the education monitoring system. It is started almost several decades ago when the basis of education monitoring system was put in place with the help of experts from the World Bank, from the Harvard Business School. However, not all efforts were successful because of many issues, because of political issues as well. And especially many unresolved issues were left in the municipality level as well as school level. So, in order having the modern technologies, having the experiences of education monitoring and other researches in education sector, lessons learned from the other sector, as well as technological solutions, we started to think about improvements of monitoring of education at the municipal and school level. So, the main project idea, I would say, is to check, can we replace existing educational performance indicators that are hard to collect, that are time consuming, to replace them to the participants' experiences and satisfaction indicators that we suppose should be easier to collect, faster process, and so on. As well, we would like to find out how to apply methods and IT tools that perfectly work in business and other sectors, and to measure, to analyze, and give a feedback to the decision makers in the municipality. The main project goal is to develop information system that is for monitoring experiences and satisfaction of education system participants. It should have IT tools to manage, administer surveys that are for parents, pupils, teachers, school leads, as well as their data collection. We also will need a database to store, manage, analyze data, as well as Paulus mentioned, visualization of data and sharing it with public is also very important. We in municipality, in our advancement center, we believe that such a pilot system will help overcome the natural conflict of interests between municipality who are own schools who evaluates and controls the education system, and the schools who provide data and should provide the best education possible. So, and finally, what we expect to have and to design a flexible system that could allow us to enter a new indicators, a new school, a new process, a new context data into the system. The system that could ensure data protection and compliance with the GDPR requirements. Is to set up the system that are friendly enough to provide a feedback, as I mentioned before. And the system that could help us encourage schools to use the system and to make their decision based on the data. And as well to increase the trust of parents, pupils, teachers, and all public of Vilnius, and not only Vilnius, to the education and to be involved in the education. So call for applications is open, and the deadline is we have half a month. And the good news that top 3 proposals will be awarded. And I'm just asking you to help us to make such a, I hope, very interesting and future system to have a very well monitored education, not only in Vilnius, but hopefully in all Lithuania. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jurgita. What is also great to see that we have not only different areas of challenges, but we also have institutions not just from Vilnius, but from all around Lithuania. So for our next challenge, we'll teleport to Druskininkai municipality, and I'll give a word to Jurgita to present their challenge.
Hello, thank you for introducing me. Today, I would like to spread the information about the procurement that the administration of Druskininkai municipality launched on the 27th of August. So that is the procurement of the development of a prototype of the tourist tax administration system. The object of this procurement is the service of developing a prototype of a digital system of tourist tax administration for Druskininkai municipality. And in order to motivate you to participate in the competition, I would like to announce the amounts of the prizes, as it is a competition. So the first place would be awarded 11,000 euro, the second 5,500, and the third 3,300 euros. Druskininkai municipality is a resort municipality, and the main activity of Druskininkai resort, the main economic activity is tourism, and the administration of Druskininkai municipality is responsible for providing public services and administrating them. So Druskininkai city has 460 accommodation facilities and the accommodation capacity of 8,785. And the tourist tax in Druskininkai was introduced in the year 2011 by the decision of the city council, and since 2015, administration of Druskininkai municipality is responsible for administrating this tax. Today we have 187 taxpayers. The tax is paid according to the provisions of the order of the director of the administration of Druskininkai municipality. On our website, we have a portal where the accommodation owners can register the data and where they can submit the declaration. But actually, we have a problem that this city tax administration is inefficient and it is very hard to control it, and it is not convenient neither for the payers of the tax nor for the specialists who are responsible for the administration. The payers have to enter all the data in their internal systems and then to enter them once again in the register provided by the administration. They can submit the declaration, but they cannot pay directly. They are not directed from the portal to the bank and pay the tax. So they have to make a payment, then they have to receive a statement from the bank and to send it to the relevant specialists. Specialists have to control everything manually. They have to monitor all the information they receive. They have to enter the data. They have to systemize them manually. So it's very time consuming and not really very efficient. So the main challenge that we have is how to effectively and innovatively administer and control tourist tax by means of digital technology and contribute to the shadow management in the accommodation sector at the same time. This problem that we have is not relevant only to Druskininkai municipality. Actually, when we were analyzing the situation, we contacted all the municipalities that have similar tax in Lithuania, and we realized that the systems that they use, they all have lots of shortcomings and they have to be improved. And similar tax, of course, exists not only in Lithuania, but in lots of European countries and many countries of the world. So the solutions that would be provided by you, they would have a very wide audience and they could be easily adapted in a wide market. So what do we expect from this solution? We expect developing a modern, efficient, attractive, affordable tourist tax administration system that would help, on the one hand, the tax payers to conveniently declare the data, synchronizing them from different systems and pay the tax. And on the other hand, the specialists who administer the tourist tax to do it more efficiently, accurately by automizing and synchronizing manual processes. All the information about the procurement is available on Central Public Purchasing Portal. You can see the link here, and the deadline for submission the tenders is the 13th of September. So all the designers of digital solutions and companies are welcome to make proposals. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. And thank you these three amazing institutions that agreed to present their challenges and to pitch their challenges to you, the startups and companies. Please keep in mind that there's 44 other challenges also waiting for your ideas and for your solutions. Also keep in mind that all of them are going live at different times and have a bit different deadlines. So please keep that in mind. My colleagues will share in a moment all the links to all the challenges, to the challenges demo day, to the workshops, how to participate in the chat box. Please make sure you check them out, you participate, you get rewarded, and you help us build better GovTech and better Lithuania's public sector. Thanks a lot. Back to Ruta.
Thank you, Aruna, and all the speakers for presenting your challenges. If I were a startup founder, I for sure would consider grabbing and solving one of them, or more. Sadly, our conference is nearing to the end. Our last panel discussion will try to answer the question, is there a potential for a GovTech unicorn? The startup world seems to be obsessed with unicorns, yet B2G startups often do not seem like the first contenders for unicorn status. But can they be? And should they be, given the focus of GovTech startups on sustainability? The last panel discussion of our conference will be moderated by Vytautas Černiauskas, GovTech Lab mentor and expert at Civita and Startup Division.
Hello and welcome to the last panel of the GovTech Baltic Leaders. And today we have a very interesting topic to talk about, a little bit provocative, but exciting at the same time. My name is Vytautas Černiauskas. I am proud to be one of the mentors of the GovTech Lab here in Lithuania and also one of the presenters in this amazing event. And today we should have 3 guests. One guest hopefully will join a bit later. And I will introduce those amazing guests in a couple of minutes, or rather seconds. We are going to talk about unicorns and about, is there actually a potential for unicorns in the GovTech sector? And with me talking about this topic are Tanja Feiler. She's a founder and CEO of StateUp. And Johannes Lenhardt. He's a lecturer and researcher at Cambridge University. So please, Tanja and Johannes, introduce yourselves, what you're doing, what your institutions are doing, and then we will go deeper into this exciting topic. Tanja?
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you today. I am Tanja Feiler. I'm founder of StateUp. And at StateUp, we focus on bridging the gap between the worlds of government and technology with the aim of improving citizens' life and also improving the well-being of the planet as well, hopefully, in the process. And we focus on providing data, intelligence, research, and upskilling, always focused on public purpose technology and the kind of policy environment that's needed to make the most of that. So around the development of public purpose technology. I also lead the Digital State project at the University of Cambridge, where we do research and postgraduate education focused on thinking about governments and hopefully improving their capacities as users and developers of digital and emerging technologies. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation today about some of the aspects of perhaps the future of the sector and the next 10 years and what that horizon looks like.
Thank you. Very excited talking to you deeper on this topic. Johannes, please introduce
Yeah, thanks for
yourself.
having me as well. Very much looking forward to the conversation today. I come at this as an anthropologist from an academic angle, having looked at what venture capitalists do, how they go about their day-to-day processes of decision-making, and what investing, what drives their investment decisions, and that's what I call the ethics of venture capital. Most recently focusing on questions like the one that is in focus today, what even is a good company? Why do they have to be unicorns? Are there alternatives out there that are possibly less mythical and more real? I'm very much looking forward to the conversation today around the GovTech application of these.
Yes, thank you for your introductions. At this event and overall, we're discussing GovTech sector from different perspectives, and obviously, besides the challenges that we're trying to solve, there's the team, there's the talent, and there's the startup part. And well, most of us, we want to see the startups that are working in the GovTech area succeed, actually successfully solve the issues at hand and seize on the opportunities that they see on the market and in the public sector or governmental sector, however you call it. And one of the, if you read a description or what a startup actually is, so from one perspective, it is some kind of innovation. Usually
technology-driven one, and on the other side, it's there's a growth component. There's a scaling component. The solution that they're usually working on, product or service or whatever, it has a potential of growth within the vertical, into other countries, and so on. So based on that, we also are talking about startups that might reach some growth that can be counted, or some growth line that can be counted as a unicorn, meaning a billion-dollar valuation. And I want to ask you about how actually big is the potential for growth in the GovTech sector? Is there a room for really significant growth? Do you see any? Tanya, can I start with you?
Sure, thank you. It's a great question. I mean, the first thing I would say is that more than room for growth, there are some examples that already exist of startups working with government as client and growing and scaling at pace, internationalizing, as you say. I can give a couple of examples, perhaps, just to start the conversation going. One example is Via, which is a mobility company. And what's particularly interesting in that case is that it didn't actually start off as particularly B2G focused, business to government focused. It was more on the B2C side. And actually, over time, it pivoted to have more of a B2G play. And through that process, has grown to unicorn status and beyond. Another example would be Chainalysis, quite a different space that operates in. Chainalysis works on anti-fraud, particularly related to blockchain, and works with financial regulators. So there you have a couple of examples of companies that already have this status attached to them. And perhaps that shouldn't come as a surprise when we think about the scale of global public procurement. So the World Bank placed global public procurement at $11 trillion annually in 2018. That's a very large market size. And maybe what's particularly interesting to think about is how that actually compares to VC or venture capital. Obviously, they're not directly comparative instruments, but actually, global VC was put by KPMG at $300 billion earlier this year. So public procurement vastly outweighs the scale and the possibilities there. So I think, there's certainly room for more unicorns within the space. I'm sure we'll come on to the question later on of whether that's the right approach, but certainly there are opportunities for that level of growth and scalability, and we're already beginning to see the examples emerge.
Thank you. What's your take on this one, Johannes?
I think Tanya is hitting the nail on its head here. If you're looking even just at market size, thinking through various definitions of what GovTech could be, and whether you call it public purpose or technology that the government uses to fulfill certain functions or make them better, and you're looking at things like healthcare in geographies where that is part of the government process, right? Say, looking at the US, at the UK system, where the NHS very much already is using technologies, right? We've just gone through an area with telemedicine taking over big swaths of what would have historically been done person to person, but it wasn't possible during COVID, right? That was enabled by technology. And that is obviously, if you think about even just replacing 10% of in-person doctor's appointments in a system that is run by the government or quasi-public, that is more than a unicorn, and that will provide that type of service, right? So thinking through the different functions that the government fulfills or is on the verge of technologizing, is already technologizing, there's insane amount of potential to produce very big companies that support the government doing that.
Building on that, I would also ask, in a way, or maybe, I don't know if it's true or not, but you mentioned the public procurement and also the very big market in terms of user base, does it mean that the GovTech startups, they potentially have might have a better head start because of or bigger potential, sorry, because they're working with huge target audiences, like basically the whole population. In case of let's say medicine solutions, Doctolib from France is a particular example which has already reached the unicorn status, or potential financing opportunities in the public procurement space, which we are counting in billions. Johannes, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting into an area here where possibly. Oh no, I lost my train of thought. Can you repeat the last thing that you said?
Does the fact that we're working with very rich clients, so to say,
right.
governments.
Yeah. Head Start, right? Yeah. So on the one hand, Head Start is a complicated concept here, because the big market size alone doesn't necessarily help a startup that is used to moving very quickly, right? The problem is possibly going to be that the market is only accessible within a decade, right? There might be a massive lead time to actually get procured by the government. And then there's another question mark around how this procurement currently works. From what I understand is that actually particularly big government contracts have to go through a very process-driven, multi-stage process that requires various different people to take it off and sign it off within various different departments in the government, right? Again, thinking about health tech, until you get procured by even just a subsection of the NHS, I think you're talking years, right? So Head Start is not exactly the right word. I think it's almost the other way around. Once you're in, there's a massive lake that you can swim in, but getting in is possibly quite complicated.
Great points, thank you. Tanya, what do you think about the potential?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo what Johannes has said. I think also, we've been talking about this very large amount of collective public procurement globally. That's true, that's a reality. But actually, if you look at what individual startups are doing, we need to think about their specific addressable market, which is going to be clearly much more limited and much more specific and focused around particular aspects of public sector work. I would also say that, many GovTech startups that I see are focused on the local market. So we see, for example, a lot of competition in the digital engagement space. That, I think, in itself is scalable in the sense that you can get lots of local government contracts, but I don't think it's the case that local governments are all necessarily rich, as you were mentioning, and actually there's a fight for that budget. But I think it's thinking about how you actually access in local contextual markets government procurement spend, and I think it's in many cases a bit more of an uphill struggle than kind of just having access to this vast pot of money. But that said, I do think there are specific focus areas where actually a whole of government approach is needed, whether that's at the national level or the local level. And perhaps there are the more substantive opportunities when working with the government market. I mean, maybe we'll come on to this later, but one area in which I see this is green technology for government, where clearly every element of government's organization functioning is going to be affected over the next decade or so. And there I see plenty of opportunity for large-scale projects to be rolled out.
Thank you. Makes a lot of sense. And since you already mentioned that, do you see, or which areas of the GovTech sector do you think have the biggest growth potential while solving the particular problems as green tech, for example, or climate tech, or any related, or anything else that you see from what we have mentioned or have not mentioned, do you have any, favorites already, or you think that, okay, these are the areas that we should really look into in the coming several years or decades?
Sure. Well, maybe we can continue on the theme of green technology for government, or the kinds of technologies that might help to both decarbonize how government organizations and operations themselves work, and also potentially stimulate new innovations to solve the climate crisis as well, so for other markets as well. So I think this is a really substantive growth area. We recently published a report called States Regenerate, which looked at some of the both startups and technologies and also policy instruments available to enable this kind of development. I think we're only at the foothills of it, and there'll be much more development to come. But if we look at areas, for example, like environmental restoration and management, or sustainable mobility systems, or climate smart infrastructure, I think these are all going to be really significant areas over the next 5 to 10 years. That said, I think the most opportunities are going to be in countries where there is this whole of government approach and whole of government policy making around this area. And so it's not just a question of finding a kind of individual inroad, but there's actually this centralized approach. And maybe it's worth mentioning just a couple of examples where this is happening. It's definitely not happening everywhere yet, but Canada is one where they've set up a Centre for Greening Government, specifically to centralize some of these processes and enable lesson learning as well across government in this area, with the kind of dual idea of both greening how government works and stimulating new markets as well. Singapore is another one. They've taken an interesting approach, which is a cross-ministerial collaboration on this area. Now, Singapore, of course, has this strong legacy also of digitalization of the state. And I think they've learned from that experience and recognized that whole of government, if you're going to do large-scale transformation, is the necessary way to go. So I think those are two interesting examples to follow in terms of, how they develop out these areas, the approaches they take. I would not suggest for a moment that either offers a kind of cookie cutter blueprint that can simply be implemented elsewhere. They're both very specific contexts, but I think watching out for their approaches will be very useful. And as I say, we're seeing hundreds of startups, often very high quality, taking the lead in this area and really looking for ways to engage with government as a front runner on the question of greening, both how they work and also the broader impact they might have on the economy.
Johannes, do you have any sectors that you would mention as having the highest potential for growth?
I mean, thinking about what we've just seen during COVID and the big problems that came to the fore even more so during this whole, we have to stay at home and in our houses and the world has still to continue. Possibly mentioning 2 or 3 sectors / issue areas here where the government has a role to play. One being education. Right there's been a lot of very sudden, very disruptive shifts of things that often are government run or financed from in-person to online, right? And this has worked in some cases and hasn't in others. But what is absolutely blatantly obvious is that this is not going to just go away. It's only going to become more, right? Enabling people to communicate for long periods of time online through technology, right? And this plays a role both in education. How do you actually recreate something like a classroom feeling online? And we're talking schools as well as universities, at least, if not even further down the line. But also in settings like healthcare, right? How do you enable an experience between a doctor and a patient online, right? I think this is something that, again, is not going to go away anytime soon and has just suddenly been thrown into the mix even more so during COVID, because there in many cases weren't any examples, weren't any other ways of going about this. And the third thing, Tanya briefly mentioned this before, but another big problem that we're dealing with is obviously democracy and how to go about this going forward. And enabling a much more open and participatory democracy can be done through technology, right? And there's examples in places like Switzerland where they're doing this and have been doing this without technology so far, or mostly. But how about we think through how technology can be very useful in engaging people that wouldn't otherwise engage in politics, the government, democracy, because they might live in rural parts of the country, right? This is something where technology has a massive role to play and can very much help us to get people back together.
True. Do you have any, speaking about sectors, let's even go even more granular approach. Do you have any, I don't know, favorite startups or teams, ideas, projects that you're really passionate about, or your maybe some favorite startups that you would really want to, well, not necessarily reach the unicorn status, but rooting for them that they should grow, they should solve this problem. We have mentioned some areas, but do you have any maybe names to mention, Johannes? Maybe something that pops to your mind?
Yeah, I don't think I'm the right person to answer that question. I think both Ed, who's now joined us, and Tanya should drop in here.
Tanya, do you have anyone in mind? Any startups?
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily want to pick winners in the context of this panel, but listeners should feel free to look at our State Up 21 publication, where we talk about 20 companies either emerging or more developed in any, I think show real potential and are working in very policy and contextual sensitive ways. So that might be one avenue to look at.
Okay, thank you. Well, we talked a lot about the potential, the areas most ripe for growth, or that have the biggest, maybe highest chances. Let's talk about a bit of, I don't want to say negative side, but the other side, and barriers for growth. What are the biggest barriers that you see in the GovTech sector for startups to be actually solving all the problems that we have mentioned, or seizing on those opportunities? Tanya, can we start with you?
Sure, it's a good question. I think there are some answers that we hear time and time again, and that's because that's the reality on the ground. So we know, for example, that startups find tendering processes basically inscrutable often. They often think that government agencies are closed-minded towards new solutions. They don't like the pace of working with government. On the flip side, we also know that public servants often feel in the dark when it comes to GovTech innovation. And we see that there's, without a doubt, a need for upskilling of public procurers, particularly if they're being tasked with procuring digital and emerging technologies that they might not be familiar with, they might not have had to use or buy before. So I think there's room for change on both sides. But what I would really say is that we do know that there are many examples of procurement instruments available to enable the procurement of innovation. I think often we talk about the regulatory challenges, but to my mind, the kind of knowledge exchange dimension is much more concerning, and there's much more room for development on. Because I think often these points about not understanding procurement on one side, not understanding technology on the other, are all about this kind of lack of knowledge exchange across sectors more than anything else. And just to give you an example, in a recent survey of cities that was given to 167 cities, half of them said that one of their greatest challenges in meeting the SDGs was that they didn't know where to find relevant suppliers to procure from. That is horrifying, in the sense that we're living in an age of absolute overabundance of information. And the idea that actually flows of knowledge should be a barrier to addressing really large-scale global problems is remarkable and worrying. But I would also say it's addressable. And I think that's the important point to be thinking about here. I will say that at State Up, one of the things that we've done with the direct aim of hoping to address this is we've developed a platform called Nebula, which is a platform focused on intelligence related to public purpose technology, data analysis, case studies, policy context that can help government organizations, but also investors and funders and startups as well, understand the landscape, share knowledge with each other, because we think this is absolutely critical to move the needle on this front. I would also just maybe add one more thing, which is the reason why I think this aspect of enabling better understanding, better flows of knowledge and information between sectors is so critical is also because I think it can make a change in terms of scale of intervention. So often what we see at the moment is a kind of pilotitis, which is to say startups win these very small contracts or pilot opportunities, which are great in some respects. They enable relationship building. They enable a kind of greater familiarity between the different cultural contexts as well of startups and the state. But often they don't go much further, and there's a lot of there's a lot of anxiety around how you scale from this pilot opportunity to something much broader. I think to the extent to which there's greater understanding and it's disseminated across broader parts of public sector organizations, there's a greater chance of overcoming that kind of hurdle of pilotitis, of stopping at the level of the pilot. We've seen this in digital health, where it was a real kind of sticking point, and gradually we're moving beyond it. I think, I mentioned before green tech. We are seeing piloting opportunities in relation to that in the lead up to COP26, for example. And that's great to see. That's fantastic to see. But we always have to stay focused on this question of, okay, what happens next? And I think startups should actively be asking that as well.
Thank you. I love your diagnosis called pilotitis. It's amazing. Hi, Ed. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Beat. I do apologize for being late, and apologies, Tanya and Johannes. I'm currently in the countryside in Germany, which is very beautiful, but not so good for Wi-Fi. So I will do my best on this call.
Well, thanks for joining. Well, a short intro. Ed Elliott, Head of Growth at Public. Can you briefly introduce yourself and what Public is doing in this sector?
Sure, happily. To start with Public, in one line, we try and help tech startups and young tech companies on new technology work with government, and indeed vice versa. Classic problems we're trying to solve, which actually many of which Tanya just mentioned, that if we look around us in society, technology is transforming every part of our lives, from the way we bank to the way we travel to the way we do retail. And yet go into your average local council, hospital, police station, the technology being used is at least 5, if not sometimes 10 years behind the private sector. And I think our theory as to why that is the case is that due to a variety of reasons, from procurement to just general risk aversion, it's much harder for new technology to find its way in the public sector or to enter the market. And as a result of that, it has a knock-on effect on larger players who, if they're not pushed by new innovation to innovate and improve their services, creates a degree of stagnation for the primes and the larger corporates in the technology market for government, which has an effect across the market. So ultimately, that's what we're trying to change here at Public through a variety of different channels. I head up our growth team, so new areas and new strategies and projects, which ranges from kind of new ventures that we build right through to different partnership work that we do with governments across Europe.
Great, thank you. So the topic we're currently discussing now is the barriers. The barriers that GovTech startups or startups engaged in this area are experiencing, barriers for growth. Do you have any particular areas to mention, Ed, about what is preventing the startups in this in the GovTech sector from growing and actually solving the challenges at hand?
Yeah, I think the ones that Tanya mentioned before, cover this area very comprehensively. It is procurement. I think there's also to some degree, a cultural barrier when it comes to, just that lies often behind the procurement of small companies, particularly given the advancements in cloud over the last 5-10 years, can be more secure, more scalable than large corporates, which is a realization that it's happened quite regularly in the private sector for many, large buyers in the private sector, but for the public sector, your average procurement official, I think, still sees a company that is less than 2 years old, and has a small balance sheet as a potential risk, even if that's technologically not necessarily the case. And I totally agree. The kind of pilotitis, or I think they call it in defense sectors, the valley of death of jumping from pilots to large scale deployment is a huge problem in lots and lots of sectors. I mean, I think looking at it maybe from the public sector point of view, the big transformation that has happened really over the last sort of 5-10 years is, as I say, this sort of movement, or the sort of cloud, the emergence of cloud as a, amongst other technology as well, but cloud is the largest one, which means that, technology that previously would have taken companies of 200, 300 people really long times to build can now be built by companies of 20, 30, 40 people in more secure, more scalable ways than corporates ever could 5 years ago, or even in some cases, corporates can now. And that has a fundamental shift, or requires a fundamental shift on the part of the public sector in terms of its procurement, in terms of understanding that, we need to operate in a kind of marketplace procurement now, where you need to have a whole range of potential providers rather than just a small group of corporates who can build solutions for you. You need a range or a market of products to buy from. But also requires a kind of cultural mindset change for the public sector in terms of thinking through, okay, how do I engage with that market and what skills do I need sort of strategy or implementation teams or procurement teams to have to understand that market better. So I guess the point there maybe for startups to help sort of government through those changes is there also needs a little bit more education on the startup side of how to support buyers in the public sector through that landscape and help them better understand some of these challenges that they're only newly starting to face in terms of, okay, how do I think about buying from a smaller provider? What can I, as a startup, do to slipstream the procurement and slipstream the process of getting into commercial functions?
Thank you, Ed. Johannes, do you have anything to add to the barriers for growth and success?
I don't. I think we should get to a conversation where we question the idea of growth. And
yeah, I was about to go there, actually. So if you don't have anything to add, I want to move to the next topic, which is very exciting for me and for you, Johannes, as I can see. It's actually asking a fundamental question: why do we even should or should not speak about growth upon reaching the unicorn status and beyond? And well, is the unicorn status even desirable for GovTech startups? Johannes.
So unicorn is one thing, which ultimately doesn't mean much more than you're a company that has a valuation of over $1 billion. And that's a term that was coined more than 15 years ago. So that already tells you a little bit about how old school it is to talk about this. And I find it very, very old school if you find people now in Europe saying, oh, we need more unicorns in this geography. Yeah, even the people in Silicon Valley over that a little bit and are thinking more broadly about how to build solutions to problems, right? One of the biggest VC investors in Silicon Valley at the height of COVID published an essay that was basically questioning the idea of what Silicon Valley was based on for the last decade or so, which is this idea of blitzscaling unicorns. In other words, he said, we've not been building solutions to problems. What we really need is much bigger, longer term, and that gets us to the government in a second, solutions to fundamental issues like healthcare, education, infrastructure, right? And that, funnily enough, from a European perspective, that's exactly where the government has historically set. And rather than handing that over to private individuals, which is where the Americans would see it going, or many Americans, particularly the Silicon Valley investors, would see it going, I'd say, how about the government actually launches programs that are mission-oriented, to say it with Mariana Mazzucato's words, and not only provides money, that's very sexy, and that's one thing the government likes to do, both on the European level and on the UK level and on the German level, wherever you look. It seems like announcing another $1 billion fund is quite trendy at the moment for governments, but also attached to these funds very specific ideas around what problem this money is supposed to be solving and how, right? So we're talking about specific ideas around ESG, for lack of a better word. So not only growth for growth's sake or growth at all costs, but also doing it in a sustainable, and that doesn't just mean environmentally sustainable, but overall building a company that's actually long-term way that benefits as many people as possible. And that takes us to this idea of public purpose technology. That's where I think the government should be focusing, not on building unicorns. I think that's a very, very new world, but very old-fashioned idea that was imported by Silicon Valley and should be Europeanized, if anything.
Yeah. Thank you. Ed, do you agree with Johannes on this one? Any additions?
No, I would completely agree. It is an outdated notion in some senses, and I think even lots of people in Silicon Valley prefer the term sort of zebra now, or it's sort of unicorn as something that's not quite as rare and fantastical, but doing things that are solving problems or solving societal problems in particular. I mean, I think the question that kind of lies behind, will there be a GovTech unicorn? One could argue actually there already has been. I mean, the likes of sort of Palantir or Darktrace could potentially qualify for that. Would be, is there a market large enough here in terms of GovTech to attract kind of top tier startup talent and top tier investment? I think everyone, I doubt there are very few VCs or investors out there that would deny that the market in government or for GovTech, whether that's across government or a particular sector, health, policing, security, that these markets aren't big enough. It's more going back to the questions that we asked before of, are the barriers, can the barriers be lowered enough to create access to the size of these markets at scale that is needed to create really successful companies? And I think that I think is probably more of the question here as to whether we'll see a lot of really, really profitable companies, successful companies, growing, scaling companies coming out of GovTech over the next 2-3 years of a quantum that we haven't seen so far.
Okay, thank you. Tanya, what do you think on the validity or necessity of startups as big as unicorns in the GovTech sector?
Sure. Well, I agree with a lot of what's been said so far. And I think I would just want to come back to the point that Johannes was making in terms of sustainability also being about long-term duration. I think this aspect is particularly important when we think about GovTech, actually, this idea of building and funding durable businesses, because startups obviously are not always durable. There's a statistic that around 90% of them fail. That differs a little bit depending what market you're in. But obviously, that's part of the risk and part of the reason why governments are sometimes a bit averse to startups. There's that fail rate. And when you're serving citizens of all types, including vulnerable citizens, you need to have that dependability and reliability. And so I think that's part of this story. So how do you build businesses that partner with government and you know that they're going to be around and they're going to be committed to the relationship and improving and iterating on what they're doing all of the time when serving broad swathes of the population. And if they're scaling, then increasingly broad swathes and diversified groups within the population. So I think that sustainability dimension really, really matters. I think, obviously, that's not going to be for every investor. Realistically, bureaucratic processes rarely change overnight. And so actually you do need those mission-oriented investors and public funding bodies perhaps, who will be able to give GovTech investees a bit more time to build public sector knowledge and relations and potentially to grow on the back of them. So you need that patient capital dimension, I think, within the space as well. I would also, though, just add that one thing we've seen with unicorns historically is that they pick their clients. This is true of any private sector company. They get to pick who they work with. They get to pick who they serve. That's not the case with government. And I think that's something that startups need to be super aware of. And I think there are a couple of different dimensions to this. One is that I do think startups genuinely can be addressing this issue of infrastructure, of inclusivity, of accessibility, of finding culturally acceptable ways as well in some contexts for accessing the internet. But I would also say that they need to be genuinely committed to inclusivity if they're going to serve the government market in a scalable way.
Which again actually takes us to this point about not only handing out money, which is unfortunately to a certain extent what some governments are doing at the moment, no strings attached, because that seems to be what the market is demanding, but actually very much attaching certain strings, right? Around diversity and inclusion, around sustainability, both green and long term. And I think particularly in Europe, one route of doing that is through what is the biggest European limited partner, which is the European Investment Fund, right? They are basically an anchor investor in all of the big funds, venture capital funds in Europe, and they have a massive amount of power over these funds, right? If they say, and there is a path towards that, and they are doing a little bit about that already, you have to not only report on all of these ESG things, but actually fulfill certain criteria within the next X years. People will have to comply, right? So there's not only the opportunity of procurement of technology, but also actually being a financier itself. And I would always tend to say you shouldn't actually finance the tech companies themselves, but finance funds that are much better at picking these successful tech companies, but impose certain restrictions on that.
Great points. Great points, Tanya and Johannes, thank you. And we have just less than 3 minutes left, and I want to come back to Ed, since he had the least opportunities to give his thoughts, maybe even from the private equity and venture capital perspective on potential of GovTech startups. Ed, can you add your thoughts?
Yeah, happily. I mean, I think in the broad, there's been a really dramatic shift from private equity and venture capital towards GovTech in the last 4-5 years. As you know, you can ask many startups across Europe that approaching investors 3-4 years ago, if government was your primary market, would be met with concern in a lot of places for many of the reasons that we've talked about, of the sort of speed at which purchasing would take place, the sort of fractured nature of the market. I think that is, at least in the minds of most VCs in Europe at this point in time, changed to the point where they see GovTech and government as a viable market and a viable buyer. They still obviously want to see all the things that you would want to see from a private company approaching the private sector, but that is quite a large step forward, I think, for most companies looking to work with government and looking to find capital to build the products that they need to. I think maybe just to go back, I think, to the points that Johannes and Tanya just made, it is a really interesting and tricky challenge when it comes to government funding into GovTech startups. And I think the point that Johannes made of government sort of throwing money at startups in the hope that will solve the problem is actually, although it is perfectly viable, I think from a point of view of a VC or private equity, often is doing more harm than good in some cases. I think you can look at the ways in which, not to name names, but say UKRI or Innovate UK have put a huge amount of money into a lot of areas that do have the potential to do a lot of good within GovTech and for government. But if they don't then find buyers to then take that technology on from an initial pilot, as we talked about before, in a kind of pilotitis to full scale, that only increases the concern on the parts of VCs and private equity in terms of putting money into these companies, believing that they will have a sustainable and growing market. It really does come back to now, the real job that government has to do now if it wants to create thriving markets, or I say governments, any particular government across Europe or the US, is really sort of change the way it procures and sort of more readily purchase startups rather than provide them with funding. Because I think now there is the appetite from private equity and venture capital to do so, as long as there is perceived to be a scalable market that these startups can move into and can be kind of bought easily and quickly and scalably.
Okay. And funnily enough, that's exactly what DARPA's secret success sauce was, right? They did provide funding, and they provided space, and they provided long-term room for experimentation, but they also took away market risks by saying, and we're going to buy this for the next 5 years, so don't worry about finding a buyer, right? So the procurement was actually part of the DARPA success that led to things such as the iPhone ultimately.
our time's up. Amazing thoughts. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Johannes. Thank you, Ed. Thanks, everyone, for watching us this afternoon. And we hope that, well, our GovTech startups will grow successfully, sustainably, will solve a lot of problems, address the challenges, regardless of their status, unicorn or zebra or something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Vytautas, and everyone else for the very interesting discussion on the possible GovTech unicorn topic. But most importantly, thank you to all. Thank you to all the viewers for tuning in for the International GovTech Baltic Leaders Conference. It's been our pleasure to bring you experts from around the world to share their insights and ideas about GovTech. We hope that the keynotes, discussions, and fireside chats inspired you to contribute to innovative public sector or build GovTech solutions. If it did, I invite you to check out the mentioned challenges and submit your idea for one of 47 of them, or more. Just go to govtechlab.lt to check them out. We hope to see you again soon, and please follow GovTech Lab Lithuania on social media for any other upcoming events. Stay safe and stay healthy.